Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles, show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me.
I'm back with a plan, start with a pinnacle, I be the man. Back to the battle, the last man standing. Who would've thought that I had what it takes? Put the whole city on my shoulder, going crazy. Back to the pub, to the keep and the cheese. Victory lap on the ride with the team. Stay good sport and smoke with the E. Aim for the high school ring, I'm gone.
PMGC
2021
Grand Finals.
To glory.
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles. I'll show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me.
And that's what you absolutely need to do here. And if you give up those positions, someone's going to take it. Down one coming up on GodLike's position. There is a fair few players behind them. Clutchgod already goes down though.
Oh, they're trading 1-for-1. Junie spraying around on the swivel, and GodLike fall at the hurdle. Down one gaming only have one knock as well. Excellent hold there, excellent position.
Mary, I would imagine typically what happens for rivals, but maybe it'll change. Yet goes down, Frozen finds the high ground, and once again, this man clutches it when no one else can. I think feel a little bit more comfortable to start moving down this hillside soon.
Uh-oh, GodLike, they're still fighting. They find one Scry off the back of Action's buggy. And Action on the broadside of this hill. Not really sure what you were trying to get done there. It's such a difficult rotate, sure, but
Nova, though, is no easy task ahead of him.
3 players alive for Nova, and that's a great way to start, but that's given back twice as much as they got. An excellent nade from Kadur to see 2 down and leave Order all alone.
Oh my
Nova,
God!
there's nades everywhere! One more as well, and Order steps up big for Nova. Just Kadur, the nade man himself, gets a taste of his own medicine, and it's Nova to snatch it back. Next, Ruya take a tumble, and Nova put themselves on top, the defending champion, Sanhok.
King 1000% the thief here on this game. We see Order in the front line do a little hop in, trying to get that intel, cooking that grenade. Rebo just chilling in the back seat. Order said goodbye with that grenade. Order, once again, back-to-back games, dominating.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
And welcome back. We are here at the long-awaited final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Miles Moretti. Today, we will finally be able to witness a team take the throne and become your PMGC champions. But before we get into the action, I'd like to take this chance to thank our hosts, Tencent Games, Krafton, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios, our tournament organizer, VSPN, as well as our incredible global sponsors, YouTube Gaming and OnePlus, with flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display, and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to claim those chicken dinners. I'd also like to thank our local sponsors, Fairmont Singapore and Singtel, the Singapore Tourism Board, and the Singapore Games Association. Without further ado, let's get into the action and find out which of our teams will claim the trophy and $1.5 million in addition to the prize winnings they've already claimed from the total $6 million prize pool. A whole year of competitive PUBG Mobile play comes down to this. Take your shot and become the next to glory.
Question today is who's going to be taking home the trophy and the $1.5 million, but more importantly, I offer you another question. Who out there can catch Nova Esports? And it's a very difficult question because it seems like no team possibly can after the performance we saw out of this team from China just yesterday, but I'll tell you what, teams have 6 chances to make it happen today over the course of our final day here at PMGC 2021 Grand Finals. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm your host, as well as Mr. Moretti. They're looking as handsome as ever. His swag levels are off the charts, and he's got to help me out here because I can never look as good as him. By people who can look definitely better than me, it's my 2 analysts coming in towards my side. We got Maxman in his snakeskin shirt and Seven.
Ready for Sanhok.
You might not be able to see the texture on his shirt, but he's looking great. How you doing, Seven?
I'm doing great. I was feeling a little bit of a leopard print today, but it's all good. I'm
You got
really
the leopard print
excited.
somewhere else.
Yeah. Yes, you're not wrong.
Well, Max, I mean, this is it, man. This is the last day. We talk about pressure on some teams. We talk about some teams thriving through it. Some teams, unfortunately, not dealing with it and not becoming diamonds. But this is tough.
That's true.
Nova have such a big lead over all the teams right now. It's coming down to that question of can they maintain this pace and can any team catch them?
I mean, they've been so consistent throughout all of yesterday. Once again, for the guys that are really in the back of the room, they got themselves 3 second places
They're
at
out in the
chicken
hallway.
dinner.
They're not even in the room anymore.
They're in another place completely, and they also got himself a 7th place with 10 eliminations. That is a score that I said was almost impossible to beat. Technically speaking, it can be, but now if you want to overtake Nova, not only must they have a bad day, but the teams below them must have an insane performance today, and that's going to be really hard. The stars need to line perfectly here.
Well, the stars have aligned pretty damn well here for Nova, to be fair. I mean, the top team at the end of this day will be taking home $1.5 million. And, you know, Seven, we heard from Order towards the end of the day there, actually with their last interview. The only team that can beat them is themselves.
I completely agree with that. It comes down to the rotation, something that I noticed and I loved about Nova when I went back and watched day 2, yesterday's performance, is how quickly they were willing to rotate out of their landing spot. It only took between 3 to 5 minutes to just rotate out of that. And another thing is when the circle's about to close in, everybody's pretty much right next to their vehicle and ready to move out. That's something that you don't really see out of some of the other teams. Yeah. For example, Alpha 7 usually takes a very long time. They definitely take longer than 5 minutes even looting on North George. It's going to be interesting. I am looking forward to seeing how Navi's going to be doing, though.
They look good.
Like they do. I mean, the performance yesterday, I think it was Meku, if I'm not mistaken. Matic, actually. 14 elims on a day 2. That's just as impressive as what Frozen was able to do in day 1. So they might have a chance.
Yeah, after is it close to what Order was able to do right now? He's got himself 37 elims. It's kind of hard to catch up to that kind of play, but I fully agree with what you say there. It's just so hard to deal with Nova right now. The only way that Nova would fall off is if they have a bad performance. So them saying their biggest threat is themselves is actually right on the money, and it's just going to be hard for them to try and replicate what they did in day 2. If they make it happen, their lead is going to be insane.
Yeah, and the question comes, day 1, they were quiet. Day 2, they started to wake up a little bit more, and even in their quiet day, they were still 2nd place overall, which is kind of funny, but we can see here what we've been talking about, right? Look at that big point disparity between 1st and 2nd place. Nova at 168 points,
and we see next Ruya at 123. Max, that is a 45-point difference.
I had it written down just in case.
He legitimately does.
I actually
looked at his
do.
notes.
I got my calculator. I was ready to go. I was ready for the pre-show.
His TI-84.
Actually, I could have brought it over. But the really interesting fact is, and I love this, I was talking about this with 7, all 4 teams, not only do we have 2 from West and 2 from East, so that's a really good head-to-head between those top 4s that have the chance to go for that first place. There's also 4 different regions. You have China, you have Turkey, you have CIS, and you also have the Arabic region. So you have 4 different regions fighting for that top spot. I find that amazing, and anyone can really take the trophy here still, even though Nova have a little bit of an advantage, a pretty significant one. It's just a great story to tell on this final day.
And when we look at those stats, something I actually wanted to point out is there's only just 2 teams that were able to get over 70 points, either whether it was day 1 or day 2, and it kind of comes down to next Ruya and Navi. I feel like those 2 teams, if there is going to be a challenge, it is going to come down to those teams. Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they have showed us some greatness here and there, but they just haven't showed us those kind of pop-off performances. And with the lead that Nova currently has right now, you need to have those pop-up performances. And then it comes down to how much do you actually want that first place. Some teams are going to have to start questioning themselves. Do we want to go after Nova? We usually know where Nova goes. It's going to be a big question mark. I would personally love to see it at some point if they are going to want to challenge for that 1.5 million, because I think you said it, Jason. The difference between first place and second place is close to $900,000. That's insane.
Question, maybe?
Yeah.
No, yeah, it should be $900,000. And right now, if we look at Nova in particular, we always talk about Paraboy being the stand-up player, but Order yesterday,
That KD.
that 5 KDA, 34% of his team contribution, he has been playing phenomenal, which is so difficult to do when you're always in the shadow of a player like Paraboy.
34% team contribution too on top of that. It's just insane to think that Order and Paraboy has been able to remain so consistent throughout this tournament. Even Paraboy, I mean, of course you have a 5 KD for Order. That's insane in its own regard. But Paraboy who's having 3. Having just above 2 is extremely complicated on this amount of games. But the fact that they're able to absolutely blow that number out of the water is mental. But interesting stat actually that's coming in. When you look at the top assists throughout all of this tournament so far, Order top assist was 18, Paraboy 17, King 16. Not only are they top damage and top eliminates every single time, but their assist and their team play on its own is just absolutely insane. So you can't beat them. I have the impression they're just too good.
What's more impressive is the fact that Paraboy's died early quite a few times because they know he's going for these wide flanks, but he's still able to maintain some ridiculous stats. But speaking of stats, Nigma Galaxy against Navi, there's a clear night and day in my head between these 2 teams because Nigma Galaxy struggled to get eliminations. And Navi, they didn't look amazing day 1. Remember, they had that chicken dinner boost them from like 15th place to 12th, and they eventually got onto the front page. But Navi were able to get the eliminations. It's about if they can continue to improve over the course of today as well.
Yeah, and with the head between those 2, it kind of comes down to just the damage they were able to output. And with Nigma Galaxy, I mean, there was only one player that's been able to be performing day 1 and day 2, and it comes down to Lord. Yeah. I believe it was day 1 he was able to get 6 elims, 7 elims on day 2. So more of the other players need to step up. You just mentioned it. Noah has so many players stepping up, whether it's in regards to elims, whether it's in regards to assists. If they want to even have a chance, right now, Navi is just outperforming them in regards to elims.
I think if they can fix that particular problem you're bringing up there, 7, it would also help them resolve the issue, which is about getting their eliminations right. If every single player can take those fights and there's actually a proper 4v4, they're going to get eliminations on its own, and it should be fine, but that's where really Nigma Galaxy needs to improve on.
Looking at this here, the power levels, I think you can clearly say Order is over 9,000.
Oh, clearly,
look at this, average eliminations, 3.1. The thing is, I don't think you guys at home maybe understand how impressive that is, because this is not only a 3.1, which in its own right is a lot, but it's 3.1 against the best teams in the world. Literally the top 16 teams in the world, and you're still getting on average 3.1 a match is stupid. In a good way, obviously. It is just ridiculous to expect anyone to be able to pull those numbers off, especially a player like Order, in the sense of it's always Paraboy we talk about. I think that really is a testament and really is a good story around this player.
It definitely is. Another stat between those 2 that you guys were kind of hinting at is you said Paraboy has been dying a lot sooner in the matches. And the main difference right now between the survival time between those 2, Order currently has survived at least 30 more minutes than Paraboy. And when we actually look at that into perspective, that's almost a full match that Order has been able to out-survive with Paraboy and being able to just improve those stats to the point where I'm going to be questioning if anybody's going to be able to catch him for that MVP.
And he's making really good use actually of that extra 30 minutes because he's got about 2,000 extra damage over the course of this tournament above of Paraboy. So man, those 30 minutes, he's gunning out.
The other thing that's crazy between that is that I was looking at their rotations, and Order has been leading that player, which it's funny because we were kind of telling the team, hey, maybe don't leave too far out. And I'm talking about Alpha 7 and Carrillo, how they would have that player be the one that was scouting, be the one that was going to setting up their rotations. Right now, Order is being able to excel at what Carrillo, I guess, is currently lacking on.
Yeah, and speaking of lacking, I think me in particular, I'm lacking on quite a few outfits here. You can see the PMGC 2021 special set looks phenomenal, looks fantastic. Max, you're almost cosplaying in a sense. You got similar colors on. You got the PMGC colors, though. It's,
I wish I was that dripped out. Okay, I don't have the drip just yet. I'll have to try and see if I can get it at some point.
You know what? We should make that happen one day. We had, what, 2 years ago, 7, you were wearing the outfit we had from one of our sponsors. Maybe next year we can get you, Max.
I'll get the helmet.
If you make it a PMGC next year, who knows?
Oh,
was that a threat?
Oh. Anyways, you guys at home as well, make sure to follow here PUBG Mobile on many different aspects. You see TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. You also have our Instagrams as well. I still need like 5,000 followers, so help me out. But also at home for you guys, the Esports station we have. If you guys are curious about these stats, these numbers you're seeing up, you can actually catch quite a few of these over at PUBG Mobile, esports.pubgmobile.com/esports station. You can learn all the information you possibly want, but also, speaking of things you guys might want, you guys might want a OnePlus. Well, we don't have any more to give away. That was on day 1. If you missed it, well, that's all on you guys. But the OnePlus 9 Pro, I feel bad for like leaving you guys out about that one. The OnePlus 9 Pro with its ultra smooth gameplay and its 90 FPS, you guys can unlock greatness, and you can never settle. Max, what are you looking at? You're looking over my head. I was a little bit scared there for a second. You are. You're looking at the phone. I mean, 7, if he was on the box, his neck might hurt a little bit trying to look at that. But we can
that
see,
phone's twice my size.
I think it's actually, yeah. It's twice your size. I would love to see you carrying something like that around. But this is it, boys. 6 matches left. 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, 1 Sanhok. Until we have our champion of the 2021 year. This is the final day, the final bout of the entire season. This all leads up to this moment, and here's our 6 maps.
You said it earlier, right, Jason? Between first and second, between Nova and Next Riyadh is about a 45-point difference currently. And you know Nova, they're not going to go home with 0 points. You know, they're going to get at least 20, 30 minimum, even if it's a bad day.
You better hope that Maxman curse has been permanently deleted from your record here.
But the point is that you're going to need an insane average from Next Riyadh and Galaxy Na'Vi of about 10 points a game. If they have one bad result, that might be the title just gone for them. Their chance, their opportunity for that $1.5 million is just already instantly taken away with one single bad performance. So they need to have a day and a half here. They need to have some of the best results they've ever had in their career.
You know, I did find out. I know I didn't really disappear off the screen or anything like that, but I was told I know why Order is playing so well, because he has a Fairmont Singapore being pampered in the high-level service they're offering, the 5-star service here to the players. Obviously a sponsor here at PMGC. I feel like we could actually probably be good at the game if we got that kind of service.
No. Manny Petty.
Yes. At least he's honest. At least he's honest about it. Also, if you guys at home who are watching, we've been talking about these like PMGC tokens. If you go back to the league stage, we still have them happening right now. You guys can get involved with it, get your predictions in, and win more of these tokens that you can use to unlock rewards for yourself. And maybe you'll feel kind of to unlock some rewards for us. Max, did you ever get that pan you wanted?
No. I try. Every time I see a skin, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and get it. I pull for it, and I get other cool skins, which are nice, but I don't get the one I want.
How's your Tesla doing?
I'm waiting. The order's passed. Okay, it's getting shipped. I don't know where it is right now.
Well, I meant in the game, to be honest, but you know.
No. I get the real thing.
Yeah, that's the only way you were able to get it, I guess.
Yeah, direct purchase. My luck in game is not good.
It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. This year, 2022 is going to be your year. And it might be the year for some other teams out here as well. Obviously, this is just, I guess, the end of this 2021 season. We still have another year coming up with PUBG Mobile. It's going to be even bigger and better. The prize pool even bigger than this year. We don't know what it is just yet. But the fact is, if it's bigger than this last year, that means it's over $14 million.
40 million and $1.
Don't prices right it, okay? But let's hone in, maybe focus up here, right? We've been talking a lot about Nova and how far they're in the lead. Realistically, for them to improve even on yesterday is a very difficult task.
Yeah.
We have some other teams out there, again, Na'Vi we talked about. They've improved over the course of the day, or the 2 days, right? They have to improve even further, go even further beyond that, and also hope that Nova isn't able to continue to pick up points, even at like a, you don't even have to play as well as they played on day 1. But as in teams to watch, that's why I'm actually talking about Nova here, is that they're my team to watch in the sense of if they start off the first match of the day strong, I almost feel like that's it. It shouldn't be, but I feel like they're going to be able to really put their foot down to every other team out there and be like, yeah, you guys, you don't even have a chance. We're taking on that $1.5 million. You guys are just playing for second.
I would say even just 2 podium finishes and it's already GG, right? So I've seen some people on Instagram and everywhere talking about hot drops. With such a huge prize pool, I don't expect teams in second and third to take a chance to go even further down. So unless you're at the very bottom, if you're like 16th, 14th, 15th, maybe you want to try and make history in a way and try and mess up teams at the top. Things could happen, you know, it's PMGC, anything could happen at this stage, but hot drops could be something to think of.
Also, who's your team to watch?
Okay, so I think, wait, did we go?
both in agreement.
Wait, 3, 2, 1.
GodLike.
No, no, when was GodLike, right? Because even though we know they're not going to be going for that first place, it would be good to see a win for the team from India, right? Because it's not, as you said, it's not GodLike, this is Team India, and I think that them going in on this third day with a chicken dinner would be huge for them with a now competitive year that's going to be ahead of them.
The thing with me, especially for GodLike, is just the improvements that they've been able to do day in, day out. We talked about it yesterday. This is a team that's coming in pretty much dry playing against these teams. It's been almost 2 years, but they've been able to improve baby steps. And also yesterday, we saw Klotchka being able to improve as well in regards to the Ilms department. I think he ended up with something along the lines of 10 Ilms alone. Yeah. And that's super impressive because now they're not just relying on Jonathan. Now they also have some fragging power that we've been asking for a long time that we wanted to see. Yes. Right. Now, I want to continue to see those 2-2 splits that we saw yesterday. I want to continue to see the improvements that they have shown us. Don't be playing this circle edge too much. Don't be playing that blue zone because it doesn't favor them. And I think if they could get a win, I mean, if they could get close to a win, it's going to be a huge win for India.
And we actually, luckily for us, had a chat with Ocean Sharma and FYXS over in India, who are doing the Hindi broadcast. And I asked them, I was like, hey, do you think any other team would have been able to do better than GodLike? And they flat out, like, almost instantaneously said no. It's not about necessarily the caliber of team right now out of GodLike. It's the fact that they haven't played against these international teams in such a long time. That's very difficult to compete. They're not used to the meta. Everything has kind of changed for them. And I think, again, to stress some things, that's the importance of all the PMPLs we're having around the world to help elevate everyone. But it's not just GodLike not having a good day. It's just that right now India is kind of behind the scene because they haven't had the opportunity to play.
Yeah, and also you got to keep in mind that when it comes to tournaments such as this PMGC, the only few teams that have experience on this level are you got all the players of GodLike, right? They already played it back in 2019. They also had the World League for a lot of the players where they got involved with. That experience is super valuable. I think the other teams that coming into this for the first time would have been a lot tougher, right? So it's still good to see that they're trying to put some results in. They're slowly climbing up the ladder on the leaderboard, so it's really good to see an improvement there. But if, as we said, right, Seven, if they can get one win today, I'll be going home happy and thinking, you know what, they showed they can make it happen. And next year, next PMGC, that's when they're going to come into the tournament extremely seriously.
Yeah, in a way, a moral win, right? Just that's pretty much what it comes down to. Just being able to have a moral win, not just for yourself, for your team, and also for your country. I think that's where I'm kind of coming from in regards to GodLike and Team India, as we've been calling it. The next thing, though, is now we're starting to see consistency in regards to players. I kind of want to give a shout out to Jonathan. We saw what he was able to do with Alpha 7. We have seen the fragging skills that these teams have. They just are currently, it seems like they were a little bit delayed on their strats, whether it was rotation, whether it was how they were able to push into certain compounds. It seems like they were delayed. This is going to help them out a lot. I think this coming year, depending on how the structure is going to work out, I think it could be a possibility that India could possibly have a top 5 team.
And I love how I actually pointed out the fact of, like, GodLike not doing well, Jonathan showing he can still frag, because this game is so much deeper than you at home might think. It's not about having the raw mechanical skill, which we talked about, right? West teams, they're used to being able to peek out longer, not be punished, whereas in the East, you get punished almost immediately. But also these rotations you have to make. You have to have a really solid micro and macro level of play if you want to be the best in the world. And I think that's why we're seeing Nova, or so much consistency out of our top teams, be able to do this time and time again.
Yeah, and consistency, of course, is going to be super important. And if I want to take the topic over to inconsistencies, actually, I've got 2 teams in particular they think we can all agree on. Okay, I'm going to be a little bit harsh maybe here. We're going to be looking at Stalwart and Infinity. Where are these guys?
That's true.
We saw them be so consistent in the East League, and you're looking, and when you compare West and East, I think a lot of people, and I agreed, the East was a lot harder to be consistent in, and they came in as very big favorites, but they've not been here. I would like to see them finish off with a good day. I don't think they're in competition for that first place, but they need to try and step it up here.
Okay, Seven, any final thoughts?
No, it's just pretty much ST, just pooh, explosion.
Okay, well, we'll see a lot of explosions here as we're going to head into our first match now today in our final day. It's Championship Sunday, and there's not a better way to kick it off than throwing on over to Mustache Dave and Necro.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final day, the final countdown. 6 more games to close out the 2021 competitive PUBG Mobile year. One team will be crowned PUBG Mobile Global Championships and awarded 1.5 million USD. Necro, it all starts now. Game 1, day 3. Erangel, let's get it, man. Let's get it.
Let's get it, dude. This is what it has come down to. That one single team. And currently Noah are looking like the Kings, but still you have the teams that are right underneath them. You have still those 4 teams. And I still feel like teams right underneath them, Nigma, Navi, I feel like they're always going to be those teams that are going to be huge threat for Noah. Even if one single game slips out of their hand, Noah will need to make sure that they're trying to at least get those points back in the next game.
You're talking about threats to Nova. I don't know, man. Nova, all the way at the top, we can see it right there. Their average points in Erangel, 17.3. Not only that, I'm worried about Order. Yesterday, Order was slaying with the grenades. Order was just putting up the numbers. Phenomenal performance here so far. And I was looking at Order's numbers in particular. This dude averages a little bit over 500 damage per game. So I don't know if you can stop that, man. I don't know if you can stop that.
It's like an unstoppable force of nature at this point. But yeah, Fenerbahçe, this is what I was really expecting right now. Teams that are all the way at the bottom of the board. Fenerbahçe, Furious Gaming, GodLike. I'm expecting these teams to actually try and spoil some people's games. And they can always go for those because now they already know they're all the way in the bottom of the board. There's no way they're going to be able to at least like get on top. So maybe, might as well try and just ball some games. And we already are seeing over here 7 going against Fenerbahçe. He spots one man out, lobs in an 8, flushes him out of his position, but still knocks bomb a little too quick on his feet.
And Rip 7 is going to be kind of by themselves up here in the front lines. Yeah, they might have recognized, okay, there's an enemy ahead of them, maybe a solo dolo, had that Uzi in hand and was really trying to hedge their bets on the fact that that grenade would take down Nox Bomb. And since it was not successful, we see right there, pull them back. I think that's a smart move because you don't want to risk it, especially if you're down there at the bottom. I don't think you want to risk losing one of your teammates this early on. You got to play together as a unit, calculated, and collapse on them at the same exact time. Everybody needs to be on the same page right now.
Now, the teams that I'm really going to be eyeing out for are going to be next Ruya, Nigma Galaxy, Navi, DXavier, and A7, and maybe Down One Gaming as well. Because these teams, if they have all 6 of the games today consistent, I'm pretty sure there is a chance that they might just take Noah down. But again, Noah is one of those teams that also is going to be having those consistent games. So I don't really know what to expect, man. It's just so hard to tell.
It is. The pressure today, all-time high, right? I mean, this is the highest level of competition in competitive PUBG Mobile. Some would say the best lobby yet. Highest level of competition with the best players in the world. So make sure you watch live, earn these rewards. The Grand Finals treasure box now available in the store right there. And hey, you want to look like one of these players? You got to unlock the skin. I already got mine in game, so looking hella fresh. But here's Nova. That's a team that we're probably going to be highlighting a lot today just because they are number 1. They have such a large point lead. And that's they're kind of talking about Paraboy in particular, playing that scouting role, right? Always that player up in the front lines looking for that optimal position for their teammates, but has been getting taken out pretty early on. But even with that in mind, still able to have a solid KDA, and the team is still doing just fine. So, I mean, do you have any thoughts on that with Paraboy?
Dude, he's still able to get like 3+ KDA, and I'm absolutely speechless. Yeah, even though he's getting predictable with what he's doing and still maintaining that KDA, dude, I mean, I don't really think so. I need to add anything about it already. Like the stats speak for themselves. So Paraboy already is doing absolute phenomenal. But Order is just a man. As I said, he's just an unstoppable force of nature right now. It's like Order seems unstoppable up till now. But another team that I'm really going to be eyeing out for today has to be Stalwart Esports, man. I don't know what happened to them yesterday. They seemed completely invisible.
Looking at the 10th place right now. They started the tournament with the chicken dinner, right? The team with the first chicken dinner, 14 elim points. Day 1, solid when it comes to placement points. not a lot of elim points. Day 2, kind of the opposite. They had a couple games with solid elim points, but just not a lot of placement points. So, yeah, I'm with you on that one. Like today, if you are one of these mid-pack teams, you really got to try to get both elim and placement points. So you can have those consistent points flowing in every single game. And yeah, I had to pause myself right there because this tournament, hey, we have been seeing some nice sniper shots. Oh, no, Matic. Matic heard that bullet just whiz right past their helmet right there.
Oh, he got kind of scared as well. That's why he's just like booked it. He's like, all right,
see ya.
I'm not interesting. I'm just going to book my ticket right off. And well, he just catches the US and just runs away. Does realize maybe if he stops it for even a second, Newsy, it's not going to take enough time for Newsy to just like line up the shot and hit the headshot onto him and crack some skulls open. But yeah, if you talk about the scoreboard, I was taking a look at the scoreboard as well. Nova on the top with 168 points, and then next Ruya right underneath them with 123. Now, how I look at it is like Nova, they have a little bit of safety cushion. Even if one game slips by, it's going to be fine for Nova. They still have a decent amount of lead over here. But again, that one game will help other teams to close the distance, and this is what Nova cannot really afford.
A little. They got what, 45 points cushion, man. That's more points than, not the BM, but that's more points than almost Fenerbahçe down there at the bottom with 46 points. And I believe Order alone has some more elim points than the total elim points from a couple of these squads. So yeah, this tournament has definitely been the Nova/Order tournament, player spotlight. Dude's going to be walking away with a ton of highlight clips after this event. So it's really, like you said, I agree with you. Next Ruya, Nigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, it's up to these teams to try to close that gap today. And one thing that they can really do is pay close attention to the kill feed. If they recognize on the kill feed, okay, Nova, they got taken out. I think to me, that's the indicator, if you are one of these teams in second, third, or fourth, to really ramp it up and really go all out and try to capitalize on as many points as possible. So pay close attention to the kill feed today.
Yeah, you got to pay close attention to the kill feed without a doubt. But yeah, I want Furious Gaming and Fenerbahçe to just go all in. I want them to spoil some games over here. I want some content. I want to see some teams getting like, I want to see some people rage over here, okay? I want to see Fenerbahçe and Furious Gaming to try and dig on some enemy hills just to do it on purpose as well, because they're all the way in the bottom of the leaderboard. There's no way they're going to be able to get even in the top 5. But yeah, if they do so, if they just like try to have a little bit of fun in the lobby, I feel like that can also be a huge thing. That can also be something that viewers will enjoy as well.
Big Malo already down from Furious in particular.
Yeah.
The Infinity looks like they're setting up a bridge camp. Look at this nice little glimpse of them from this nice point of view. Now, Na'Vi are down there on the military base island. So if Na'Vi do decide to use that west bridge, this could pay off big time if they can capitalize on these elim points as they pass by.
Na'Vi.
But the blue, it's going to apply a little bit of pressure. So do they wait? Do they sit back and wait, or do they relocate? Right, that's the question in my mind. If you're Infinity, what do you think the play is here, Necro?
I feel like you should just try to relocate as quick as possible. You do not sit back and wait. I do understand Na'Vi all the way in the blue zone. But again, Na'Vi is one of those teams that are really well known for those late rotations, and they're going to keep on doing so. So Na'Vi, that's kind of like their main play style. Infinity, on the other hand, I feel like they should not wait for Na'Vi. Instead, they should just try and rotate and maybe try and play things a little safe, try and book their ticket already inside the next zone. But again, they're all the way on the edge as well, so I don't know where the next circle is going to be shifting, but the circle shifts right in the center. There's a lot of teams already in the center of the zone, so making yourself comfortable in the center is going to be quite tough.
Yeah, not too bad of a circle shift either for the Infinity if they do want to kind of stick it out a little longer, try to camp out Na'Vi. But I agree with you, like looking at the overall leaderboards, the Infinity have a lot more to lose in this situation if it goes awry for them compared to Na'Vi. But then on the flip end, Na'Vi, remember, they are chasing down that 1.5 million US dollars. So they don't want to let that slip on out of their grasp either. So looks like both teams going to be popping in their vehicles, looking to relocate into the zone. But over here, Xavier getting sprayed upon by Action, the solo out there.
Oh, the solo in the compound. I'm pretty sure Xavier, do you realize, is the only solo man taking a lot of shots onto them. but also has dealt quite a lot of damage. So Xavier, I don't really feel like they're going to be challenging a fight against Action, at least for now. They found themselves a safe house and they're going to take control of it, which makes quite a lot of sense. But yeah, Action, Stalwart Esports, there's a huge separation coming out. If you look at the map feed, Dave, the separation between Action and the rest of the pack, I don't personally like it, but again, maybe they have a little bit of game plan.
Yeah, I'm trying to count how many meters away. It's at least 700 meters, but I do believe Action is going to look to pop into their vehicle and try to regroup with their teammates just a little north of Milta. So yeah, there he is down there. So it is kind of early on. Teams are kind of shuffling to find that perfect spot to call home for the time being. So Action, if they play their cards right, might be able to just avoid all the sight lines right now and actually make it back to their team.
Now, the team that I'm really worried for has to be Infinity. Now, they were camping the bridge, but look at the late rotation coming outside from Na'Vi. Now, they are going to wrap up right behind Infinity, and I don't feel like Infinity are going to expect anyone to be right on the back. It's a 2-2 split coming out from the side of Infinity, but again, they're quite spread out from each other as well. So Infinity might just have a little threat unless Na'Vi decides to go for a complete, like, you know, they just throw a complete new curveball and they just try to go all the way up from north, which would be a good rotation. Yeah, I don't really see a lot of teams near school. They can try and get those compound, but again, the next circle shift, I don't really feel like it's going to shift anywhere near school.
Yeah, so I do believe Na'Vi, they are playing this one slow because we saw them kind of zooming in on that bridge. They did recognize, okay, there's a couple enemies on that bridge. That's why they played slow. So with that in mind, this is a team that is very comfortable playing in the early game blue. I wouldn't be surprised if they just avoid trying to send it directly into zone and just wrap all the way around. Kind of like what you were mentioning, kind of north of Pachinki, near school, wrapping over there. Of course, we can see it is going to be free and clear. So that is like the perfect call for Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, and they also like to play on the edges. So considering how they like to play their game style, it makes a lot of sense why they're rotating like that. But yeah, for now, S2G and Furious Gaming quite close to each other. Now, Furious Gaming, as I mentioned, they have nothing to lose over here. They can just try and spoil S2G's game. S2G, they're also not looking that great all the way on kind of like the bottom of the board, I would say, on 11th place. So S2G, not looking that great, but still, there's at least a chance that they can make top 5.
I agree with you. Not for S2G, but for Furious, when we're talking about nothing to lose, but then at the same time, you don't want to lose, if that makes sense. So yes, they have nothing to lose, but you don't want to be the team that gets taken out in 16th position every single match. And I think that's going to be something on their mind. If you are one of these bottom teams, I think the goal today, get a chicken dinner, right? Just get a chicken dinner so you can say you won a game here at the highest level of competition. And I think that'll make you feel good. But over here, next Ruya, okay, looking for a potential fight onto 628.
Ooh, they take a couple of shots, connected one. But now next Ruya on to move instantly. Do realize they're not going to be able to regain the control. So now next Ruya on to move. Trying to reposition themselves, trying to find a little bit of more comfortable spot. Downbound Gaming right next to them as well. But yeah, we have Xavier and GodLike this time. It seems like they're challenging this compound. And what a great jump shot coming in from the side of GodLike. But the problem is they're also getting shot at from the back. But the opening being found on the compound, that's going to be opening quite a lot of things up. But over here, Xavier, they're able to hold off this compound pretty well.
Yeah, look at Xavier. They had 2 members up close and personal. Now they're sending 2 more because they had a 2-2 split to close the gap and try to provide that support. Jonathan Clutchcott still going to be alive behind this broken wall. Looks like Xavier are going to be pulling back. So one player I was looking at in particular from Xavier who has that clutch badge is Frankie, right? It has to be Frankie. So I was looking to see exactly what Frankie was doing. And it looks like Frankie was just providing that oversight, that cover fire for their squad mate to pull back and save.
Yeah, but now Xavier, they have a really good positioning as well. But the problem is they don't have the man number to hold it down. Only 2 men left to try and hold the position down. So defense might just crumble if any of the team decided to challenge a fight against them. Team Secret, another one of those teams on the struggling phase.
Oh, look what they're doing.
All the way on 12th place. Yeah, they're just blocking the ways. They're just making sure Furious Gaming are being trapped inside that bunker.
What a huge, like, big brain play. They know there's an enemy potential down there in the bunker, and they parked their UAS in a certain position that is angled that you cannot crawl or jump or move past it, and then they blew that up. So yes, Furious Gaming, they are safe for now, and yes, there's a couple entrances to these bunkers, but that right there, that's one of them eliminated. And now look at the other entrance. It looks like GodLike are going to be pulling up right behind. So Furious, man, they are stuck underground.
Oh, they are. 3 players GodLike right outside the gates. Furious Gaming, they can't really move a lot. They're also giving a lot of footsteps away with the way they're moving. So GodLike are pretty well known of what Furious Gaming is doing over here. Furious Gaming as well, they're big time chilling. They're not really trying to do anything. They're just taking things quite slow. Makes quite a lot of sense as well. If the circle moves away, though, that's going to be a huge problem for Furious Gaming without a doubt. But there's a lot of teams on Shelter, so they're probably going to be engaging in each other. And I do already see 2 players falling down from GodLike, and it's H2G taking a little bit of shots onto them, and Nova as well joining the fray.
And the zone did actually move away. So you got S2G, you got GodLike, and then Team Secret blocking all the entrances right now. If you are Furious, you are stuck. I see they might have one of them available to utilize, but regardless, all those teams, they will have to move.
Oh, here we go. Na'Vi finding an opening onto Nova. King goes down. Not a good news for Noah, surely. But still 3 players that are open. Noah, they can make a lot of things happen with only 3 players live in the lobby. We've seen that in the past. Not just 3, only 1. Just keep order alive. He can probably clutch out the whole situation and carry his team on the back. But yeah, now Na'Vi left with all 4 players to work with. I do want to see where they're going to be positioning themselves. Now, as I mentioned, they like to play on the edge of the zone, and they're probably going to be trying to do so. But Nova is the team right in the front.
Yeah, big chilling right there up to the north. But look at that, big fight. Silas dropping down with the scar. There's 1, there's 2. Oh, Furious Gaming, they got screaming a buggy, I believe, underground, looking for a play to happen, to execute, to reposition, but popping back over here to the north. I was going to say, I don't think Na'Vi will contest this onto Nova. Nova, yes, they did lose 1 in the process of grouping up in this compound, but this area, not Nova, they have it pinned down. They got a couple buildings they're working with. We see Order on the outside using that broken wall for additional sight lines, and they're making sure to take shots onto Na'Vi in their vehicles to push them away so that they can't actually crash on top of them.
Oh, I do like what Na'Vi's trying to do here, but still the position, they will be held outside the zone. And here we go. Hamoudi finds an opening on to take C, but also taking a lot of shots in return. Not a good news for Nigma Galaxy for sure. Hamoudi spotted out in the open. Does have the little Azia to work with as cover. But still, Na'Vi, they're being held outside the zone, and they will need to try and beat the timing on the wall of death.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they might actually get sandwiched. And the reason Na'Vi are here is because of those shots that Nova took upon them up there in the north. So it pressured them to rotate in this area. So gotta look ahead in Nigma Galaxy. A couple members prone down. Next Ruya is going to be trying to pull up behind them. A lot of teams right now congested right on top of each other on this edge of the play zone.
Dude, look at the left side of the map. There's so many teams. Nigma Galaxy next to Ruya, Na'Vi right next to each other. Nigma Galaxy as well. They need to watch out from the back, even from the front. Takes C, spots out a player in the open, but luckily Hamoudi was able to crawl back to safety in the nick of time. On the other hand, 628 as well, challenging fight against next Ruya. There's just an absolute chaos on the left side of the map. Beautiful nade to confirm the kill, and still Mekyu able to connect all of his shots. Raouf, those missed shots. A missed opportunity from Nigma Galaxy to try and stop Na'Vi. But Na'Vi, it just looks like they're easily able to breach through Enigma's defense.
Yeah, and I really appreciate how Na'Vi, they were utilizing that 1 player in the car strat. They had Matic kind of low in the health department, but in the vehicle looking to have their squad mates get a knock so they can run them over, confirm that, and immediately turn the tides. And that car strat paying off big time for Na'Vi right there.
Talking about defense crumbling, that's one of the prime examples. Nigma Galaxy taken out quite early in the game. Actually, they were the first team to get taken out the game as well. Taken out the game from 16th place. That's not a good news, is it, Dave? Then we have GodLike following it up on 14th. Pretty sure A7 as well will follow it up. And now Furious Gaming finally, the final man seems like has been put 6 feet under. S2G quite close to 4 rivals, and here we go, the opening being found. 7 is the man who finds the opening, but Appy from the back trying his best to at least give some blind shots, trying his best to provide some cover fire. But at this point, the man from 4 rivals has to be a little gone case, but still, the man advantage favoring 4 rivals big time.
Molly right there. Silas Pugh has been just on the ball here in game number 1. Let's see if they can continue to clutch it out. Playing a ring around the rosy in the smokes. 2v1 right here. Silas getting one, but not getting the other. So close. S2G, nothing but violence all game long. Not paying off in their favor here.
Only got 3 elim points. Not that great, H2G. Didn't really get a lot of points from that. But again, circle shifting away on the right side. Na'Vi still has a lot of pressure to deal with. They still need to make it inside the zone. They're trying to play the edge lines, but if they do play the edge lines, Noah's going to be the one to just put a lot of pressure on Na'Vi again. So Na'Vi, overall, they're not really looking that comfortable inside the game. We also do see Team Secret on the high ground. Noah finally on the move.
Ooh, they're sending Jimmy and Order in separate directions here. Try to hedge their bets on these sightlines from Don Juan and Team Secret above them. I like how they're spreading out here. It looks like Jimmy going to be trying to take some shots with the Scar. Nice little spray down out there in the distance. And Jimmy just pulled up in such a nice location that there was already a burnt out vehicle that Jimmy built their own cover.
Oh, there we go.
Popping up with the M4. Spray down right there.
Oh my god, but from the other side, it's Kitsune taking out Order. Huge knockout. Na'Vi needs that. That's going to be bringing so much, or at least that's going to be giving them a huge sigh of relief. Now they don't really need to worry about Nova anymore because the rest 2 players are right in the front and they're quite separated out from each other. Pairboy and Jimmy, there's a huge separation between these 2. And Na'Vi, they have such a huge area to play around with.
Yeah, but they do have this this cover to work with. But Pairboy not slowing down yet. Not slowing down yet. Tixie getting the love tap right there. Look at the cover. Pairboy has some solid hard cover, and so does Jimmy. So I really do like this spread.
Yeah, the spread definitely is working out. But again, if one player falls down from them, Noah will need to try and play this really safe. As I mentioned, even if one player goes down, this might just be it Manova. But yeah, Na'Vi, they should be able to get back to Tixie, hopefully. And yes, the res is being stuck onto Tixie. Tixie should be back up on his feet in no time. Noah, on the other hand, the spread is quite good, but they also need to worry about the team in the left. It's 4 rivals.
Yeah, it looks like 4 rivals trying to sink their
circle
teeth into Jimmy
away,
down there. Yeah, circle does shift. It doesn't favor them. And Jimmy still just putting in work. Look at Jimmy's cover. I'm still amazed with the cover that Jimmy was able to build over here. Matic, though. Oh! Jimmy!
Oh, what?
You see that?
He challenges a fight against a bolt action like that and still able to take him out. Oh my god, Jimmy. The nerves on this man. I don't even know what to say at this point, dude. Jimmy, absolutely insane. Gotta say, the confidence on this man is looking at all-time high right now. But Noah, as I mentioned, if one man goes down, Noah will have to play this game all solo. And now it's all down to Pairboy. And this is where it's his time to shine, Dave.
Yeah, and we can see Na'Vi not looking to push over this hill and take the face check with Pairboy because they're not sure how many enemies are actually over there. Pairboy's doing such a good job that to continue to apply that pressure and scare Na'Vi to push on the other side of the hill towards Don Juan.
Na'Vi are just cleaning it up. No matter which team is in the front, Na'Vi will clean you off, and they're able to make their presence inside the next zone just like that. They're just sweeping it through, Dave. They don't care what team is in the front. Na'Vi are able to easily swipe through each and every single team. Sung, though, finally strikes back, but Kitsune in the close will take care of Sung. Sung goes down a little too oblivious about Kitsune's position. Sung goes down, and Don One Gaming now in such uncomfortable place. Fabian really far away from Sung.
Wow, okay, gonna be able to take up this guard tower for themselves. That's 2 times this game that Nova pressured Na'Vi to rotate around them instead of face checking them. That's 2 times right there. Nova are doing such a good job at keeping that pressure regardless how many players they have alive. And I'm mentioning that because Pairboy's still alive up there in the north, snaking it right now.
Yeah, snake it till we make it. Pairboy. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Infinity, one man falls down. There, now it's all down left with that one last man alive. Stalwart Esports on the other hand. We didn't really give this team a lot of spotlight, but they have all 4 of their players alive this late in the game. 6 teams left, Dave. And this might just be Stalwart Esports game.
Pairboy not stopping, man. Not stopping. The solo in the blue. Looks like one of the squad mates from 4 rivals tried to take him out. Immediately caught some bullets to the dome right there. Oh, man. 5 teams to go here. 5 teams to go.
5 teams to go. Fenerbahçe and Stalwart Esports have huge man number advantage inside the lobby. All 4 players alive for these 2 teams. 4 rivals having 3 up. And then it's just 2 solos. 1 from Nova and 1 from Infinity. This point, Paraboy, though, plays a little bit of spoiler. Finds an opening onto 4 rivals. And confirms the kill instantly, if I'm not wrong. Yes, he does. 4 rivals now left with only 2 players to work with.
So it looks like Fenerbahçe, they were playing this edge towards the south for some time. They did split up. Now the Duke Machine just got done repositioning these vehicles in a certain type of way that will provide him cover from Stalwart down there to the south. So really curious to see, where does Stalwart go? Do they push straight uphill, or do they try to wrap around the southeast towards Fenerbahçe?
Action's already inside the zone. It's kind of like the ticket. He's already booked a ticket for his team. Being in the front, securing a little spot inside the zone. And now all Stalwart Esports need to do is just try and breach in inside the zone. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to do so anytime soon. Infinity, the only man left alive, is trying his best to hold his nerve with the gun. But again, he's being locked in the sights of 4 rivals. And it's Appy. A little peek from Infinity, and that's going to be it. The Wall of Death is just doing so much damage, yeah.
Oh, Fenerbahçe kind of getting separated right there. They are going to lose 1 in the back line to Stalwart. Let's see if they can defend the top of their hill. Stalwart Esports are going to be pushing up. You got Top in action in the front lines. Keep an eye on these players.
Oh, man. 4-on-3 situation. Fenerbahçe. 4 rivals being taken care of by Stalwart Esports. 4 rivals eliminated on 3rd place. And now Stalwart Esports versus Fenerbahçe. Fenerbahçe able to make an equal trade. And now this leaves a 3-on-3 situation. Stalwart Esports versus Fenerbahçe. I do like the position of Fenerbahçe. They do have a little bit of high ground to work with, but still, Stalwart Esports, they're making it hurt.
Yeah, and Top has this boulder to work with too. So if Fenerbahçe can get a nice molly on top of that boulder, that molly will spread and pretty much take away that hard cover. The thing is, I'm not sure what type of utility they got working with right here.
Separation from Fenerbahçe is huge. They have 1 man, Nox Bomb, all the way on the left side. Top, he's aware of that. Nox Bomb spots Top, takes shots, instantly taken out. Scry taken down quite low. And that's not looking that great. Action right next to Scry, but still Scry doesn't really have the HP to work with. Rebellion just trying to jiggle around the smoke. Position compromise. Stalwart Esports action's well aware of what's going on in the front, but still Rebellion now a snake in the grass in action, needs to watch out. Rebellion's position being revealed. Pika strikes in. The traits are just going on back and forth. Stalwart Esports, HP not supporting them, but Duke and Machine as well, the only man left alive from Fenerbahçe. And we do know Duke and Machine is capable of clutches. He's the man who likes to stay down prone, but this time it's not going to work out. Stalwart Esports are going to be your winner of the first game of the final day.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, a ton of elim points, but Fenerbahçe as well, a 2nd place finish. This team was dead last coming into today. If they can continue with this momentum, continue clawing at the overall leaderboard, they could be looking at some additional monies in their pocket. But Stalwart, hey, Necro, that was the team that you said to look out for here today.
Yeah, dude, I told you. I knew Stalwart, they have no other choice, right? Yesterday, they didn't really have one of the greatest of days. So today, they had to make up for it, and we are already seeing a little glimpses of that. Hopefully, they're able to keep the consistency going even inside the future games. And if they're able to do so, hey, Noah, you have a possible threat.
12 elims, over 2k damage in that game, and they had a pretty challenging push in that late game too. They had to push uphill, and they did a great job at doing so. So Stalwart Esports already showing up here hot in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a bunch more action to go. Let's head over to the analyst.
Well, Stalwart Esports start off day 3 like they started off day 1 with a victory in their pockets. They get themselves some juicy points. 12 eliminations, and of course, as you see, the first place for the chicken dinner. Much needed points for them. Obviously, a very difficult time for them to contest first place at all. However, the amount of money they get extra, every single point they get, every single placing they improve on, is a lot of extra money in their pockets.
Yeah, and not an easy game at that, right? Because they were on playing the more southern side. They had to take every single fight uphill. And the play that they went for, actually, because if you look at their stats that game, they had 1,200 healing. They had a lot of the teams looking their way and just taking those shots. And they were just, okay, we're going to wait it out, wait for all the teams to be pushed over that ridge, and then they're going to have to fight each another. And when there are less players, less teams available, then we're going to go for the push when there's only Fenerbahçe remaining. They played the long game, and it worked out for them.
It definitely did. And I mean, can we talk again about Nova? We mentioned mentioned how they're pretty much their biggest rivals. Well, guess what? They showed up, and now we're starting to see more of the likes of Paraboy. At some point there, we were scared that he was going to be able to do the 1v4 against 4 rivals. It could have happened, but right here, look at the stats. Fenerbahçe finally showed up for me. This is a team that I've been talking about how consistent it was. It's a team that wasn't really well known for their elims, so I'm not surprised that they didn't get that many elims. But for them to be able to at least get up there, this is a team, Max, that's looking to not be dead last.
There's going to be one, right? So there is going to be, we don't know. But, hey, still going to have that prize pool, right? If you can try and get some extra good games at the end of the day, Fenerbahçe could be looking pretty comfortable. And, Paraboy getting himself 1,000 damage, 1,010 damage on this game. And, man, he scared a lot of teams away. Na'Vi in particular, they were not willing to take that fight.
The fact is here for Nova and for Na'Vi in particular, as you saw next Ruya go out really early, is the fact that Nova still scored 5 more points than Na'Vi did in that match.
Yeah.
Meaning that lead is lengthening even more. It was already a ridiculous amount of points. I think it was around 45 before. It should be around 50 now, if I'm not mistaken, if I can do math correctly. Well, okay, I know it wasn't 45 when I said in the beginning. But the fact is, that lead is still growing. That means that no matter how well Na'Vi did, even getting themselves 8 eliminations, Nova still got 9. And then Nova still placed higher. This goalpost is continuing to move, and Nova are getting step by step closer to closing down that $1.5 million and being called the best team in the world.
What did you say, Seven, at the start of the day? I think you said a 100-point lead. You expect between first and second? I was like, that's too much. Now I'm looking at this, I'm like, hey, there's a chance like a 100-point lead to be created for Na'Vi, and that would be insane. Oh, sorry for Nova. That would be insane if they could create it here in just a few next 5 games.
When you have a player telling you that their biggest rivals is themselves, in a way that's kind of just brushing up the competition. Nobody has showed them anything that they could be scared of, and I think it's impressive for the team to be able to, if they can put up a 100-point lead, I think it'll be huge, especially for the legacy. This is a Nova team.
100-point lead is huge.
Yeah, this is a Nova team that has a huge legacy. This is just gonna add to it. One thing that we do have to mention there, it was Navi's performance. They were able to jump up from 4th place to 2nd place. And what's the difference in prize pool there, Max, for that?
That's 180,000 over to 630,000. So I'm not going to do the exact math.
How much is that?
I'm not going to do that. I should have checked the numbers actually, but it's a big increase, and it's pretty. The really fun fact. Okay, I'm going to lose all ounce of credit here, but the fact also that they took out Nigma themselves and almost got rid of. Thank you. And the fact that they were almost able to take out Nova was really big play from Na'Vi, but the thing is still you have that point differentiation. If Na'Vi had a bad game while Nova was able to get a really good result there, that could have been already GG on the very first game of the day, and that's a very scary prospect.
Yeah, and the thing is we don't want to call it right and say, okay, it's over, Nova have won, but the fact is we have 4 teams below them that are on the 120-point mark. If they can't pick up a strong match here in match 2 of the day, then that almost basically is it. Nova can pretty much just AFK and still come out on top.
And the craziest part is now that, I mean, we just saw it in that first game. We're starting to see some of the teams that, in a way, aren't really in contention for that top 3 situation starting to get points. We saw ST, I think they started off the day in 10th place.
Yeah.
They're getting points now, and I mean, we've been hyping them up for the longest time. If this continues to happen, it's ultimately just gonna end up helping Nova even more, especially if Nova continues to do the game plan that they've been showing over and over again.
Exactly, because Stalwart are not a threat to your first position. They're just way too far away. Same for Fenerbahçe. As long as the points in top 4 not getting those points, like Nova are just going to be relaxing. Saying, like, it's in the bag. So
are they going to relax, Max?
Like that. I felt I could be pampered if I was at the hotel, but I'm not there.
Manny Petty?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, get Manny Petty and get a nice little drink in his hand, bathing in the sun, which Nova might be doing with a nice vacation of $1.5 million. But you're very right. And the thing is, right, we're talking about how these teams need to catch up some. I think you mentioned like hot dropping before. But realistically, if you're a team in 2nd through 5th place, you can't hot drop them, because if you fall out early, that's it. That's your hopes gone. You have to hope other teams are able to punish them. And as we saw, I think it was King who went out early. Order didn't care. He still picked up 5 eliminations. When it was just down to 2 players out of Nova, they continued to be aggressive up against, I think it was like Na'Vi fighting uphill and still winning fights. Yeah. Like, even when they're down people, they can still bring the eliminations.
You know what's the crazier part that just kind of came to my head? I wonder if Paraboy saw the performance yesterday from Order, and he's like, I want to be able to top that. I want people to know I'm still the bad man. Yep, that's exactly it. And I think it might be looking that way. I mean, we just saw what Paraboy was able to do.
You guys didn't see that on camera. They caught me just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm too old for these memes. Maybe you'll show me one day. But yeah, I mean, Paraboy, we've always talked him as being the best player in the world, one of the most handsome players in the world. He wears the most stylish clothes, hangs out with the chillest dudes, goes to the best restaurants. the fact is, he is the star of the team,
Yeah.
and Order has always been in the shadow of him until this event. But what's even more impressive for me is that he's doing it against the best teams in the world. This is the best PUBG Mobile has been, period, in its entire existence. And Nova have created a legacy for themselves, or are still in the process of creating a legacy for themselves that no team can touch. Now, I know all of you from Indonesia are like, well, what about Bigatron, Jason? Bigatron never had to compete against the best Chinese teams in the world in those 2 years.
Yeah. In a way, I don't want to play down what happened in Malaysia, right? Because remember when we were there in Malaysia, how dominant Bigatron was. And everybody was like, okay, Bigatron is currently the best team in the world. But as you just mentioned, Nova wasn't there. And that was always a big question mark, especially from the community, from the esports community. It was like, well, they did good, but Nova wasn't there. So are they really our main champions? And I think right now we're getting a lot of answers for Nova.
Well, speaking of champions, let's talk a little bit more about Stalwart Esports here, as they were the champion of our first match of the day, and take a look at a quick little recap of the rotations and the likes. And Max, one thing that we talked about, I think when we were off camera, is that where has the Stalwart and Infinity been that we saw on league stage? This Stalwart team, I mean, we saw Pika pull off like almost a 1v4 with the Car 98, if I'm not mistaken, in one of our Erangel matches we had. Infinity, Newsy, and Godtuni have kind of fallen off. The Stalwart we're seeing here in this match is the Stalwart, if you guys didn't watch East League, that we're used to. But for some reason, they can't hit that level of consistency here.
I mean, we even mentioned on the pre-show, right? This is not the Infinity and Stalwart that we expected coming into the
so it was on the show.
It was on the show.
Okay,
so
I wasn't sure.
But really, there's a big issue. But this game, at least in particular, and we're going to see the further we go into this recap, and we're going to see how elaborate their plan actually was, that they were just setting themselves up for success a lot more. Whereas I have the impression, if you look back, other than that chicken dinner they got on that first game of day one, after that, they're just going super aggressive, which is what we know from them. But their good macro that we saw in the East League has just not been that dominant, and we haven't seen them go for these really smart rotation, getting really strong positions, potentially waiting it out like they did this game to get in those positions in the first place. They've just been trying to full send it every single time, and it's just not the playstyle that I liked. But this game here, them waiting it out at the south when all the teams were fighting north, that was what I expected to see from them 7, and it worked out at the very end.
I actually have a question for you, Matt. After seeing that performance, do you think this is in a way as Stalwart Esports kind of sparking up again? Do you think they're going to be challenging for that top 3 situation?
You know what? I would love to see that happen here, and in particular because I think that if you look back on the last few days, they would have just full sent it here. Here, they just took their time, and I think it's a big change of mentality looking back on these last 2 days. So I think so. I would hope so.
So that...
Go ahead. All right. Rock, paper, scissors, no. I just want to give you some context to that, right? If I'm not mistaken, Stalwart were around the 70 points before this match, and second place is around 120, like second through 5th, right?
Yeah.
There's a 50-point gap between those, and Stalwart was on this, like deep down the second page. There's a 50-point gap between first and second. Like the distance that Stalwart has to close is the same distance that the second through 5th place teams need to close up against Nova.
I mean, that just goes to show how dominating Nova has been. But going back to Stalwart, we mentioned hot drops earlier, and this is another fun question that I mean, we've been asking for the longest time. We are gonna have one more set, the final Sanhok, not coming up, but after this match in Miramar. Do you think we'll finally end up seeing that magical hot drop that we'll be talking about, STE and Alpha 7, considering where those teams are at, right?
No.
I don't think. I would love to see the DBS fight we saw during the scrims, but
let me ask you. Let me counter your question with a question 7.
Oh,
Could you wager, let's just say, $50,000 on winning a hot drop?
With Alpha 7, with the way they've been performing?
No. Would you do it?
Oh, would I do it?
Would you drop in and hot drop a team where your potential to lose $50,000?
I am a guessing man. So yes.
Okay, I mean that's the thing, right? Is that if you hot drop and you lose, you could be losing $50,000 plus dollars, right? You could be losing a lot of money here, and that's not ideal. But we'll see. We obviously have some time here before we get into our second match of the day, so we're gonna head to a short break while we get things ready for you guys at home, and we'll see you in just a few.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, we are back now, and we had Stalwart Esports start off the day strong, replicating their performance from day one of the event, but they still have 20+ points to catch up on if they want to get into the second place position. But then again, you have the likes of Na'Vi here trying to defend that title with their $600,000, bumping themselves up 450,000 from the match before.
I'll say you got that wrong. Yeah.
But we, oh, okay, all right, Max. But to be, as we're saying, right, we're talking about can teams realistically catch Nova? If we look at the point difference, we would say it is possible, but the difference is it's Nova, and they've been playing really well.
Yeah.
But realistically, we could see Stalwart at the end of the day getting into top 3. There is a very good chance if they can put on another chicken dinner like that, they're going to be in top 5.
I can see it happening. That's the main reason why I was asking that earlier, because I was trying to get your opinion on it, because I can totally see that happening, considering that this is a team that showed us some amazing performance on the first day, literally on the first game. I would love to see that kind of style that they were able to show us on that first match. And if I'm not mistaken, you were wondering what has gone wrong with the team. You said the team's pretty much playing the exact same. It's just some micro things that haven't worked their way.
Especially their macro, I would say in particular, that needs to be worked upon. But you know what? The start of the day was a chicken dinner. That's great. I'm going to spoil my team to watch. It is going to be Stalwart, because when we look back on the East League, they were a team that would have that momentum factor, just like Alpha 7 in the West League, and they would get chicken dinner, then get himself a few podium top 5 finishes. This is what I need to see from them now if they want to hopefully race for that third place and get themselves hopefully $330,000 in that position. So we'll see, but at the end, still going to be looking back on that game. Paraboy, even though he was solo versus 4 rivals versus Na'Vi, he just stopped everyone. I really liked actually what Dave mentioned in that game. We had 2 situations where Nova basically just pushed Na'Vi to rotate around from them, even though they did not have the man advantage. That's how scary this team actually are. They do not have the advantage of terrain. They are playing low ground. They do not have the man advantage, and yet you are not ready to take a fight against them because they're Nova.
And something that Nova was able to showcase us there in that last game is that they're willing to be aggressive when teams expect them to be defensive. I think it was Mustache Dave that was able to mention it. They were taking fights even though they didn't have the high ground, even though they were at a disadvantage. And I think we see that over and over again. I mean, going back to the first day when I saw, I think it was Mafioso trying to shoot at some of the Nova players, the man just stopped with no cover, turned around and started shooting at him. So that's how confident these players are on their skills. And I think that's another thing that has caught a lot of the other teams by surprise, just expecting them to be defensive and then just getting surprised and having to fall back.
Well, you guys were talking about what Mustache Dave mentioned. I'm going to talk about what Necro mentioned. And if I remember correctly, word for word, he did say Jason Kaplan is one of the most handsome human beings in existence, and you should make sure to go follow him over on Instagram. Yeah, I believe he said that. No, but it's actually, maybe talk about our teams to watch here. And I'll start things off. I know, Max, you already said Stalwart Esports, so we'll lock that in for you. For me, technically it's like 4 teams, but I'll give it to 1. It's Na'Vi, because if they want to be able to chase that title, they have to perform even better than they did in the last match. They have to somehow close the gap up against Nova. So my eyes are technically on those teams in 2nd through 4th place. But Na'Vi in particular, like, you got to continue to perform. They got 8 eliminations. Not for any team that's like, oh, wow, that's really good. You guys put on a great match. The problem is Nova did an even better match. They survived even longer. They have to improve even further than they just did.
I mean, at some point, I feel like Na'Vi is going to take notes of that, and they're going to be like, okay, we just got to fight for 2nd place. We're not at that point yet, but it will happen at some point. If Nova continues to showcase the performances that they're currently showcasing. My team to watch is going to actually be Nigma Galaxy. This is a team that ended up getting 0 elims in the last one. Na'Vi was able to outperform them, and I feel like if they want to have a chance to even get between those 2nd and 3rd places, they need to start performing. They need to start getting those elims.
Well, I gotta spoil things for you. Natus Vincere, which is obviously the full name of Na'Vi, is like born to win, not born to 2nd place. Vanessa, go ahead. Who's your prediction?
Okay.
Who's your team to watch?
Nigma Galaxy.
Okay. Well, there we go. Oh, sorry, I was too busy in my head. Like, what is Natus Vincere?
Let me go back to my classes.
I thought I said their name wrong for a second. I was like, hold on.
But I'm glad you did say Nigma Galaxy as well. Like, this team, you remember on day one, they had only 20 eliminations. Like, they were almost the lowest fragging team out there. And we saw them struggle with that in the past, to be fair, in East League. But they have improved here in the finals. But again, they have to improve even more. And that's got to be so frustrating for some teams who are already playing at such a high level to have to play even better with only 5 matches remaining. It's going to be tough. But you know what? They're going to have to make it happen if they want to be the best in the world. And speaking of best, we got our best commentators in the world here. Necro and Mustache Dave.
A shout out to the boys on the desk. 5 more games to go. $1.5 million first place prize. 600K second place, 300K third place. There's a ton on the line here, Necro. Popping into Miramar. I gotta ask you, man. We are heading into Miramar. We're heading towards the end of the tournament. Do we expect any change-ups here on this game in particular?
Okay, before answering your question, I gotta say, Jason is one of the most handsome dude over here, okay? He's looking pretty good. He's looking clean, man. Already saw that, you know, on the desk. He's looking pretty clean. But yeah, now getting back to your question, dude, any switch-ups? I don't exactly know. I just want the teams in the bottoms to actually try and hunt down teams in the front, okay? The teams try and hunt down teams all the way on top. Try and hunt down Nova. Try and hunt down Na'Vi. Try and hunt down next Ruya, you know? That would be one of the most, like, interesting things that I personally want to watch.
I don't know, hunt them down. We heard from the analysts right there that even when Nova are down to just a solo or a duo, teams are still respecting them. They are staying away from them. Like, that's just the dominance that Nova have been showcasing here so far in this tournament. But getting into this match, we can see those average points in Miramar. Alpha 7. Day 1, Alpha 7 was my squad to cheer for. I mean, I gotta cheer for that team representing Brazil. Let's see though, can this be the match that they really clean up here and get a couple elim points to set them on the right track here today?
Oh, dude, set them on the right track. A couple more elim points. Yeah, that's what all these teams want, especially teams that are in the top 5, without a doubt. They want to just go. They want to just get those elim points. They want to get those placement points as well. But unfortunately, in that previous game, Nigma Galaxy got taken out quite early. Actually, they were the first team to get taken out. So that means this Miramar game is going to be meaning quite a lot for Nigma Galaxy particularly.
And talk about getting taken out. We saw last game a couple of these players taking out each other with the PMGC 2021 Prestige Scar L game skin. I saw those laser effects go like pew, pew, pew all over the screen. It was beautiful. So if the pros are using it, you should use it to go in game and unlock the PMGC premium crate.
Oh, dude. I like that. It looks kind of cool as well, right? Especially when you're like spectating the players. Looks kind of cool. Personally want that skin as well. I'm trying my best to get it, man. But yeah, now we have Fenerbahçe over here. As I mentioned, I really want Fenerbahçe to go and try and play this ball sport. 628 is the team in the front. Pretty close. Nox Bomb got taken out. Fenerbahçe, again, not a good news for them. On 14th place, GodLike right underneath them. And then you have Furious Gaming. Now, we also got to talk about GodLike, man. First game, not that great of an outing. The next game of Miramar, they need to fight for the pride.
Well, talk about fighting for it. We do see one of their squad mates on that hill right there, possibly taking some shots. Looking to get at least an elim point here, but they need to be cautious. You know, they are sliding down the overall leaderboards. And when we're talking about GodLike in particular, like if you, real quick. Talk about the bait right there. And Nox Bomb, one of the key players, in my opinion, from Fenerbahçe. Always on the ball. It's between Nox Bomb and the Duke and Machine. They're always working together as a unit. You can tell that their synergy is on point. So if you are Fenerbahçe and you're looking to climb up, losing Nox Bomb early, that's going to set you back a couple pegs. But to get back to your point, I wanted to ask you this actually. Like, you're GodLike. What do you think the plan is here today? Like, best outcome. What do you think is the plan from that squad?
Honestly, GodLike needs to realize there's nothing to lose. At this point, they're just playing to get top 10. If I'm GodLike, I want to be in top 10 no matter what in the end of the day. Just to, you know, at least be up there, you know, in the top 10. And that's going to be quite huge for India as a region in a whole. Even if they're top 10, that's quite huge in my opinion. being in the top 10, it still means being in the top 10 amongst one of the best teams in the world. 16 teams in the world. I mean, that's quite huge, right? And I feel like, considering the fact that they have so many odds, they had so many odds coming inside the grand finals, they just got thrown into it. So, I mean, hey, being in the top 10 against all the odds, that's going to be meaning quite a lot. So if I'm godlike, I'm just going to try to go for like a little bit of safer plays and either like try and get involved in a lot of third parties.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, of course you want top 10, but it's like, how do you do it, right? How do you, if you're godlike, how do you do it? And for me, I have to compare to what they have been doing. And I noticed that they tend to look for those off-center positions, right? And they scout them out towards the mid to late game, and they always lose one or two on that scouting rotation. So when I have to come up with a quick answer off the top of my head, I'm the coach. I think how they do it is just play the edge, you know, play the edge nice and slow. And kind of to your point, I think just try to go for placement points. And if there is a team kind of getting in your way of the edge strat, then obviously take the fight. But the key detail right there is hopefully if you do it that way, you have your team alive compared to losing one from scouting, right? Because they need everybody alive. If they want to pull this off, they need the whole team alive in every single team fight. And there's been multiple times where they would get in a team fight, and that's not the case. That's my take. I mean, that's my take. That's my take. I don't, you know,
No.
feel free to add to it, take away.
I feel like that's a good take without a doubt. But as I mentioned, you know, they should also go for those third parties, because third parties, I feel like, are one of the most like safest bet to actually try and win out a fight, because third parties means already the two teams that are fighting, they're already quite hurt. So all you need to do is just like, you know, try and find a little bit of better positioning on those two teams and just try and take them out. So godlike can try and do that, but still we don't exactly know what's going on inside their heads. So we'll need to find out in the future, because currently they're in water treatment. They still haven't really left it. They're still inside the circle. And I feel like if I'm godlike, I'm not moving out about water treatment.
Yeah, I get that, but they're in water treatment with a 2-2 split, right? And if a team of 4 pushes one of your duos,
Navi,
can you defend? Like, have you shown us that you can defend? That's my question. So, like, do we continue with these splits? Do we continue with these mid to late game, just sending out a scout looking for an off-center position? Or do we just play nice and slow? But let's check out this interview.
Которые, соответственно, прошли в гранд-финал со своих регионов. Также есть в каждом регионе команды, которые вообще не понимают, что делают на этом турнире или как прошли на него. Поэтому я думаю, что в каждом регионе по 3 команды сильнейших и команды, которые прошли в финал, покажут, кто сильнее, Запад или Восток.
Okay. Interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff right there. So we'll see. We saw last game, couple elim points, you know, they're climbing up. I mean, what's your take on that?
Dude, Navi, they're on second place, dude. That's quite huge. 128 points, but the problem is Noah is just miles away. 183 points. If you want to get the top place, you still have a huge climbing to do. You have a mountain to climb, and for that, you wanna hope. You need to pray. You need to pray that maybe Noah will have at least 1 or 2 games slipping out of their hands. And again, Noah, the way they're moving, the consistency they're having, for those slip-ups, the chances are quite low.
I like it. I like where you're going with this. If you're not first, you're last. And I think that's the mentality right here. And although the point gap between first and second is pretty steep, they're not showing any signs of slowing down. It is 100% every single game. And they're doing it, man. They are showing up. So I love that championship mentality. And we'll see how it unfolds here today as all these players wait to see where the next circle goes. Does center up a little more, so not too harsh for a lot of these teams who already acquired some center locations.
Clutch got moves inside the house. In the nick of time, shuts the door right on his eyes. But yeah, next Ruya, quite lucky, gotta say, Clutch God. Oh my God. He's lucky that the headshot did not connect. If it did, Clutch God would have been knocked out and the kill should have been confirmed easily. for next Ruya. But over here we have now 628. Infinity right in the front. If you talk about one of those teams that were looking really strong in the league days, and now Infinity in the grand final somewhere down line, kind of fading away in the end days.
Yeah, talk about fading away. The Duca machine go for a really risky scout compound rotate. Was able to walk away with their life, but look at this Stalwart looking to make a push over here next Ruya.
Oh, two of the top teams on the leaderboards, and this is going to mean quite a lot. This fight's going to mean quite a lot. Nate quite close. Was not able to deal enough damage on the action, though. Was able to move back into safety. Next Ruya, if I'm not wrong, the cavalry has arrived for them. Stalwart Esports, only 2 players in the front. I do see top on the left as well. Try and provide a little bit of backup fire. Also play for that informational play.
Yeah, Stalwart definitely on the hot cusp of their last game, right? So they're feeling good. Top with that off angle, trying to make sure to catch any type of sight lines on those 2 players from next Ruya in those back lines. Just a smidge of sight lines to work with there between the 2 buildings. Really buying time for their squad mates in the front line too. The trio trying to take this building for themselves.
Oh, 3 players in the front, Scry, Pika, and Action. Action, of course, is going to lead the pack if the push comes in through, but still, Stalwart Esports taking their time. 2 teams inside this little compound. I'm pretty sure as time passes by, they're going to keep on getting impatient. And this is
and look at this. Top is taking shots too. Oh, oh, Frozen popping up the door, trying to take some shots on Action, but Action with the M249 in the front lines. Looks like Frozen is going to toss his smoke, throw a little confusion out there. But I was pointing out, Top is taking a lot of shots from their off angle, applying that pressure and keeping next Ruya from really grouping up in this compound.
Oh!
UMP! Oh,
Not
no.
Good. Oh, not good. Next Ruya opening the fray. Beautiful peek, beautiful timing from Kudor right there. And now Stalwart Esports will need to try and bounce back from this. 2 players in the front, Top all the way in the back. Clearly, Stalwart Esports lacking huge man number inside this. If these 2 players get pushed on by all these 4 players, it's going to be quite tough to defend. But still, the M249 on the Action might just make a lot of plays happen. But I do like what Action's doing here. He's not just tunnel visioning on one single spot. The smoke's starting to provide a little bit of visual cover as well. But Stalwart Esports taking things a little safe. Scry in the front.
Yeah, Action looking to throw some smokes, looking to buy some time. I really want to see Top group up and try to make this push into the compound to support their teammates. But on the outskirts, GodLike, you were talking about them. They're trying to third party this.
Yeah, this is what I told you. Third parties are probably the best bet for GodLike. Just try and collect these kills. But guess what? This time it seems like GodLike as well are getting third party by S2G. And S2G are like, all right, well, knock GodLike. You're trying to third party them, we'll third party you, and now next Ruya, the push comes in through. Do realize Stalwart Esports are looking quite weak, and Action on the off angle, trying his best to deal a lot of damage, but the man on the top, Kudor, is just getting a lot of insane timings on Stalwart Esports. Kills being confirmed, and now Stalwart Esports, they're hurt.
Yeah, I really liked how Scray in Action, they tried to pull back towards Top, and Top was providing a really nice amount of cover fire for them to make some moves happen. But the thing is, they just got caught in the tail end, and now Top retreating out here. Next zone did go on up, so Top can retreat back to the edge and play for those placement points. But that right there goes to show me that team communication is flowing on the side of Stalwart. And although the play didn't work out in their favor, still a good play at the end of the day.
GodLike, it seems like they're able to make it back to safety. So 4 players still alive. Looking pretty good for now. Neo, though, a huge separation between the squads, and I personally don't like it. Navi in the front, GodLike, trying to just scare him away from that compound. Top, all by himself in this compound, and Navi are looking to crash onto it.
So many buildings in this area, and it just happens that Navi going to be rolling right past Top.
No.
But Top, applying that pressure, was able to confirm 1. Can't Top clutch this out. M4 down to 24 bullets, looking for that wraparound, anticipating the push from all angles, taking a lot of shots on a Miku. Let's go Top. Can we get the 3rd?
Oh, that's a huge mistake from Navi. Kitsune especially jumps out of a moving vehicle, gets knocked out. Meku as well drops in the straight line. And Top is not going to miss shots like those, but Meku is still knocked out. The rest should be back up onto Meku. Beautiful smoke to provide that cover. But Nova as well, they found themselves a good spot inside the zone. They can try and hold it off as long as the circle doesn't take a huge shift away from them. And from what I'm expecting, it shouldn't really.
I'm tipping my hat off the top still right there. Top, the last player alive still was able to get a couple elim points, right? That will help stay afloat. Yes, only one, but every point is going to matter at the end of the day here.
Bolt action in the end.
Well, Lamborghini's tossing mollies up there, so they might think there might be an enemy up here, actually. So trying to clear it out.
Oh, that was his chance. That was his chance. While he was waltzing, that was his chance. If he would have connected that headshot, would have been so nice to witness. Just watching some skulls being cracked open. But yeah.
But at the same time, they don't want to give away that intel that they're playing the edge, right? Because obviously, EXCLUSIVE, they're not aware that A7 are up there on that hilltop. So I definitely get why they did hold the shot, because information is everything here, especially as we get to that mid to late game.
Yeah, A7 clearly do have a huge high ground on top of EXCLUSIVE as well, but if they give their position away, teams in the front, like Diamond Gaming, they're definitely going to be taking a little shots. And yes, A7, they're finally on a move. They do realize the circle shifts away, so they will need to try and make their mark inside the next circle.
See, in that last play to hold the shot, it pays off even more right here, because they're able to rotate around without EXCLUSIVE knowing for a fact that they're going to be pulling from that area. And yes, at the end, EXCLUSIVE, they did spot out those enemies in those vehicles, but that slight amount of time played in the advantage of Alpha 7.
Oh, next Ruya straight up crashing on the compound of S2G. S2G knock, you have a little threat, but this time the threat being neutralized, and S2G easily able to take care of them. Fenerbahçe quite close to EXCLUSIVE here. Fenerbahçe's compound as well is getting charged on. The defense is trying to get breached through, but still the EXCLUSIVE are crumbling down. Duke and Machine in the front. One man in the back for EXCLUSIVE. He's a little too separated away, but he still doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. Lamborghini in the front, trying his best to confirm those kills. Nate goes through and instantly will confirm. But Duke and Machine, as always, he's the only man who's left alive for really late.
Yeah, as long as Duke and Machine doesn't catch a grenade to the face here, they might be able to defend. Lamborghini pressing up here. Lamborghini also needs to make sure, though, that their back sight lines aren't going to be exposed, because I see Nigma Galaxy right behind them, but it does look like Duke was spotted towards the end right there.
4 rivals as well, taking a dig on a Noah. One man getting knocked out. Still looking just so good on the overall rankings, man. 183 points, plus they got 2 points more. So they're looking really good. They're big time chilling. GodLike out in the open. Don't like the position that GodLike has. Down to only 3 players live. Z-God, Clutch God, and Jonathan.
They're in the open.
In the front, yeah.
Yeah, but fortunate for them, nobody's going to be behind them, right? Yeah. And they also have clear sight lines to the north to make sure they can't give backstab. So they really have some time to work with right now and come up with some type of game plan on how to push down onto Team Secret. So they do have that working for them.
They do have that working, but still, I mean, we've been watching GodLike, and these kind of moments, they have been choking quite a lot. But hopefully, they're able to figure out a game plan for themselves. But Stalwart Gaming now getting pushed on by A7. A7 not happy that Stalwart Gaming has this compound, and Stalwart Gaming as well trying their best to hold on this defense. Revo! Oh, he could have got taken out there.
A7 win this. They have to. A7 are so good up close and personal. Oh, no. Especially when Fabian's going to be burned alive. And here comes Mafioso with that additional support to help Carrillo flush out this Damwon player on the second story.
Oh, that's going to be compressing Damwon down even a little bit more added pressure with Mafioso joining the fray. A7, all 4 players found themselves at least a safe spot for now. I wouldn't really call it safe because they do have another team right next to them. So Stalwart Gaming, Junie, I do like what he's trying to do, is playing things a little safe, not moving around, not really giving his exact position away. So that means A7 will still have a little problem knowing that Junie's right on top of them. But here we go. Damwon finding an opening on the A7. The confirmation there instantly. Sung is the man was trying his best to do so. And Bull, another one, taking down A7. They're sweating right now. 2 players being taken out just like that. Stalwart Gaming not looking that great. Junie from the back strikes in. Finally, the silence breaks. And now A7. Carrillo, the only man left alive. He's trying his best to fight back. But Stalwart Gaming defense is a little too good.
Wow. taking a little too many fights at the same time right there. They had a duo on that first story, Alpha 7 trying to flush out the Don Juan solo on the second story, and that amount of time was able to really pay off in Don Juan's favor in the opposite building as they just popped around the corner, hip fired the UMP, and well, we saw right there the tides have turned. And on that note, Don Juan, they finished that fight just in time as well, because the next zone did shift and it is completely opposite from where they currently are. So they have some time to regroup, met up, and use those vehicles that Alpha 7 used to push them to reposition.
Team Secret. Do like how they're moving over here. Playing right on the edge of the zone. They can try and gatekeep so many teams, including Nigma Galaxy right at the back, Xavier as well. This is their chance to try and rack up a lot of kills, but Furious Gaming, team in the front, 4 rivals, hasn't really been doing that great, but here comes a third party, getting shot in the back. Backs being exposed, Poppy Poacher not going to be happy of that. And here we go, Freak as well getting charged on, but Team Secret is looking a little too strong.
Wow, yeah. A Groza and a Shack right there. Oh, Noah with another 2-2 split. This is pretty much their bread and butter, especially here on Miramar. So definitely keep tabs on them as everybody honestly just trying to reposition in this new circle and trying to survive. Furious on the high ground though. Scream with the scar. Huge angle, huge sight lines from Scream, but Scream is getting pressured from Navi.
Oh, dude, it's just like all the angles at this point are being watched out by so many other teams. Third parties after third parties were ought to happen. This was expected, but Nova, quite a lot of damage being dealt onto themselves. So Nova going to be taking a little bit of back foot, taking a little chill pill behind that ridge. Here we go, 4 rival strikes in. They find a knockout. Furious Gaming going to be a little unhappy after that. Big Milo still has the high ground to work with to try and hold off the players of 4 rivals. Triggers in, trying his best to escape the sidelines of 4 rivals, but it's not going to work out.
Yeah, if I'm Furious right there, they spent so much time, so many resources to really lay the fire down onto 4 rivals. I think you just commit to making that push and trying to take them out in that close range battle compared to trying to rotate around them. And we saw right there, Furious, they just got blown to pieces.
6-8.
They weren't even able to use their weapon. And now here comes Nova trying to push right into that same spot 4 rivals were holding down and defending from Furious.
But the circle shifts on to 6-8. 6-8 are in luck. They also have one of the best compounds inside the circle. If they play this to perfection, that means 6-8 might just win this game. But Infinity as well alive in the game with 3 players. That's quite huge. Lamborghini making it hurt onto H2G. Man falls down at H2G now. Down to a 3-man squad. Team Secret getting shot in the back by Noah. These are 2 big teams, and here we go. Lamborghini being spotted. Yep, as you said, Nate Parade comes in through, try and flush out Lamborghini. Lamborghini makes this push happen. Has the M249 as well. A lot of bullets to work in his favor, but he's also getting shot at in the back. There we go. There we go. As you mentioned, he just naded himself. Unfortunate.
Oh, unfortunate for them, fortunate for Lamborghini with the M249 out there. And you were just talking about the Infinity down here in the south. They did have 4 up. That's no longer the case. But over here, Team Secret, they have been defending their shack for some time. Can they do it? Up against Paraboy, tossing a molly right into the smokes. 3 elim points on Paraboy. M4, it is locked, it is loaded, it is ready to go. Paraboy up close and personal. You gotta watch out for him. He's gonna go for that spray down. He's gonna get one, but traded on from Jumper, but Order right behind him with the support with the UMP. Can we clutch it out, Order?
Oh, he's trying his best to clutch it out, but Order as well is taking things a little cautiously. He does know that's the only man left alive for Team Secret. Jumper still able to wipe Noah out of existence, and somehow Jumper is able to keep the defense alive.
7 elim points right now on Team Secret. We can see them in 13th position. They are trying to climb up this leaderboard. Jumper, the last one alive. Little solo battle out there against D Xavier Lamborghini. Meanwhile, all that chaos in the north, guess who's up? 6-8. The only team with 4 up here late game.
Oh, look at the spread as well. Yu Yang all the way on the left and the rest 3 players on the right just moving on the edge lines. I don't know if I like this spread, though. If Yu Yang's position gets compromised, that means that 6-8 are going to be in huge trouble. But still, this might just work out if Yu Yang plays this out really safe and keeps his position anonymous. Lamborghini gets spotted. He should be taken care of in no time. And yes, Yu Yang takes care of him. but that means his position now has been revealed to the player of H2G, and if I'm not wrong, it's 7. But here we go. 628 moving quite close to infinity. They have no clue that Newsy is right in the front, but jumper gets taken care of by Yu Yang, and there we go. That's quite an instrumental play by them.
Yu Yang's position, yes, if they do get called out there, you have to assume they're not going to be able to get picked up, but Yu Yang is just putting in the work from that angle, and, well, it's a 3v1.
3v1, 7 has the ghillie suit. Position being compromised, sights being locked onto him. 7 still trying his best to deal a lot of damage. Yu Yang taken down quite low, but the rest 2 players are looking pretty healthy. Yu Yang staying in the back. Decides not to heal this time, but 628, 33T moves in forward, and he's going to seal the deal. And just like that, 628 are going to be your winners in the second game.
Wow, what a Miramar match right there. The mid to late game, nothing but action. 628. Let's go. Represent China, getting that winner chicken dinner here this game. Now, I got to go back though. I know we are talking about them a lot, but Nova Esports, they had a duo, and they were still, in my opinion, able to really put that wrench in the plan of Team Secret, who, quite honestly, they were looking really good this match. And hey, they still did a good job, but you cannot discount if Nova have 1 player alive, if they have 2 players alive, it's a full squad. Order alone is a team to themselves here, so it is something else. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear what the panel has to say about that game.
All right, Dave, getting fancy with the analysis test for the panel. I'm curious to see what you come up with next here. But 628, maybe they're tired of seeing their Chinese brethren team getting victories for themselves or doing well. They want to get some limelight on themselves. Pull up a victory here, very strong indeed. Helps move them up the rankings. And that's a good start for a team who's looking to just edge forward, get a couple of extra hundreds of thousands of dollars in their pocket. But not a bad showing here.
Yeah, I think even Dalshi, we checked the stats, right? He was, what was it, 3rd top fragger in lobby at the start of the day. So it's actually really impressive. They've been pretty silent, but we got the same issue we have, for example, with next Ruya, where it was only Dalshi really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team. Here, actually going for a strong position that typically Nova hold on to with that very famous 2-2 split towards Hacienda del Patron. Execution really well, waited for the late game, and just started pushing out when there was just less numbers. Really good execution.
And something that we saw, it's 2nd place, 3rd place, and 4th place teams that were all out before top 10, which is kind of allowing these teams that weren't really in contention before, they could try to make a push. I mean, we saw how much ST was able to push up with that last chicken dinner. They could make a push for those top 3 situations.
You can see Nova here, 6th place. Yes, that's not great, but they still get 6 and 7 more points ahead of the teams who are trying to catch them. This point gap continues to grow. This goalpost is continuing to be moved. And obviously part of that is due to the man on your screen here, Paraboy, the MVP yet again. Is this the 2nd MVP in a row out of him? He's like, you know what, Order? Get out of here. MVP's mine, son. I'm the star player on this team.
I mean, you know that blue, those blue lines, that's Order, okay? He's still pretty far when it comes to elimination. So, though in terms of overall damage, he's still really high coming out from him. The blue one. The blue one
Blue
there.
line?
Yeah, the blue line. That's Order. And you know that's going to still require a really huge day from Paraboy if he wants to overtake it. It's $10,000, you know, it's a pretty good vacation. Make to a hotel. Get pampered, you know, you'll be fine.
Yeah, get on to the Fairmont Hotel over in Singapore. You can see here the points they do have, though. They have a 62-point lead. 62. I think I said 72 point is I was expecting at the end of the day here. I might go back and revisit this because I don't think I'll be right anymore.
I'm actually cool with my 65, actually. I'm not going to be too far. But the really interesting point in this game that you got to keep in mind is that all the teams that we're looking at here, which are going to be Na'Vi, Nigma Galaxy, and next Ruya, are currently in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, respectively. They all went out before top 10. And while Nova was still able to get a decent amount of points, so that gap is once again increasing. We're starting to get to the point where there's no comeback from
Can we give a special shout out to D Xavier here in 5th place? 0 chicken dinners. Every team around them has one, and yet they're still in 5th. That's pretty damn good here, especially for the team coming in from Vietnam. I mean, if we compare them to Damwon, they're able to really maintain performance they had in the finals of the league stage in East.
That is impressive. I mean, if you look at their placement points, they have more placement points than anybody near them. That means they're being consistent in regards to those placement points. I do want to give another shout out to 628. They were able to jump up to that 6th place, and this is what I was talking about. We've been talking about which team can catch Nova, right? We might be getting to that point now where some of these teams are definitely not going to be able to catch them, and it becomes an issue of some of the other teams that were in 10th place, like 628 was before this match. They're now put themselves within 13 points of 2nd place. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a big gap difference in price pool and something that a lot of teams are going to be keeping an eye on.
was gonna say, Max, you can calculate the prize difference, but I
No,
don't.
I don't want to. I don't want to put him on the spot.
The thing is, right? If you're talking about Nova here and the point that they have, pretty much as long as they just don't go out with 0 points, they're gonna win. That's what they're currently sitting.
Yeah.
at.
I would even go to say, like, we're already halfway done with the day. I would say this next
We're not
game...
halfway done yet. That was only match
we're not... Yeah, I know, but we're almost there.
Okay.
That's the thing.
That's true.
If this next Sanhok game, we do not see any of the teams that are in top 4 below Nova get a good result and Nova having a mid lane or even bad game, I think it'll be over. I don't think you can close that gap already. It seems almost infeasible here.
I think they'll just get closer to my point gap difference. 100 points. That's what I thought it was probably going to be. They're looking to do it. And once again, the craziest part is that Nova still has a fight between themselves. You have Paraboy, and then you have Order. And both of them are trying to clash against each other and see who's going to take that MVP.
Yeah, and the thing is a lot of pride to have as well. If you can beat Paraboy in this, I think for Order, like, that would be phenomenal. And we saw a couple of teams contesting it. We saw Order having the big lead going into the day. But again, Paraboy's continuing to show up here. And if Paraboy, not only is he playing to win, but he's playing to be the MVP. I feel scared for every other team out there.
I have the impression we're going to start seeing Order and Paraboy drop different locations. Like, they're hot dropping each other right now, just contesting early frags. They're just going to like, okay, we're going to take one team each. We'll try and get all the eliminations, but they're fighting for that MVP spot.
They're not even playing, they don't even need to play afraid. I mean, Paraboy almost took Secret on by himself. Like, that's how much confidence they have individually to win fights. They're taking fights uphill, which is already tough to do. Against the teams, the caliber of teams we have, they just have no fear.
It was Team Secret. I think we have to give a shout out to Jumper from Team Secret because even though we haven't really spoken to Team Secret or seen anything from them, Jumper being able to beat the 2 players, right, that are currently in that contention for MVP, that's going to be a confidence boost for this player. And I mean, these teams are still fighting it out for some prize pool, so hopefully we'll see a little bit different. I'm not going to say Team Secret's going to go all the way to top 3. That's not what I'm saying. But it could be maybe a confidence boost to push them to top 10.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be happening. Though, if I do have to bring potentially a negative aspect to the table on that play, I think that Nova could have played that a little bit better on that push onto Jumper. They could have gone for a 2-man push at the same time. They just went in one by one.
Are we nitpicking right now?
Yeah, I am nitpicking. I'm trying to find the small little details. Like, I can go negatively on that aspect. Otherwise, it's 99% good gameplay.
Paraboy should have definitely waited for Order, but they're currently fighting for that MVP, so he wanted to get those elims first.
I'll get it first.
Yeah, we're not happy with them being 60 points ahead. They need to be 160 points ahead, everyone. But the fact is, I mean, they still technically can improve, but obviously we have to be hesitant to, I'd say, to critique them because we don't know the columns going on within the team. We don't know, like, maybe they're feeling really relaxed, right? Maybe they did get pampered at the fair amount. Maybe they don't have to worry too much and they're not playing in that kind of situation where, all right, we need to catch up to this team to win. No, they're just like, as long as we just don't die, we're going to win this whole thing. I can already go to my bank, cash that check right now. I'm already thinking about what do I want to buy? Some new shoes, maybe a nice car, maybe want to help Max out and get him some skins finally in the game. Who knows?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were going to go somewhere completely different with that. But
we're not sending Max to Turkey, no.
I completely agree with you in regards to Nova, just playing a little bit more relaxed. I'm not going to lie, Max. I would love to see Order and Paraboy drop in different locations. And I think what you were trying to go for is mostly Nova trying to do a 4 corners. Are they that confident? Are they that comfortable right now that they can just try to have a player, each player just land in a different spot just for fun?
Maybe the last match.
Maybe the last 3 games, just for the memes.
And then Paraboy's going to land like near Order and like just try to nade him down. You know? So this is my MVP now. Get out of here.
I would just like them to try and nade each other. Like, no, get out of
That's
here.
what we're getting at too now. They're trying to down each other before they get any aliens.
Yeah, Order, take that car and run off. Ba, 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 ba.
Okay.
Well, we're seeing 628 here in the rotations they made. Obviously, they close out the victory here on Miramar. And I mean, what do you want to say about 628's victory? Did it look easy? Look hard? Did they have to fight for it? I mean, still getting the eliminations they got. I think it was like 27 points, I think. Or no, it was 25, right? Because they got 10 eliminations. It was a very strong game, but unfortunately, this team has just been a little bit quiet, but they are moving up the leaderboards. They are securing themselves better positions. And more importantly, they're showing the world that there's not only one Chinese team that's better than you in the likes of Nova. There's 2.
Yeah, and this is the Chinese team that doesn't have this type of experience in PMGC, right? So maybe need a little bit more time to get into the swing of things. And here, actually, it was a very slow-paced game very early on in this match. I think early to mid-game, not much was really happening for them. The moment they had control 7 of that road section that was down south of the Lake Circle, they were gatekeeping almost everyone. I think in particular, Infinity was a team that just could not make it across that road because the hold that was coming through from 628 was just so strong, it's impossible to make that rotation actually happen. And the moment you know you cleared all the south, start going uphill, start taking control, going for the wide splits, and make sure that no one has a living opportunity or chance to take that fight against you. So 6-8, this is the type of finishes that I'd love to see from them. I wish I could see it just a little bit more.
I mean, we might be able to, right? This is a team that already has 2 chicken dinners. They still have, what is it, 4 more games to play. There could be a chance that they're going to see that prize pool getting bigger and bigger. Thanks, my math was great. They're going to see that prize pool getting bigger and bigger as they move up, and they might start changing, they might start adjusting, especially with some of the other teams. I got to call one out. I got to call out Alpha 7. I mean, Alpha 7 right now, they're having to, they might not even make it to top 10. Yeah, do Brazil not making it to top 10. And when we talk about that, like, remember what we were saying with GodLike, how we were hyping up GodLike, okay, maybe they're going to be able to make it to top 10. Alpha 7 might be putting themselves in a situation where they might not make it to top 10.
I feel like for maybe Alpha 7, and I mean, this can sound kind of negative, but it's not really entailed that way. I think being in Brazil, sometimes with the performance they've had over the course of the year in PMPL Brazil, it becomes like an echo chamber for them. They kind of think they're the best team in the world, and they kind of have a wake-up call. But speaking of wake-up calls, we're going to head over to Singapore here, and we have an interview with Tixi with Charmaine. Take it away, and let's hear what Tixi has to say.
Hello from Singapore for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals. I'm Charmaine E, and oh my gosh, I wish you could feel the excitement, the exhilaration. And with me now, we have Navi. We have, of course, Tixi from Navi. Hi, good to see you. A big hello to all your fans internationally. A few questions for you. The Grand Finals is only 4 matches away from ending, and looking at the standings, you are within striking distance of the championship. With that in mind, what preparations did you make coming into today?
Всем привет. У нас осталось последние 4 игры до окончания всего матча. Как вы думаете подготовиться ментально к последним 4 играм? Думаете ли вы поменять стратегию?
Нет, мы не планируем менять стратегию. Будем играть также от края, и мы планируем занять топ-1. Не будем смотреть таблицу до последнего матча. На последнем матче посмотрим, и если нужно будет, на кого-то упадем, и, возможно, у нас получится выиграть. Мы рассчитываем на 1-2 строчку.
We are planning to be on the 1st or the 2nd place. We are not going to look at any tables and the results. We are just focused totally on our games, and we are not going to change any of our strategies. We are on our way.
That was actually going to be my next question, which is, after the last match, will you be making changes? So no changes?
Yeah. Вы не думаете менять никакие стратегии еще?
Нет, мы будем играть так же, как и играли все 12 матчей.
We will be playing the same as our previous 12 games.
All right, sounds good. Final question, because I know you want to get back to it. Which team do you think will pose the greatest threat to your chances today?
Какая команда самая большая проблема для вашей команды? Как вы думаете?
Думаю, что Nova, они на протяжении турнира очень стабильно отыгрывают и отыгрывают до последнего матча. Они также играли очень стабильно на лиге, но у них там чуть-чуть не пошло, они заняли 4-ю или 5-ю позицию.
As it's seen, the Nova, they are playing very stabilized and on their way. They were also the first in their previous game, but unfortunately they take the 4th place on the previous leagues. But here they are going more better and stabilized.
All right, well, all the best of luck from all of us here in Singapore. Otherwise, sending all the love back to the analyst desk. Thank you so much for joining us here in Singapore. We have Tixi from Navi.
Oh, it's just me. Okay. Hey, they're
waving alone, Jason.
Contractually obligated time here to be on air. It's actually great to hear about Tixi, and obviously get to hear that Nova is their biggest threat. But to be fair, I think we kind of assumed it. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just thinking about Singapore.
I know what you're thinking about. You're thinking about OnePlus, actually. Funny enough, 7, it's actually our sponsor here at PMGC. You guys can unlock victory with the OnePlus 9 Pro with its ultra-smooth gaming and its 90 FPS. And you guys never have to settle when using a OnePlus. And obviously, that's what Nova are using here, because they're decimating everyone out there. And Paraboy in particular is like, you know, I'm not settling for 2nd place MVP. He's going to unlock victory, and he's going to take it himself. Yes. I do
That's
miss
some
having
good
you and
analysis.
Clarus there staring at the phone next to me, and then Clarus doing like weird faces as well. But also big shout out to Singtel here, our carrier over in Singapore, providing ultra high speed network with 2 times lower latency. They're helping the event out as well. It's a big sponsor. What was that?
I don't know, speed? I don't know.
Are you the Flash?
Yeah, I was trying.
All right, well, we'll zip on out of here. We'll quickly head on over to a break while we see what other characters and superheroes Max can pretend to be. And we'll see you guys in just a few moments here. Your hands are in the way, Max, for match 3.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, take. Yay! Oh, can you see how many flowers are there on mine? Go! Yay!
Yay! Bungalow Ponggel! Bungalow Ponggel! Bungalow Ponggel! Welcome to Ponggel. Thank you.
Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles, show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me.
I be the man, back to the battle, the last man standing. Who would have thought that I had what it takes? With the whole city on my shoulder, going crazy. Back to the pub, and keeping the G. Victory lap, on the ride with the team. Stay good sport and smoke with the E. Aim for the high score ring, I'm gone.
PMGC 2021
Grand Finals.
Grand Finals.
Grand Finals.
To glory.
To glory.
To glory.
We are back and about to hit the halfway point here at PMGC 2021, and it is our final day here of the Grand Finals. And at the end of the day, we're going to have our champion, our best team in the world, and they're going to be $1.5 million richer. And at the moment, Nova are currently sitting in that position to do exactly that. I got Maxman, Several Worlds Gaming as well here on the desk to join me, Jason Kaplan, as we break all this down. And so far, Nova have looked just as good as the last 2 days, making it even more difficult for all the other teams out there to catch up to them. But we are seeing some teams start to stand up here. Stalwart Esports in match number 1. We saw 628 here in match number 2. So we had 2 STE teams taking victories. Will it be a third? Well, only time will tell here. But we talked about marriage, right? Not in the terms of proposing and getting engaged to the love of your life. We're talking about the marriage between elimination points and placement points. And right now, Nova are in a very sweet spot.
They definitely are. I mean, Max, this is something that we've been asking. And another thing I want to mention, this team it's scary in a way that they just keep on improving every year. If I remember right, last year.
Say what now? I think that has been a little bit
right, because if that's in the on Sanhok, sorry, I didn't notice that. This is on Sanhok only. That is actually insane. Noticing, because we've only had 2 Sanhoks being played, and I didn't realize Nova was doing that well in ranking points.
That's actually really scary, right? Because I mentioned it. This is the game where I'm going to say that they are. The chances for some of the teams in our top 4 is going to be gone after this game, and the fact that Na'Vi are not able to perform that well, we saw like 1 average placement point on this map. If they go out early here and Nova have another good performance with an average placement point for Nova of, what was it, 10.5 there?
Yep.
It might be GG for Na'Vi to get to that first place. Still, of course, there's that fight and that battle for second place, but first place is just going to be lost in this game. So we need to see them try and get a good result here, which they haven't been able to do just yet.
Not even just from Na'Vi. I want to see a better result from just all of those 2nd to 4th place teams, because now they're giving that, we were mentioning it earlier, they're giving a chance for other teams to just close that gap. And pretty soon, I'm going to put it out there. I think we're going to start seeing some of the teams that we really haven't seen in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. I think they're going to start getting replaced. We haven't really seen next Ruya in such a long time. We haven't talked about them since yesterday. What happened in Frozen? We saw the performance from Frozen yesterday slowed down so much that it affected next Ruya. So that question still, I mean, it was answered that no, next Ruya is not able to perform if Frozen is not performing. We need to see Frozen. We need to see next Ruya again if they want to maintain themselves within that top 3 situation.
Is that your team to watch next Ruya?
It's not.
Oh,
it's mine.
Well, that's my. Hey, we can make 7 jealous. Woo. No, I'm not doing that with you. I'm just kidding. I'm just thinking at the end of the day.
I'll just go back to Turkey. I get
for
it.
me and you, next Ruya. Now, Max, I'll say why I'm saying next Ruya is basically what someone pointed out. The fact today they have not performed. They have not looked good, and they could be slipping from 2nd to 3rd, from 2nd to potentially like 5th, 6th, 7th place here at this rate. And that's the difference between hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Normally I would come in with my own point, but it's actually the same thing as 7. We got the same reason behind it, because they've just not been really performing today, and we need to see them get back into things, because otherwise, I mean, they're currently standing in, what is it, 3rd place, just above Nigma Galaxy. They need to get a good result, because now we're starting to get to a point where lead is going to be extremely hard to close in the next 3 games that will remain after this Sanhok, so they need to get a performance here. If it's just a top 3, I'll be happy. A win would be even better.
I agree with that, but it's not next Ruya. It's going to be my pick. It's going to be Alpha 7. And kind of along the lines of what you guys were saying, it's just a team that just hasn't been performing. Usually in Sanhok, so far this tournament, they have averaged about a 9th place finish and only 4 elims. That is not the stats that I'm used to seeing from Alpha 7. Hopefully they'll be able to step it up here. Yesterday they had an amazing rotation, but for some reason they decided to play bumper cars in a location where you shouldn't be playing bumper cars. So maybe they'll be able to learn from that and readjust.
All right, real quick, I'm going to switch it up on you two. Predictions of who's going to win this match.
Next Ruya.
Next Ruya.
Nova.
Nova. Okay, I mean, you have the realistic answer. I can pretty much agree with you there. I want to hope for Infinity, but you know one thing I don't have to hope for of who's going to be coming up next on your screen. It's going to be Mustache Dave and Necro once again to cover Papa Blue and the story on Sanhok.
Third game of the final day, Dave. And, well, one question that's really bugging my mind is what happened to Alpha 7 and Dawn 1 Gaming in that previous game?
Let it go. Man, all right, chat. Respect to you. I get it. I underestimated Dawn 1 Gaming. They did win the East Finals for a reason. But I'm from the West Side, man. West Side, best side. So I gotta go. And 7, hey, we heard right there. 7 had the same prediction for this game. We gotta represent, man. Alpha 7. You gotta show up. And honestly, after that play, I hope they just ignore what happened. Don't even think about it. Just come into the Sanhok map with the bigger picture on their mind, and that's getting that winner chicken dinner. Right now, it is critical for teams who are not performing well to not get tilted. So let's see what will happen. We're officially halfway done with today after this game, and well, Clutch got up close and personal, looking for a fight with the double barrel shotgun.
Clutch got not able to live up to his name. This time not able to clutch the situation out. 2-on-1 falls down. Clutch God gets traded out easily. Duke and Machine confirming the kill. But yeah, what I really noticed was really cool was the circle. Now it's divided equally on those 3 islands. And I do want to see where the circle is going to be shifting. Now, if the circle shifts on top left, that means SIXTWOEIGHT and Na'Vi are going to be having a huge advantage inside the game, and they can try and hold off all the teams that will try and cross over the other side. But if the circle shifts on the right side, that means Stalwart Esports are going to be causing a hell of a ruckus. So I do want to see where the circle is going to be shifting. But now we have Z-God closing in some distance on Fenerbahçe.
Yeah, it looks like GodLike looking for some revenge play out here, looking to possibly take out Fenerbahçe. I see Jonathan in the back lines too, so they're looking to get the 3-way pinch going right here. Fenerbahçe, they are prepared. You know, they're aware of what's about to happen. We see them prone. They got the Vector. They got the Uzi. So they got some weapons that are really good up close and personal. So really, if GodLike, if they vault through his windows, they're going to need to be careful.
Yeah, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 3rd game of the final day. That means after this game, half of the day is already going to be concluded. That means after 3 games, champion will be announced. And for now, it's looking pretty clear who's probably going to be it. But yeah, GodL trying to push against Fenerbahçe, and Fenerbahçe holding their nerves with the guns. They're not really giving their position away just like that. GodL, on the other hand, though, they're getting impatient, and they do want to take him out. They do smell the blood, but I do like the way Neo challenged this fight. Went a little bit in the back. Z-God, though, does realize both the players are just trapped inside the house, but Z-God finds an opening. Grabillion gets taken out. Z-God push comes in through, but runs out of bullet, needs a fresh magazine, and Evil gets some, but Duke and Machine as well gets taken care of. Z-God, easily able to take care of these 2 players.
Punch him out.
Is he going to punch him out? Is he going to punch him out?
Punch him out. He's going to try to punch him out. And the thing is, with Fenerbahçe, they can't really respond to this because that duo, they're pretty much by themselves because Fenerbahçe, their other 2 squad mates that were still alive are completely opposite of each other. Look at this. We got Noxbomb at Dock, so they're just so far away that it's just impossible to provide that support. And it looks like one of them actually tried to swim across the channel to get there in time, and they were also spotted, tagged, and bagged. So Noxbomb, well, it is Sanhok. So I said it the other day, Sanhok is that map that can really turn the tides when it comes to placement points because of the fact, and you know where I'm going with this, you can heal. You could get all the meds. So if I'm Noxbomb right here, I'm going to every building, every compound. I'm looking underneath every single bush, every single car, and I'm picking up the meds, and I am planning to just heal my butt off to at least a 5th to 4th place, get those 6 placement points, those 8 placement points, and just try to help the team out in general when we look at the overall leaderboard.
Now, Furious Gaming has to be one of those teams that has been making quite a lot of changes in the roster, right? They just keep on making those switches happen. Big Milo for Triggers in, but the problem is inside this game, we didn't even get to see him in action. Got taken out quite early, so don't really know if that was a good decision or not, but Furious Gaming left with only 2 players alive, Fenerbahçe with only 1, and then you have GodLike with 3 players. Now, me personally, I'm from India, coming inside the tournament, coming inside the grand finals. I was so excited to see GodLike But still, as I mentioned, in the end of the day, even if they're top 10, that's going to be quite huge.
Yeah, and right there, couple of elim points, 3 to start off this Sanhok Carrillo. Cooking a grenade, tossing a grenade. Oh, little shy of the mark here. 4 rivals turtling up right here, anticipating a potential push from Alpha 7, looking for that redemption from last game's push.
There we go, though. Revo's nade is going to be opening things up over here. And this is going to be opening quite a lot of opportunities for A7 to make the push happen. But again, this shouldn't be the Dom1 Gaming thing just repeating itself. A7 should be a little too cautious. They're using the utilities perfectly to try and flush out 4 rivals from this comfortable spot they've gotten themselves in. 4 rivals taking things quite safe, and A7 seems like they're going to back off.
Yeah, Senetexa really far from this fight, also not able to provide that support similar to what we saw from Fenerbahçe in that last push. So I think after last game's Dom1 failed attempt to claim that compound for themselves, they realized, okay, we do not want to risk it. Currently 10th place overall. If they were to lose 1 or even 2 members this early on Sanhok, that will set them back big time. So I like the call.
These are how those 2 players got taken out for Furious Gaming. Unfortunate start for them. But again, one of those teams that is all the way in the bottom of leaderboards. Dave, I really do feel like the next 3 games that are about to come, they're going to be really interesting. Because I feel like the next 3 games, this is where the final teams might just start playing spoilers.
Oh, it's going to be intense. It is going to be intense. And Xavier, okay. Looking to push into paradise. Look like S2G, we're all prone. Just looking at the doorways. Silas, though, UMP, yep. Look at this. S2G are setting up a trap, and, well, the trap is strong. We're able to knock out one of the squad mates from Xavier.
S2G, as you mentioned, Xavier straight up walking into the trap. Lamborghini, though, trying his best to reply back. At this point, the fallen man will be confirmed. And yeah, Lamborghini, as the speed of Lamborghini, just falling back.
Dude.
Punch out. Punch out. Uh-oh. Salt on the injury.
The 1-2. So real quick, I want to touch on that 3-man push from Alpha 7. I feel like if they would have, and I'm going to keep talking about it a little bit. I feel like if they would have wiped out, oh, look at this. Yeah. I feel like if they would have wiped this fight right here, they would have had to push 4 rivals. Because they did not win that fight, I feel like that here, and that's why we see them pulling back and not playing that aggressive play style that we're used to seeing from Alpha 7, at least from the West League.
Sung just played that situation so perfectly in Miramar
Junie too.
Against Alpha 7.
Junie juked them from the second story, popped out the window and vaulted through instead of going down the stairwell.
Junie was more kind of like the distraction, and Sung was just set up for like MVP play, and he did so in that fight. So Junie overall as well, doing a perfect job. And Sung from the back just striking and taking each and every single player down single-handedly. But yeah, now Na'Vi, another one of those teams. As I mentioned, every single team on the map currently is just waiting for the next circle shift, where the next circle shift is going to be heading towards. If he goes on the top left island, as I mentioned, 6-8 are going to be in a huge advantage.
Huge, man, huge. And Na'Vi getting a lot of spotlight here today because they are in second place. They are Nova. They're just being so consistent. You know, even if they get 1 or 2 of their squad mates taken out here early to mid game, they still are just a force to be reckoned with when it comes to those elim points. So they are doing a great job at just maintaining here today.
Yeah, no one without a doubt, man. It's like all the time they're able to get the stellar positioning inside the game. At this point, I just want to know what exactly goes on. Well, like, what kind of comms do they do? Team comms and everything. Just want to know what exactly goes on inside the brain. All right, sure.
Team
comms,
go ahead. Order's alive. You know what his teammates are saying? You're just better. You're better. You're better. And they're telling Order that in his ear, and Order's just pushing up with the grenade. Order got a double grenade onto Team Secret last game that we saw. Now, of course, Jumper was able to defend that shack phenomenally, really clutching it out. But those are the team comms. The team comms right there. You're better. You're better. Ooh. You got this. You got this. So I love to see it. And Well, getting into this game, next Ruya, I believe the desk were kind of talking about how they have been slipping down the leaderboards here today. Any thoughts on that from your perspective?
Yeah, honestly, next Ruya, the consistency factor seems kind of like slowly and steadily it is fading away, but still, they have tied up against Na'Vi. 131 points for both these teams, and this game is going to mean quite a lot. Because as I mentioned, after this game, that means half of the day is already going to be concluded. And that means the rest 3 games are going to be complete chaos and insanity. So this game is where next Ruya, they can either go for those heal battles, as you like to mention it, and then either Na'Vi as well can try and do that and go for those easy and safe points, while the other 3 players are just trying to gain those elimination points.
Yeah, Jimmy on the scooter. That's one player you need to watch out for here on Sanhok. Jimmy on a scooter.
Oh,
that takes Jimmy
that's
to
deadly.
That next level. Yeah, that is deadly. Yeah. I would not want to be anywhere near a Jimmy on a scooter. Talking about the heal strats, well, maybe Nigma Galaxy, maybe GodLike. Maybe those 2 teams, I'm pointing them out because they are all the way down there in the south still, looking for some additional bets, in my opinion. And these are teams that we might see them actually get this heal going, but let's see. This is going to be an indicator. Will Jonathan take these shots? If Jonathan does not take these shots, to me, Jonathan wants to heal this game. But, okay. Freak. Okay. Well, position cup. Knock out Freak, but there's Moody up there on the high ground. And yes, Jonathan was, well, turned on and taken out. So I don't know if that was worth it, man.
Yeah, Hamoudi just turns around and slaps him right on the face. Got taken out of the game. Now, Freak, but still, got to say, Jonathan was able to at least get 1 man out. But the separation from GodLike, not a big fan of that. Neo, again, separated out from Clutch from Z-God. Kind of unhappy about that. But yeah, Z-God was able to wipe Fenerbahçe out of existence, so that's pretty good. They still have 4 points on the table. And they can try and go for a little bit of survival game as well if they do want to have more points on their hand. As I mentioned, the goal is top 10.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's concerning to me right there. I definitely feel like Jonathan could have let that one slide and just focus on getting these placement points here instead of getting a little too thirsty and trying to get a elim point. I don't know. I mean, Sanhok's the game. Sanhok is the game. Is the map that you can definitely heal to win. I'm a true believer of that.
Yeah, Sanhok is definitely one of those games where they can try and go for those kind of shenanigans, but still, Nigma Galaxy haven't rotated inside the zone yet. They're one of those teams that are going to take a leave pretty late. Have all 4 of their players alive in the game. I'm pretty sure Nigma Galaxy has to be one of those teams that are going to be going for those heal battles.
And look at that. They got the pickup on Freak.
Oh,
so those shots were for nothing. Those shots were for nothing. Next zone goes up, though. So talk about being for something for nothing. Look at that. I mean, a hard shift pretty much all the way up there to the north. The Infinity, strong position right now this game.
6-8. 1 man gets caught out in the open. Looking pretty tricky. Moves out from cover, and Scream is going to capitalize onto it, and now is looking to confirm the kill. But still, is not going to be able to do so. Just a little knockout. He has to be satisfied with that. Scream instantly backs off, not being a little greedy, not being too greedy in that situation. But yeah, Furious Gaming, they only have 2 players to work with, so at this point, it's either a do or die situation, or you can just try and play a little safe.
Play a little safe here. Silas Pugh, one of the most aggressive players from S2G right here. Catching some angles, the TPP. Spotting out some enemies out there, and Don Juan cruising over this bridge. They are going to be towards the south here, not in the play zone, so they're looking to reposition. Miku, though, yep, looking for them, waiting for them to go for that swim. Once when they're in the water, easy pickings, and looks like Miku's going to wait for at least 2 of the members to be in the water here. Oh, he's also providing support for his teammates who are currently swimming across the channel as well. So they are playing a crucial role to the success of the trio trying to make it onto the land here.
Yeah, Meku is like just staying in the back. If there's a little threat, he's given a lot of visual info for the team. So now the team knows there's another team right on the right side, so they can always try and play a little safe from that. But Don Gaming, a proactive nature, helps them quite a lot in these situations. Forrest right on top. But we do have Meku from the back as well, trying his best to make it hurt. Matic in the close. Forrest gets spotted from the back, and he's taking a lot of shots, and his 4 rivals knocking on doors of Down One Gaming.
Oof, Maddox still
no,
in
son.
the water, man. He doesn't want to pop up. He doesn't want to pop up. He can't pop up because once when he goes onto the shorelines, he might get spotted. And all those gunshots ringing on out now. 4 rivals going to be looking right on top of him.
4 rivals, yeah, as you mentioned, they joined a third party. Actually, 4 rivals has huge high ground over here in this fight. Na'Vi, though, still a little safe, so they're going to be going for the res on the fallen man. Tixi. Down One Gaming still has another one man alive on the right side, and Na'Vi, I feel like, is not going to be a huge threat for Na'Vi. So Na'Vi, of course, as I mentioned, they're tied up in next Ruya. They already have 2 points on their pockets, so that means Na'Vi are now in second place officially. But still, they will need to try and maintain it, gaining a lot of points inside this game.
Well, it's about to be sweaty, man. 15 minutes into this match, we still got 15 teams alive here. Fenerbahçe, unfortunate for them, one of the first teams to get taken out here. Down to just 1 after that engagement with Na'Vi. So, gotta say, Na'Vi definitely coming out on top of that one. Next zone does go up, though, just touching a smidge of paradise. And Infinity all the way up there to the north, a huge position for them.
Yeah, Infinity definitely having a huge position. That's going to mean quite a lot. There's a little separation. It's a 3-1 split. Melo was in the back, but I do see him retreating back towards his teammate. Logan as well, just having the high ground, making sure no one's crossing over the bridge. But 628 is making their way slowly and steadily on the other island. And Infinity will need to try and stop 628 if they're not going to do so. 628 winning that previous game, they're already having their morals boosted up quite high.
That's true, but I'm still looking at the Infinity. Like, this is a team mid-pack right now when we're looking at the overall leaderboards. With this zone shift, they have a lot of potential to really try to capitalize on getting some solid sight lines and getting a lot of elim points, especially like you mentioned, 628 now looking to reposition out there on that west side. But over here, one of the main focal points, all the teams using boot camp to try to safely rotate into zone. I'm counting at least 4 to 5 different teams in this area alone, Necro.
Oh no, but I also do see Down One Gaming striking from the back and taking out a player of Na'Vi, and Meku is the man this time. Gets taken out from the back. Unfortunate stuff for them. And it was Fabian from Down One Gaming. That one little man alive, that one snake alive from the back is going to strike in, and Na'Vi now being handicapped big time. Tixi, the only man left alive in the front, has so huge burden on his shoulder.
Yeah, with that said, I'm kind of surprised. 4 rivals kind of running out here in the open. Their backs exposed here. Oh, look at Tixi, though. Tixi is prepared to take out Fabian. Let's see Tixi with the UFP popping up. Fabian taken out for that revenge here. And Navi's still going to be alive with some elim points to continue trucking forward.
Look at GodLike. 2 players alive in the game. Still Z-God has a lot of threat in the front. But Nova, I'm going to hold on to my words. Finally finding an opening on the next Ruya. Next Ruya had all 4 of their players alive, but finally now one being found frozen as well, being knocked out. These are 2 huge players being taken care of this early in the game. Next Ruya, they're going to sweat in the late game.
Yeah, and that's bad for next Ruya because they're down to just a duo. You know, that's bad for Na'Vi as well, down to just a solo. Every single game that Nova show up to the mid to late game with their numbers advantage is bad for everybody else trying to climb up and overtake them for that $1.5 million. So we'll get back to that because Stalwart Esports, they are pushing up. They are all grouped together down there in the south.
Frankie, again, just making it hurt for next Ruya. Next Ruya are not having a sigh of relief. They're being shot at from all the different angles, and now Vincere as well knocking on their doors. But guess what? This time, Noah losing out to 2 players. Jimmy and King fall down, and Hita is the man putting in a lot of work against Noah.
And this is against next Ruya, too, that team in 3rd place. Yes, they did get taken out right there, but still, being able to play spoiler to your enemy here in 1st place for that $1.5 million, that's huge. Oh, Na'Vi taken out too, though.
Yeah. Na'Vi are going to be on the 2nd place. So, oh man, I can already imagine the next 3 upcoming games are going to be absolute insanity. But yeah, for now, 628 having the high ground inside the zone over here, but they will need to leave it soon. That means leaving in high ground, they will have to move out in the open, and that's where problems are going to start knocking their doors.
23.
I do see Stalwart Esports as well trying to swipe their ground up in the front just to try and move inside the zone.
So I think Nigma Galaxy have 23 first aids. They are in 4th place right now. If they can try to heal up and overtake next Ruya, that's a lot of money going their way if they can continue to maintain those points moving forward in those next 3 games like you mentioned. So let's go. The heal strat on Sanhok. That's what I want to see. Nigma Galaxy pulling that one out here.
Honestly, personally, I don't really like to see a heal battle. But yeah, I mean, for consistency for teams, it's definitely one of the best choices out there for consistency. And Parabol as well is left out in the wall of death, so he's also taking quite a lot of damage. Silas Pew behind this little rock is just getting bombarded down and he's barely surviving on a sliver of health. He needs to start patching himself up. S2G, Silas Pew is the only hope left alive. And he is patching himself up. He is bandaging himself up, but this time he gets shot in the back and it's Infinity taking out that man.
Yeah, Lamborghini was trying to cook that grenade to perfection before tossing it, just wasn't able to do so. And man, Infinity have been just clutching out these zones. Let's see if they can defend because they are getting pushed right now from all angles. Next circle does favor them once again too. So Infinity, they just have to defend. Not only that, they have a duo that's in hard cover. They have a compound to work with.
Oh, finally. So many nades being utilized just to take down that one single man. Z-God outside the zone, healing himself up, trying his best to make it inside the zone. But at this rate, the chances are looking pretty slim. I don't think so Z-God's going to be surviving the amount of damage the zone's dealing onto him, unless if he has a lot of first aids to work with. But I don't think he has a lot of them. Definitely. But Team Secret over here, just moving out on the edges of the zone, hugging the wall of death. And Fredo, I do like what they're trying to do here, but Infinity are going to be having their arms open for Team Secret.
Newsy looking to try to pop in that Ronnie and group up with their teammates.
Oh,
like
no,
you said, though, Team Secret trying to wrap around that west side and use that hard shift angle to their advantage of the zone. Trying to assume that it's going to be safe and clear, but Tootie, with the spray down. Look at this little lean peek right here.
Oh, Toonie able to get those points. And now Stalwart Esports as well, including Team Secret. Fredo left with not a lot of HP to work with, and well, the wall of death will take care of him. And Infinity, they're looking so good.
Necro, look what's happening. Nigma Galaxy.
19 first aids.
Yes. When I pointed this out, there were 10 teams alive. So if they were to get taken out in 10th place, that's 1 placement point. But because they utilized the healing strategy, they went from getting only 1 placement point to a guaranteed 12 placement points. And you're going to sit there and tell me you don't like the med strat on Sanhok? You're crazy, man. You're crazy. This is it, man. At its prime.
4 teams
to go
is good.
from 10th to 2nd? Come on, man.
Yeah, 4 teams is definitely really good, right? To keep that consistency factor going. And Rauf, with having a lot of first aids to work with, we're going to be here for a while. Infinity, though, finally, I'm really happy to see Infinity win this game because we had to talk about how Infinity isn't really able to show themselves up, and finally now able to show themselves up on the board. This means maybe there's a little chance for Infinity to maintain that top 5 place after this game.
I'm happy for Nigma Galaxy because I think coming into this game, they were 4th place with next Ruya and Na'Vi getting taken out towards that mid-game. This might be the game that they overtake him or at least close that gap to make it even more possible in the next 3 games to really try to get as much money as possible. So Meds, man, Meds, this could be the play that gets 600K. That might be able to get them $300,000. Like this play alone might have just netted them 200K at the end of the day. I don't know. We'll find out. Of course, we still got 3 more games to go, but this is huge for them.
Yeah, this is definitely huge, man. As you mentioned, going for the consistency play, Nigma Galaxy are going to be getting those 12 placement points in their pockets. But yeah, Infinity overall, though, I gotta say, they really needed this. They did realize it's the 3rd game of the final day. This is where we throw the ball. If we're not able to do so, it's a do or die situation for us. But what I really want to find out is that after this game, are Infinity going to be shooting themselves up to top 5 or not?
Maybe. Look at this dude. He's just full-blown concentrated on hitting that meds at the right time. Med down. He's looking out there. He's like, well, boys, This might have been the play that got us 200 extra K at the end of the day. So GG's the Infinity. Like you said, they played this one nice too. Yes, they did get a couple zone shifts in their favor towards that mid to late game, but they also held down a compound as a duo and flexed out their other duo to make sure nobody can wrap behind them and surprise them from that west side. So they were definitely proactive this game, and you got to give it to them.
Gotta say, man, the patience as well that Infinity showed in the previous game of Sanhok were quite huge. Infinity overall, they totally deserved this, and they desperately needed this as well, Dave.
What a game. 9 elims. GG. And that's Sanhok right there. We got 3 Sanhoks here of the tournament. Now we got 3 more games to go. That's going to be the deciding factor. Of course, we'll be joined with John and Blake. Any final remarks, though, from you, Necro?
Nothing much, man. I just want to see the final 3 games, honestly.
Final 3 games. Let's go. Get pumped up. Get that popcorn. Let's head over to the analyst desk.
Thank you, Hugh Hefner and Mustache Dave, as we have closed out our 3rd match of the day. That means it's our halfway point of our final day of play here in Infinity. I mean, I talked about it before we started the entire event. They're super consistent when it comes to Sanhok, but shoutouts to Nigma Galaxy here. They won Sanhok day 1. They get a 2nd place here. Like, they get a lot of points. As you heard Dave saying, that might be the difference between $200,000.
Yeah, we saw the rise of the heal-off strat all of this year, actually, and well, if you don't like it or if you like it, it doesn't really matter, because you might just win for Nigma Galaxy an extra 450,000 between that 4th and 2nd place, just able to overtake potentially Nova, sorry, not Nova just yet, that's a little bit too far, sorry, Na'Vi and also next Ruya.
Spoilers, did you read the script already?
Nah, not yet, but it is possible. So the heal-off strat, I mean, it works out, you get consistent point every single time. Nigma Galaxy, they found the secret source and it works out every single time almost.
It definitely does. The only thing that kind of concerns me, right, is just the amount of LMs. This is like a consistency thing with them. When they won, they ended up with 8 LMs. This one, they ended up with 2. And yesterday, they ended up with 3 LMs in Sanhok. So they might be getting the placement points, but I still feel like they need to work out with their LMs.
Just to show you, Nova 9th place, Na'Vi 13th, and Extra at 14th. So Nova still keeping a lead over 2 out of the 3 teams we're trying to chase against them, meaning it's even more difficult now with 3 matches left to go to see Nova be surpassed. But Frankie 007, not gonna be the first time we see him as an MVP here, 7?
It's definitely not. I mean, he was actually in contention, if I'm not mistaken, Mass. He was in contention
He's
to be that MVP, right? Like top 5, if I'm not mistaken?
I think it was top 4, top 5 at one point, and that was down to that Miramar game. We had a huge impact, actually, versus, I think it was Alpha 7 on that finish versus Mafioso. He did some incredible plays on that in that exact game. But yeah, it's good to see DZ. You know, they typically play around that position. They like to enter a little bit late inside of Paradise Resort, but this time actually was Team Secret, and we saw some good plays. Team Secret get involved versus Next Ruya, versus also Nova, I believe, at one point in time it was. So Team Secret, they showed a few sparks this game. It's just a little bit too late to show up, but I'm still really impressed with their game.
And I mean, it's going to help them, right? They're currently in 11th place. We talk about some of these teams wanting to be in that top 10. You definitely don't want to be outside of the top 10. I feel like it's a confidence thing. It's a little badge of honor that you can also put on your Twitter handle for some of the players. And then as we're looking at here, I mean, we do see Nigma Galaxy being able to pass that Na'Vi. You were mentioning Next Ruya. I feel like Next Ruya has just let us absolutely down in a way. Not sure if it's because Frozen's not performing or whatever it might be. They ended up in 14th place with just 1 element. This is the kind of stuff that's just not going to allow you to stay within those top 3.
I have the impression with Next Ruya, I understand what's going on wrong on their side. There's just so many things happening around them, and there are some teams like talking about Na'Vi with their blinders on, where they're just not paying attention to what's happening too much. Here, I think they're paying so much attention to what's happening around them that they're just losing focus on the game, on their position, and it hurts them because they got pushed by, I think it was Team Secret, there was Nova at one point in that fight. I think that if they can take things step by step, would help them a lot to try and remain consistent in these fights.
Yeah, and one thing that might help them maintain being consistent is picking themselves up a 1+9 Pro with its super perfect FPS, 90 FPS. You're going to be getting yourself in-game here. You can pick one up for yourself, and you can also never settle and potentially unlock some victories for yourself on top of things. And obviously, Roof not able to get a victory quite just there, be able to help himself heal off and get that 2nd place finish. Now, there's a couple of numbers in there that I wanted to touch on really quickly, was the fact that Nigma Galaxy, they're 4 points, only 4 points behind in placements against Nova, but they're 60 points behind in total. That means they're 56 points behind in eliminations. They have 40 eliminations. Nova have 96. Maybe they're spending too much time getting pampered at the Fairmont Hotel in Singapore. Have you guys seen some of the players? The pictures they're putting out there make us so jealous. It is cold here in Berlin. They must be enjoying it, and hopefully for them, they booked themselves a little bit of an extra vacation thereafter to reward themselves for their placements here, which obviously the money they're getting, they sure as hell are going to be able to get that pampering in, the 5-star hotel. Maybe us. Maybe we should go take a trip. Let's get all the talent. Let's get Mustache Dave. Let's get Necro.
That'd be nice.
John Allen, Blank. We'll get some extra sunscreen for those two, and we'll head on over.
Jan, are you listening?
Yeah, that would be great. But obviously, as we move on to talk about this, the fact that Nigma Galaxy did shoot up the rankings, but still 60 points difference. 3 matches left. You have to average over 20 points a match, and every time, that's easy, right? But every time Nova score a point, it becomes that much harder.
At least it's remained in the same ballpark, right? It's not like they created a extra 30, 40 point lead in the first 3 games, right? There's still a chance of that happening. We said it right, 20 point every single game if you are currently in that top 4 position. And seeing how inconsistent sometimes those teams can be. Ruya have been inconsistent, Navi's been inconsistent. We're lacking kills from Nigma Galaxy. If they don't improve on those aspects of the game in these last 3 games, I just don't see it happening. It can't happen here.
I mean, and that's 20 points per game, and that's just guessing, right? Not even that. That's just guessing that Nova's going to end up losing every single those matches with 0 points, which I just don't see that happening. Yeah.
So you're basically calling our victor right now, the entire tournament?
Yeah, 100%.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Nova, I don't see any team. They even mentioned it themselves. They're the only thing that's stopping them from getting that championship.
Is themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe the battle we're looking at now in Nova is a battle for the MVP, and Paraboy's been putting his foot forward, but I still don't know who's actually in the lead at the moment because Order did have such a massive lead in terms of eliminations.
But I mean, we have seen Paraboy step it up in a big way, and we haven't even seen Order in any of the MVPs and any of the top players. I feel like Paraboy might. I feel like that race right there might be closer than what we might be thinking.
I think in like match 1, Order had maybe 1 more elimination, but Paraboy was still the MVP because of survival time, because he was the last one remaining.
I think the thing that might make it the Order is actually the MVP at the end of the day is because he had that 2,000 extra damage at the end of day 2. Like 2,000 damage for a race to MVP is huge, and to make up for that for Paraboy, I don't think we've seen enough for him to make up for that 2,000. So last 3 games, if he can get some big, maybe 5 elimination games every single time, then that might be able to allow him to close that gap. But it's too big of a gap that was created yesterday for Order. It's hard to close that one.
I mean, even with that one, we still had the gap between the average survival time, right? I think at the beginning of the day, it was a 30-minute discrepancy between those two. And Order pretty much has to just spawn in and die right away. we would have to see, we would have to see what we were talking about. We have to see Paraboy land to him and be like, hey, hold this for me, please. Thank you.
Oh, no. Yeah, but I mean, the fact is, even besides that, if we obviously can't call a victor just yet the entire tournament. We can't call a champion just yet. Crazier things have happened, though it is looking likely for Nova. The battle then comes into like that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, potentially 5th place position. We saw Infinity. They shot their rankings off that victor into 5th place. There is still a very tight battle in these placings for a runner-up.
And the craziest thing that we've seen right between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place is that those teams continue to keep getting eliminated before we even get to a top 10 situation. I think in the last match, if I'm not mistaken, it was Ruya and Navi that got eliminated before we even got to a top 12 situation. Yes, they were able to get points in regards to elements, but it's just not enough.
Even happened in the Miramar game, I believe. All the 3 runner-ups also went out before top 10 position. That just can't happen anymore. It happens once more, you're out of that race of top 1.
And we are seeing here a little bit of a race for the Infinity to make sure to close out this match. And we can see how wide of a separation they have here as well. I mean, they have 3 players grouped up together towards the west side of the mainland, and that 1 player off very far to the east.
Yeah, not too big of a surprise. It's a pretty nice position. If there are locations that typically teams don't like to drop too much 7 right, it's going to be the northeastern side and also just the eastern coastline, which are not very populated. So if you want to go for some wide splits to get all that loot, spread your wings early on, that is a position to make that happen. But other than that, you just play the northern side. And the cool thing about these positions next to Tatmok is that you've got those little hilltop positions that are not contested, as I said, because not many teams drop there. And you get that vantage point for information. So it makes those rotations from mid to late game even easier.
I feel like a big thing that kind of helped this team get the win as well was how many teams were outside of the zone towards the south. We saw Nova having to do a big rotation where we've been talking about it too, Max. We've been saying, when is Nova actually losing? And it comes down to when, there's no other option where they just have to full send it, and they're more than likely gonna lose that engagement. So I felt like that was a big part of this game, but the Infinity played out perfect for themselves.
Yeah, and also talking about Infinity here, looking at that 2 to split, they were able to play it just gives him so much information once again that I mentioned in his positions, extremely important, but they were making sure that, for example, Furious were trying to breach onto the side, which is, I would say, one of the smartest entry points if you do not have the position that Infinity have in the first place and they're just trying to wrap around, but this 2-2 split enables you to defend that position so well, so Furious Gaming had no chance to make that play work out, and then, I mean, it's Sanhok, you got the heal off, you just got to be like, at the end of Sanhok, I have the impression what you have to do, if you know this heal off, you just got to do an emote dance battle, and that's the play.
That's usually what we end up seeing, right?
I mean,
all those players dancing.
We did see one result, though, on Sanhok. I can't remember which season it was. I think it was season 1 this last year of PMPL, where we had like 3 players left alive for, I think it was like Big, if I'm not mistaken, and they're sitting there dancing and emoting. There was one player hiding on top of the UAZ who took 2 of them down and almost won the game. So, I mean, I agree. I mean, especially if you know it's probably going to be a roof healing off in the blue, you could do it. But the fact is, this is a strategy that obviously Nigma Galaxy were planned for. I think Dave pointed it out. He had like 24 or 26 first aids. They knew they were gonna go for something like that, and it's not the first time we've seen them do this.
Yeah, they still had, what was it? He still had 20 first aids when he was sure he was going to be in second place. I was scared at one point that potentially Infinity was going to be in the last circle, and they were going to be not able to out-heal Rauf because they didn't have the first aids for it. So it's a strat that works. You can't argue with it, and just keep on going, Nigma, because you found the recipe to success.
Yep, it's not the prettiest, but as long as it gets the points, right now they're in second place. They're not complaining.
But more eliminations.
Yeah.
Need more.
Yes.
I mean, if it might not be pretty, but if it wins me $400,000 extra, I'm not going to complain about how it looks.
You're going to take us on a vacation?
I am definitely not going to take you on vacation, but I will take my parents on a vacation.
Oh, that's nice.
And maybe steal their 2 dogs because they're adorable little puppies. But we need to talk about the puppies. We need to talk about what's going to be coming up next. We still have 3 matches left to go until we decide who our champion is here at PMGC 2021. So make sure you guys tune back in after a short break.
Please stay at least 1 meter apart. Work.
Homes are now where we work, learn, and, play? Oops. Homes are where we build spaces
So loud.
to call our own. Power on and beyond with Singapore's most trusted broadband.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
It is time to find out how the rest of our day is going to go. It's the second half of the day, which means we have a change in casters. And of course, we have only 3 matches left to go for teams to catch up to Nova, potentially. As hard as that word is to say, it is how hard it's going to be to overpass Nova. You can see Lord here, though, able to travel pretty far. And Raouf, I'm actually surprised to see him travel that much, considering all he was doing was probably standing in one location healing for about 20-something minutes. But to be fair, right now, Nigma Galaxy gets him up quite a few placings. The problem is that strat will not work for them in the next 3 matches of the day.
Yeah. I think that's the distance traveled for all the first aids to get to him, actually. Combined, I thought it was going to work out. But yeah, it's going to be hard for that strat to work out. So we need to see potentially more eliminations. But we're going to be seeing that overall stats here over here for Erangel. And getting close to 8.7 here for Nova, it's going to be hard to beat, but we need to see Nigma Galaxy. We need to see ourselves also potentially side of Na'Vi, especially get a win on next Ruya, and everyone's getting close to me around. Okay, we need to go back to us. Okay, are they lead? I look at, okay, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, all right, cool. I don't know what that was, Max. But the fact is, that Nova have, what was it, 8.7 average eliminations on this map is ridiculous on Erangel. I mean, the fact is, you're playing against the best teams in the world, but to be consistent at that kind of level is very tough to do. And again, I feel like it really proves the point of, like, Nova have created a legacy for themselves, being one of the best, if not the best teams in China, but the best team in the world.
I agree with you. Quick question, actually, Max. For you, let's start off with you. Who do you honestly think is going to end up taking the MVP in between Paraboy and Order?
I think Order created too much of a gap on that second day, so I would have to go to Order. I don't know if you, you agree? Or
yeah, I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm with you.
I think
just
Order.
Mostly with what you were saying, the damage. I don't think Paraboy, he might be able to get more elims right now.
Survival time.
Yeah, the survival time, being able to survive 30 minutes longer than the other person. If we were maybe halfway through day 2, I would question it. But right now, with only 3 games left, I think Order, it's more than likely going to be taking that MVP, unless we see some Paraboy just go absolutely nuts.
So you both say Order.
Huh?
Yeah. So you both say Order. Well, I'm saying Paraboy then.
I'm looking for your boy Jim. Oh, okay.
No,
let him down.
Jim's next year's Jim's year.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
Last year it was Paraboy's year. This year it's Paraboy's year yet again. I just realized like this doesn't make sense. No, I think Paraboy's gonna come back. I mean, there's still 3 matches to play, right? There still is a chance for him to do so, and we know he's on a tear so far today. But yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting the fact that he's would be potentially able to do it 2 years back to back.
What's crazier is that when you actually ask Paraboy who the best player in their team is, at least going back to the last time I was able to talk to him, he always says Jimmy. He says he is the one that allows us to perform the way we are able to perform. He's the one that puts us in the right locations. He's the reason why this team is so good. So it is interesting. I would love to see some different stats, maybe in regards to support players, and to see how Jimmy is able to pair up in regards to the other players from Nova.
Okay, well, let's maybe get into our teams to watch here, into our 4th match of the day. And Max, I don't think we start off with you often. So 7, let's hear what Max has to say of this team to watch.
You know what? I actually feel the team I went for.
with mine, it's going to be next Ruya. This is a team that's fighting for this top 3. If I'm not mistaken, the last 3 performances, 10th, 14th, and 14th, that's just not going to cut it. They need to start.
Na'Vi, I remembered midway.
Na'Vi, you remembered midway. I went with Nova, actually, for the reason of if they have a good game here, I think they pretty much close out the victory and get themselves the title of our champion. But it's time to head over to our commentators here to kick off the second half of the day. John and Blank, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're excited to get into the final stretch with 3 games left to go to decide the champions. Although, Blank, as the desk were alluding to, it feels like it's foregone at this stage.
It feels like we are now playing for 2nd place, unless Na'Vi can have some more consistency, but I do not see that happening. Just yesterday, 5 out of the 6 matches, Nova were in the top 5, and the match they weren't, 8th place. They really do not drop out of those top spots at all, honestly. And even on Sanhok, yeah, they don't get the most amount of points there, but it really does feel like the fate has been sealed here.
And they were talking a little bit about that MVP race as well over on the desk. And I feel like
if my numbers are correct, there is just no contest. It's Order, just head and shoulders above the rest of Nova right now. Sat on a clean 45 kills in this tournament, which is absolutely nuts. Over 15 games.
All the way Order, honestly. And looking even more deeply into his stats there, if you look at his knocks versus his eliminations, the average is actually quite similar. So for Paraboy, a little bit more different in the sense that he has more limbs, a lot more limbs than knock averages, which to me says the Order is just translating all of his knocks into his own eliminations and doing a lot of this work solo. And I think that's very, very impressive coming from a singular player. We do get this playing path coming from Zaki all the way into Milta at the moment, so teams will have to vie for the context down towards Sanhok military base. Stalwart have been able to make it out pretty easy, though their drop will be made late because of this, but regardless, should be able to start getting looted up fairly soon.
Playing path gonna push people down to the southwest, as you say. People will break out wide. Substitution coming in. Mantoy out, Kid in. For Team Secret, they drop all the way up in Severny. And Nova, they've got two buggies. They're going to split apart. They are just south of Everest right now. Actually fairly close to 628 by the looks of things. On that western edge, just south near that hospital area. Stalwart, they made their way to Novo Infinity, back to basics in Sosnovka military base.
You might think that, you know, buggy surfing looks easy when Nova do it, but the amount of times and the amount of tournaments I've watched where people have tried to buggy surf and get flung off around about 10 meters into the ride is unreal. But it feels like this is becoming more and more of a common trend where the buggy can fit technically 3 players when it shouldn't necessarily be able to. That does really give you a lot of options in the early game, especially when 3 players all drop around one location, only have a buggy in hand. And that's really assisting the early game rotates for Nova to get into position, especially when they have an awkward playing path that starts in Zaki. They want to get down into Gatka as soon as possible. Here they're able to make it happen. So, you won't actually see 628 give them too many problems early on, purely because they're also on the long haul down towards Quarry at the moment. But John, it's really getting towards the end days now for PMGC Grand Finals. Not in the sense it's never going to continue. We hope it always continues. PMGC Grand Finals always a lot of fun. But looking on our right side of the screen, 137, 134 to that massive, gargantuan 197. It really does feel unlikely now.
To me, it is all about that 2nd through 5th place, how much that can change, because blank 2nd place is worth $600,000. 5th place, $90,000. That is an incredible drop-off for a gap of just 8 points between Infinity and, at the moment, Nigma Galaxy. I feel like that is just incredible that we're seeing it this late into the tournament, such a non-distinct top bracket within this table standing. I mean, you've got Xavier on the outside as well. That could be a wild card in towards those top standings. But the money that you earn for those small increments of points is absolutely incredible. It's vast.
It is. I'm going to do Imperium a solid here and shout out, helicopter, helicopter. He's making it happen once again as Carrillo. Got to shout your boy. It has to be. I'm so sorry. But you are right, though. You are right, though. The actual prize pool is a little bit of a big, it's a big part of the tournament, though, especially when we have such a huge prize pool overall, 6 million coming to this PMGC. It was unbelievable when it was announced. It's still unbelievable now. And you say that there's that $600,000 drop into $90,000. Man, I'm saying $90,000 is still a lot of money on the line. So if you get into these top spots right now, you're still going to be going home with quite a big prize pool for yourself, but it does go up massively in increments. And I think Na'Vi would not want to drop that away and let Nigma Galaxy grab that $600,000 when they have been pushing so hard this tournament. And I personally am hugely impressed by this Western team who has gone through a series of changes throughout the year where they didn't look so great. Sometimes it was that massive glimmer of like, whoa, this is a really good team. Come into the West League, do far, far better there. And now here in the PMGC Grand Finals, we are seeing a Western team that not slightly slipped their way up here with generous circle shifts, but a team that has truly fought for it, and that makes me incredibly happy.
but they are still with a little bit left to go. I mean, the most expensive point in the tournament right now is the gap between Na'Vi and next Ruya. 1 point worth 150 grand, right? From 3rd to 4th place is that drop off. So they are definitely not out of the woods.
They're not out of the woods yet. No, absolutely. And I think that for Na'Vi, keeping this up is not necessarily, like you said, just a case of beating out Nigma Galaxy here. It's beating back next Ruya and the Infinity and the DX Xavier. I don't think we've actually really touched on DX Xavier a lot, honestly. And I think that when we were looking at the East League, I'm going to be maybe a little bit bad manners here, but for DX Xavier, there were a fair few times where it did really feel like the circle shifts favored them massively, which allowed them to do so well in the East League finals and East League generally. I will take back those words right now because I think DX Xavier has proved to us that they are a phenomenal team that have what it takes to make it happen, and we just haven't been paying a lot of attention to them because honestly, when you look at the middle packs, you're kind of thinking 7th to 9th. When you look towards the top, you're thinking 1st to 5th. DX Xavier's been kind of sat around that 6th position for a heck of a long time. I think this is a team that could push in these final 3 games, Joe.
I mean, there's such a smooth curve on this lobby distribution, right, that it's very possible for basically any team still at this point to make massive gains in terms of their earnings overall. I mean, even Fenerbahçe, it's reasonable to think that they could jump up to 13th, earn themselves an extra, what is it, like 6 grand towards the bottom of the table. So there is still potential for movement all over this lobby.
Hugely, hugely. And that's what we like to see when we come to a global stage, is that just nice curve that goes down. Unfortunately, and I mean, I think Jason tried to say it, and I think that I will agree with him, is that, you know, Nova is one of the best teams in the world, but I will go one step further and just say that they are the best team in the world. They have been since last year, and it really does feel like when they come into these East League finals, etc., you know, they're just qualifying for the PMGC Grand Finals, and then they get here and they're like, all right, boys, let's win. Like, what matters to them right now is that trophy of the Grand Finals, and it's a huge accolade to have.
No, absolutely. It's incredible to be able to put up back-to-back performances like this. I mean, especially coming in, you know, from 4th place in the East League as well, right? They still managed to get, I think, like something around $60,000 or something in that sort of region from that. But that's going to pale in comparison to what you get just from being so strong. And from Order's performance, I mean, if nothing else, he deserves that top spot.
Absolutely. And let's talk about East League finals as well, because that was kind of a wild card, in which case Damwon Gaming just had a surge of power that came through the electrical circuit, which sent them straight to the top. And I don't think Nova's had to fight for those top spots for a very long time. They're usually in this position right here, where they are a clear chunk of points ahead of anyone else, and it's playing catch up mainly for these other teams. Max has talked about a fair few times as well, is that, and I think 7-2, honestly, is a case of you have to hope that Nova goes out 16th, 12th place for the next 3 games. Even have a hope in hell. But is that going to happen? The boys said it best on the desk. No, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense, actually, when you say no.
Yeah.
No, fair enough. I think it's, as I said towards the start, it feels fairly foregone, and the battle for 2nd place is raging a little bit further down the tables. I'm thinking, what is the difference? You know, why are they coming into these things so strong when they haven't always been in the top in their respective regional plays? You know, they have been challenged, if nothing else. What is it? Is it this change of introducing the Western teams that gives them that little bit of strength? You know, whilst the West is strong, it changes the dynamic pretty significantly. And could that change affect their performance in a positive way? Does it give them things to use, tools in their arsenal that they maybe didn't have against those East-style lobbies? And maybe it's that stylistic difference that is giving them such strength.
I will give one last point here before I get right back to the game and start analyzing these positions, etc. Because for me personally, I think for Nova, obviously coming from PEL and then coming to here when you're playing on, you know, PUBG Mobile Standard, right? This is a case of, for me, a change in performance over time, which is because of practice and playing with these teams, understanding their play style. And I think that if there's any team that improves the quickest, I know we always give out these improvement awards towards the end of the tournaments, Good fight here from GodLike for once. This is really, really strong. Coming out on top. Damwon obviously taking some good shots between them earlier on in this tournament. Junie, clutch factor.
He's got Sung as well. Junie and Sung, a devastating duo. Damwon with some of the strongest crossfires in buildings in the game, but they're out on the open terrain, and it seems like GodLike have the upper hand here. They should be able to get these reses off, pick up an elimination point, and start on their climb a little bit further up those tables, trying to scrabble together as many points as they can.
To quickly round up my last point, I think it's for Nova, it's practice, and over time they improve so quickly in different environments. It's unbelievable. And I think for any other team that might be very difficult, and Nova just has this fantastic mindset and grind set, to be honest with you, especially when they come out in an interview and they're like, you know, our biggest enemy is ourselves. And that's fair play to them. That's fair play to them. Looking at that fight though, this is Damwon Gaming's biggest strength, is to understand when to leave a fight, when to not go any further in it. And I think, you know, being in 9th place at the moment, where there is a potential for a massive jump up in points, taking the L there and leaving, probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. You just want to be getting 8 points in this game, right? And just keep it consistent, because you know you're down to 2. It's going to be a little bit less likely to really get those big point scoring games. You just want to play for consistency. Next circle just about to pop. Fairly centered on Pachinki right now. Could head out to probably the kindest for most teams in this circle is to head out east towards that sort of glut. And in fact, it does do exactly that, over towards actually Fenerbahçe right in the middle.
Yeah, good position for them. I'm gonna say that I feel really sorry for Na'Vi, to be honest with you. I think all day we've had hard shifts away from them and their positioning. You know, this is the risk you play on edge, right? Is that you aren't necessarily going to have all these circles be kind to you, and you have to be prepared for these hard shifts. But they do move further away into highly populated areas, which makes rotational paths for Na'Vi so difficult. 4 rivals taking a few shots from Next Ruya. Typical position for Next Ruya on Erangel. Looks like they've got themselves into a bit of a ditch here, which includes a few players from Damwon. It's never going to go well.
Out the Next Ruya frying pan into the Damwon Gaming fire. It's just not going well here. Only one player standing, and he's taking tick damage as well. The shots across the way, has to hit the deck, has to heal up before you can even look for this res. And in the meantime, Next Ruya are even taking fights with Nigma Galaxy all the way in Pachinki. Right now, guarding out on the south peak. We're going to pop those smokes and keep 4 rivals at 2.
Nigma Galaxy should be able to get themselves back up in action. And I will say right now, if there's any team to give credit for, it would be Nigma Galaxy. The huge improvement they've made since their inception, honestly, has been ridiculous. And getting here in the grand finals to 2nd place, massively well done. A team that's perfected Sanhok. Frozen, though, looking to perfect these nade tosses over towards Damwon Gaming. Can't quite connect one as of yet. This is a very similar position that Next Ruya you're able to clutch it out versus A7, but this is not A7, but does it matter?
All Frozen pretty close to that nade, but it's not quite going to light him up properly. Sung now last standing for Damwon Gaming. After a couple of unfortunate turns for them, another long nade over towards Junie's going to see him bleed out. Another suppressing nade, a little bit too long there as Next Ruya want to find more. Frozen put down, and Sung now half HP, has to move around the side. And against Next Ruya's forefront, will start to stand tall. But look at this, it's 4 rivals. They're back in the fight, and Sung may be having spoilers played at him. Kudur moves in, but not before Frozen gets flushed.
Yeah, there on his knees. Sung looking to find one more, but these ditches do prove a little bit tricky right now. Sung also has to be aware that there could be a team, FPU in particular, that's going to cause him problems. Nice nade tries to do a little bit more damage, but it's not on target. Unsuspecting position there right in the center. That's where you thought you would nade. So Sung goes for something a little bit atypical there. Won't quite find anything with it, though.
From atypical to A7, Alpha 7 moving up to Nova's position. This is on the western edge of the circle. Both teams currently out, or right on the edge of this next circle, so the shift likely to not encompass them in this next phase, but Alpha 7 don't want to push through.
Just keep it calm, keep it easy. Nova really not the nicest of teams to go up against. Quite the scary beast. GodLike moves on next Ruya's position during that chaos. Really well done from these guys. Clutchgod is on his knees, but the rest of the team is up and in position. Next Ruya was just split for far too long, and GodLike saw the opportunity and grasped it.
Oh, MVP candidate right now, order down. Mafioso wins out the trade, and Alpha 7 get a flank. Paraboy, second in the running for that MVP spot for Nova, does go down as well. So now it's just Jimmy and King. Revo moves up, and Senatex is there around the side of the tree. Plenty of backup, and Alpha 7 picking apart Nova right now.
John, we asked this. Does Nova go down 16th? That's what's required to get Na'Vi into a better position. You know, it's starting off good for them at least with A7. Feeling a little bit more strong. Jimmy, the last remaining survivor, but 4 rivals just cannot hit the shots. Try as hard as they might.
Jimmy managed to make it into the next circle as well as it shifts southeast away from Alpha 7 and their new position that they hold. And Jimmy keeps on going. He's pretty close to Fenerbahçe, but they don't have the angles. That hilltop will prove sanctuary for Jimmy right now.
I think this is something that Nova do very, very well, is just clear understandings of safe zones around the map, great compounds to play from, great compounds to win from. And that position right there just says it all to me, because this is a difficult position to broach for a lot of teams. Not many people are going to be rotating through there. It's not the best position in the world, but it does keep sightlines off you. A7's taking a fair few bits of hits in the distance from Na'Vi.
Oh, Meku goes down, and Senatex around the side has to be on the swivel. Kitsune on the roll up, but low HP means that you have to play smart here for Alpha 7. The rest of the teammates not so lucky either up the hill. Na'Vi, they've lost one, and Tixi is down, and Pemburu still proving to be tricky, but will not be able to land the shots over to Kitsune just yet. Alpha 7, are they taken down? They're going to be eliminated out on the western front. Na'Vi able to roll on through the sweepers in action.
Matic out in the blue, though. Not likely he's going to get picked back up again. Goes down there. Now Na'Vi just down to 2. And a great opportunity that was gifted to them here to start to move up the rankings is taken away. In the meantime, Nigma Galaxy happy with this one. In second place, can start to rack up some more numbers. Na'Vi now down to just Kitsune. Awful position to be in for them.
But Nigma Galaxy, they're rubbing their greedy little mitts together right now. One player on Na'Vi, one player on Nova. Potential to extend that gap over Na'Vi and close it up towards Nova. Give themselves a shot, and they are slap bang in the center of this next circle, Blank. They have a good position.
They have a great position. I want to see them play from this again. Like I said, like having an Arabic team here in the finals itself and performing this well is just incredible. But Na'Vi will be taken down in 14th place. Goodness me, this was a time to shine. And looks like we're going to get nothing but dull boots here.
The good news for Na'Vi is that next Ruya are out before them and with less elimination points. That bumps that gap up from 1 point, Blank, to 2. I know, it's impressive, but it is still something.
It is, exactly. I mean, that's better than nothing, right? Better than nothing. Looks like Nova will have to see themselves pretty for a little bit longer. How they're going to make this one work.
The roll-up.
I know, the roll-up's good.
From GodLike, Sung, just about going to be able to make it in, I think, unless he does go down to the blue, and I didn't quite catch it. But Pemburu still playing spoiler. S2G, look at the floor. What are you doing? Finally, Pemburu gets spotted, and Kelsey, lucky with that drop shot, was absolutely on 10 as to whether that would go through.
Yeah, there was no way Pemburu was escaping that one just like a fly in my kitchen after I opened the door. Looks like GodLike back on the cards, though, looking for a little bit more damage onto Furious Gaming, but they are floundering.
Oh dear, Neo forwards. Jonathan bleeding out. Zegod goes down on the forefront as well, and not really too much backup. And Neo standing behind the tree will get ticked down by this blue zone, so it's just Clutchgod versus the last player from Furious Gaming. Will find the knock, but you can't get that res. It's too far away. Grab some meds and see what you can do. Neo will fall. One player for GodLike Gaming left.
Yeah, we'll pick up the vehicle as well. Lamborghini spots out the guys from Team Secret. That's a Molotov through the window. Kid goes down to it. The other should burn as well, but adds a nade in there just to seal the deal. Ice Shots is next. Fredo looking next on the list. That's a full recipe found at the supermarket.
Beautiful. Boiled to perfection. Stewed perfectly. DX Xavier. They are going to take a knock in response from Stalwart as they try to move through top. peppering on this approach, but DXavier looking to regroup here. They are on the outskirts as Lamborghini and Rabbids take that forward position across the road. Action and Pika know they're in this shack as the crash is good, but it's being surrounded.
Beautiful nades coming through from Action there. We'll take down another player. You can see the other two boys off in the distance. Some good shots.
Oh.
There's one.
Looking for a little bit more. Frankie pushes through this smoke, and Action will just shut it down. Stalwart able to curtail DXavier's run. The Infinity still with 4 on the southwestern side, locked in combat now as the crash comes from 628, and they get one on the roll-up. Excellent point for 628 to be able to get into this building, but there's sprays coming through from our central reservation in Nigma Galaxy.
This position is very, very handy if you can hold on to it. The Infinity has most of their players still up, but with these knocks going through and Logan going down, it's starting to look a little bit hairy now. Dao Shi, Sunan, remaining players from 628 want to clear this one out because it is a clear winning position unless you get a circle shift like this.
Mala up the stairs, last standing for the Infinity. 2 players swarming around, but they won't really need to do too much. So the circle just about to close and will send up northeast. Nigma Galaxy still holding that central area. 4 players alive. And by the way, Jimmy's still going all the way up into 7th, but no eliminations means that if he goes down soon, it won't be too many points, but it's still a massive gap to surmount if Nigma Galaxy don't pick up the chicken dinner here. Oh dear.
Nice little bobbler. It's Jimmy. Mello, though, will finish off that one player from 628 all on his lonesome now. This guy's the off-angle specialist for the Infinity. But you're right, though. Again, Nova refusing to go down any earlier than 8th place. It is kind of crazy, honestly. Nice nade from you, Yang. Banks it off the wall. Okay, simple geometry. I see how it is.
Absolutely. He's been studying his Suvat equations. He knows those arcs at the back of his hand. S2G on the western edge, going to be guarding out 628's position, but Nigma Galaxy similarly guarding out these teams on that west. Stalwart on the east and Fenerbahçe up in the north as well. Maybe looking to scrabble those points back into their pockets.
Honestly, we had a game just like this in the East League Finals, and Stalwart won from this exact position on it. 4 rivals were in the same position as Nigma Galaxy right now, and unless you move from it, it becomes very dangerous very quickly. The amount of nades you can send into position just will tear you apart, and S2G, they're getting set up to send these nades over.
They need to find some knocks over to Nigma Galaxy, their main opponents right now, and the nades are good, landing onto Lord, and they're looking for more, dunking down on top of them. Ralph goes down, Lord low in that shack, and Ralph is just going to fall fully. Freak gets knocked, and there is answer. There is a reply coming through from the guns of Stalwart actually across the way as Hamodi gets knocked, and it's just Lord now. Rip7 rolls on up to the shack, but he's low HP, sat in the car, getting some info, spraying around the side. And they are looking to push on in, but Rip7 not giving the game away just yet. Does get sprayed down finally and flushed out by Lord.
Ward's able to make it happen, but Stalwart still have hungry eyes towards this fight. Again, like I said, this is a Stalwart winning position. Fenerbahçe still alive here. Great shots from Silas Pugh through the shack. Just a little bit of a gap there, but he makes it happen. Now, Stalwart still have to make their way in. Top's taking quite a bit of damage from the blue. They're able to get out of the way. Fenerbahçe are just hoping this circle heads over towards them, but some great shots from Noxbomb will start things off. Mustache Dave's favorite player from this team. Looks like he's able to hit the shots too.
Nades over from Fenerbahçe towards Stalwart as well. See them right there at the bottom of the tables. Every point matters, but they've already got a pretty decent jump on them already. The more they can get, the merrier, as Action falls to a lovely long nade from Noxbomb.
These smokes are providing so much cover for Fenerbahçe, allowing them just to throw the nades out, which they know are pretty good. One heads over towards the vehicle, not the same position. Good stuff from Stalwart to eliminate those angles for themselves, but S2G just taking out the vehicles, making Stalwart's push a little harder. But S2G, they're far out in the zone. These smokes are going to be critical.
Need to move forwards. under cover of smoke, claims some cover, but Action breaks out into the open ground, allowing his team to have his back and moving in, trying to get some information. Top sends straight on forwards in the ghillie suit, but he's anything but stealthy right now. Forwards position and a lovely wide swing finds the shot that they were looking for. Scry falls as well as Pika and Action left.
How did they not
in
know
the
he's
lurch.
here?
Rebellion falls to a nade, but only one player now for Stalwart as Rebellion's fallen. Nox moves out forwards and Action now up to bat. Looks for another nade over the top, but it's across the way. It's S2G to find Nox and look for more against Fenerbahçe. This is the opportunity for S2G to come back swinging. 9 eliminations already on this game, and they are looking to put more on the board, Blank.
Unreal plays from S2G, and it feels like they've truly pulled the pin here, especially with the amount of nades that are going off. Honestly, a hard push for S2G, but they made it work regardless. Stalwart's not going to be happy about this. This was their chance to move up the rankings towards the top, and they've been taken out early, not even a second place for them.
They do get 8 elims in a 3rd place, though, so a really decent point scoring game for them. That adds up to 18 points, Blank, with the 10 placements that they were able to get. So hopefully a little bit closer to those money spots.
136 total there after this game. It's pretty good, but is it enough? S2G biding their time. Fenerbahçe don't want to move too early, but they've got a lineup right now. 3 players across, looking every which way.
But Fenerbahçe have that lineup as well. If they spot one of these players out in the open, they're unresable. Fenerbahçe have that reservation, that lip to play around that gives them a little bit of cover. Silas, oh, he's been spotted. He has to stand up, looks for the fight. Rebellion looking to win it out. Nox as well with a backup. 2 players now standing for S2G as Fenerbahçe have 3 against the open ground crawling snakes.
KAOS, who has had an unbelievable game so far with the nades, with the shots, now really has to bring it all to bear in these final moments versus Fenerbahçe. These smokes are far forward too, so eliminating a lot of this crossfire that could have been able from Timber and KAOS themselves.
KAOS has the rock, and the circle shifts out northeast towards Fenerbahçe's ridgeline. Rebellion goes down to Timber, and they even the numbers with a quick flush, but Timber takes a tickle. It's burned up a little bit, but still has more in the cooker. KAOS with a nade up on high towards Noxbomb, looking for anything that they can find, but no one really giving ground at the moment. S2G, though, impetus on them to move in.
Just keeping it safe, keeping it calm for the time being. They desperately need this extra knock. Timber has kept them in it for a little bit longer. That beautiful little elimination on the top side. Timber finds another onto Anso as the smokes begin to fade.
Just chipping away at Fenerbahçe's stronghold. Timber's position known, and he is going to start to move on through. Nox trying to stand up again for Fenerbahçe. A great game for them at the bottom of the tables, but can they get a little bit more? Moves out wide. Does Timber know? It is a lineup, you're right, but Timber, is he going to be spotted here? He knows KAOS's there, looks for Timber, but he moves out of the way. An excellent stand-up, and it's S2G out in the field to take care of Fenerbahçe and send themselves up towards the middle of those tables. Excellent result.
Timber really was the king of those final moments, being as solid as mahogany there for the rest of the team, because Christ alive, that stand-up and the sidestep left Nox baffled. A great game, really interesting. Nigma Galaxy able to get a fair few points on the card despite their inability to get out of that precarious situation in the middle of the map, but it will be S2G coming back with the chicken dinner here on Erangel.
Absolutely fantastic play there for S2G. Timber instrumental, as you say, solid as mahogany in those final moments. I have to admire their setup. Games for Nova, Na'Vi, Nigma Galaxy, not as strong as they would have liked, and with only 2 games to play, it feels more and more foregone that Nova might take that top spot.
Yeah, it might happen indeed. It's looking very good to happen, as we do see yet again. Even with Nova going down to 1 player, they still survived better than 2 of the other teams out there on the chase. But gentlemen, we have S2G. You know what, Seven? I'm going to give you the floor here, because you've been talking about this entire event, but they've been letting you down, but they finally come up here and show up in match number 4.
You know what it is? We've been talking about top 10 so much that SG was like, okay, maybe this is the time to turn it up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is their second chicken dinner. for them to be able to put up 12 elims, it is going to put them, I think it actually makes them pass Alpha 7, which is insane because Alpha 7, it's currently not top 10. It's something we were talking about earlier. But with S2G, could they be doing something that STE was doing earlier, right?
Yeah.
Trying to put themselves within those top 5, putting themselves in a position where they can actually strike on those last 2 matches. And to be fair, those second place teams, I love what John was able to say, Nigma Galaxy, they weren't able to take advantage of anything. They might have gotten the extra placement points, but they didn't get the extra elim points.
I think the issue we saw with them is that they were not willing to go out and leave that position. They just tried to stick to it as much as possible, and then they allow all the teams to basically cross the road, overtake their position, and gatekeep them away. You're not going to be able to go for that first place, unfortunately, for Nigma Galaxy. And also, they had such a pivotal position, right, Seven? And yet they came out with, what was it, 1 elimination? Bro, we need to see those eliminations, especially when you have a central position, a strong building, and teams crossing the road. We need just more than that. But still, as you said, right, S2G able to get himself a good result. That could be a huge prize point increase for them after that game.
It definitely will be. And I mean, another team that we've been talking about, hopefully being a top 10. If they do get to top 10, it will be a huge win for the region itself. GodLike, they ended up with 9 elims. We saw what happened between that fight. It was they were fighting towards the blue, which we've been kind of against it. But if they are being aggressive, right? If they are being able to make it up with those elims, I think that's huge.
Yeah, could be coming into play also. Looking into that game, also, we had some really good impact from Stalwart, which they were taking their time, trying to rotate from the more southern side. I think there were 2 teams. It was SIXTWOEIGHT and Stalwart trying to make their way in. And instead of just trying to cross the road, they just went for the wide rotate onto the more eastern side and trying to actually get himself a good entry point. They just avoided the fight because they knew that Nigma Galaxy had a strong position. Try and get into the better spot, try and take the fight. It was a little bit complicated to aim for that win because there was that third party from S2G, but still, really strong attempt from STE. They just tried to slowly but surely move up the rankings. They are currently looking to go for that 4th place and finally overtaking the side of next Ruya and Infinity.
A player that we also have to give credit to from Nova, I was mentioning him, it's going to be Jimmy. He was able to survive that fight between Alpha 7. He was actually able to get him some extra placement points, and I think it goes to show, even though he might not be able to frag out right to the orders, to the like of Order or to the like of Paraboy, he's still contributing to the team wherever we might not be able to see it, but right there we were definitely able to see it with the placement points.
Just look at the difference here in eliminations just between quite a few of these teams. Nova at 96, next closest is 78, and then from there on it goes down to 65. Now you look at Nigma Galaxy at 41, they have the 3rd least amount of eliminations in the entire lobby, and yet are ranked 2nd at the moment. What?
Yeah, we talked this many times during PMPL, if it's the PMPL finals, if it's the League East, League West, we keep mentioning, right, you want to have that about 50-50 split every single time. How are you 2nd place? That just goes to show that they're super consistent when it comes to those placement points, but if they can improve throughout the next year on those elimination points alone, world champion maybe next year, like there's a clear chance because that is a small thing to improve upon, and they could go right to the moon next time.
100%.
To the moon, indeed. I mean, maybe one thing that is helping them get these high placement points. What's that look for? You just gave me like a little kissy face there. You guys couldn't see it, but I don't know what's going on. I'm glad Max is between us right now. Is obviously OnePlus, our sponsor here at PMGC, the OnePlus 9 Pro, offering ultra smooth gameplay at 90 FPS. Maybe that's what's helping them survive for so long. They'll need to lock down the elimination game. I definitely agree here. Again, maybe they're being pampered too much over at the Fairmont Hotel in Singapore. But also, I mean, the fact is, they're able to almost win over $500,000 at this rate with just playing for this alone.
And that's what Max is saying. Like, the way they're playing right now, if they are able to work within this year on working on those elims, working on how to be a little bit more aggressive, if you do have the position to be a little bit more aggressive, this could be a team that could contend a little bit more with Nova if we ever see Nova again. I'm pretty sure we'll see Nova again in the future. But if they can work on that, and I mean, with Navi, let's talk about Navi for a second. Last year, the main question was that, are they going to be able to find an IGL? Can they actually use that fragging power that they have? Well, guess what? We have seen the improvement from Navi. It hasn't been to the likes that they might become a champion, but now they're maintaining themselves there within those top 3.
I find it super interesting because when you look back, now that we're at PMGC Grand Finals, right, you can look back on the entirety of this year, and I mentioned this many times, I do believe the Arabic region is the region that's potentially improved the most, right? And coming into it, they could have an entire new year, and they could come in even stronger into next PMGC, right, given another year of time. So not only do we have Nigma Galaxy performing well, that have improved significantly, but if you have other teams from the Arabic region that can make it to this stage, I think they could be a world champion next year. There's a clear chance.
We got like our footballs from the region to put Turkey on the map. We got our Zeus to put Mongolia on the map. Maybe this is the team to put the Arabic region on the map as well. And also really quickly, while we do have a quick sec, I want to give a shout out to Singtel here, our provider over in Singapore, our network provider, as they give 2 times lower latency latency, for gaming. Everyone out there going to be wanting to pick one of those up. And maybe, Max, just maybe, it could help even me get into PMCO one day, even though PMCOs are no longer happening this next year.
We could always try.
We could try.
Yeah.
We should team up.
We're definitely not gonna make it, but we can
I
say
mean, we tried
tried.
making a dream team. Like, who would be a dream team out of all of our talent? And I think when we did get our best players, we still wouldn't have qualified for anything. There's a reason we're talent and we're not professional players. Yeah, very true. Very true. But what about some other teams here? I mean, it's going to be my team to watch at some point when we do get back, and I'm going to like pre-call it now, though we'll obviously get to it in a second. Xavier. I mean, we talk about teams going under the radar like Nova did day one. They have been super under the radar, and I never expected a team from Vietnam who placed second in the East League Finals to actually kind of do this well, and to be more important, like the consistency between the finals.
Yeah, I would almost compare them to Footballers, not this year, but the year before that, compared to this season before that in 2020, where they would come into separate events, and sometimes they would have really good results. I'm thinking mainly World Invitational, right, where they had a really good result, looking to go in that top 3 position, then into the league stage, just the league stage in general for the East, drop off, then come back into the league finals. They're up and down from event to event. If they can find some type of consistency from like when they jump in different events throughout the year, they could be a team that could be extremely consistent. But right now, because I do not see that consistency, I always have that big question mark before entering an event where are they going to be playing at their top level, or are they going to be playing, unfortunately, where they just can't find that consistency, can't find those big games. So they've proven it once again. They can perform really well on this stage, but next event, it might be, I don't know, a PMPL, and they might just be dead last. I don't know. That's the thing. I can't really expect beforehand what's going to be happening for the Xavier because there's no big consistencies.
When you said dead last, I automatically thought of just Fenerbahçe. I mean, this was a team. I had to. With Fenerbahçe, this was a team that was super consistent in the finals for West. You've heard me say it over and over again. But here, I mean, they're currently battling just to not be last. That's not where you want to be as a team. Hopefully, they'll be able to go back, watch some tape, readjust. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do anything at this point of the tournament, right? Try to keep themselves, hopefully, out of the 16th place. But maybe they'll work on some stuff they're currently lacking.
Let's be fair to them, though. I mean, the fact that they made it here means they're one of the best 16 teams in the world. I mean, we could talk about them being last place or not last place at the moment. We could talk about that battle, but you cannot deny the fact that they are one of the best teams in the world. And, I mean, this just kind of shows that even at the very top level, the 0.01%, it is still tough to take any of these teams on, and it could be a different take next year. But we do have a quick little recap of S2G here in this last match. And again, 7, you have to be proud. The thing is, we know Silas, he played here last year with Class Digital Athletics. We know the team split up a little bit, kind of went their own ways in different directions, and he's brought a lot of experience to this team that they desperately needed. But unfortunately, turning it on now here in the final day isn't going to be enough. However, it might get them a couple extra thousand, 50,000, 100,000 extra bucks in their pocket.
Yeah, and that's something that we've been talking about. For a lot of these teams, I mean, the championship right now, I agree with what Blank was saying. I agree with what John was saying. The championship is looking like it's going to be going to Nova. So might as well just work your way up, get a bigger prize pool, and then be able to improve throughout the year as well. S2G had an amazing performance when we talk about the West. They dominated a Super Weekend. They dominated so much that they were able to literally just play a Super Weekend and not really try hard. They were able to just try different stuff. Hopefully that's a learning experience for them, right? Maybe they would have been able, maybe they should have just continued on to that domination, continue to what was working and not try something new. But once we get here, this is kind of what you were talking about earlier too, Max. When you go to a region, if you're dominated on a region, I'm thinking of Alpha 7, I'm thinking of GodLike, and once you show up to the globals, you have to be able to adjust, and you have to be able to adjust right away.
Especially if it's your first time playing on this level, right? You must come into it like the first day. I don't expect you to do great, but you're going to use that as a great learning experience, adapt to what's not been going right. And hopefully it'll be going well for you at some point in time. Though in this game, I really enjoyed what we were doing. We saw the clip just a few seconds ago, where they were playing onto the more western hillside. And what that allows you to do is to make sure you're going to clear every single team coming in from Pachinki Hill. I believe we had Nova at one point. We had also Alpha 7. You had also Na'Vi. And you're just making sure you're keeping control of those teams, knowing exactly how they're going to rotate in. And then if you get rid of all those teams, you're never going to have to take care of what team's trying to enter from the west, and you can just 100% put your focus on 180 degrees of view right in front of you as you try and enter the circle. That is why they had such a good advantage, because in this fight in particular, they could put 100% of their focus on Nigma Galaxy, and they knew as a fact no one was ever going to push that position because the fight was happening on the other side of the circle, and that's why they were able to get so much control at the end, was that huge split, because they just made sure the west was completely free.
Yeah, and going back to Silas on that play right there, I love the usage of that molly, right? Making sure that you are able to actually finish off those elims every element is going to count a point, and right now there are that team that currently needs those points. We see Timber right here being able to take the initiative to be the aggressive player, and we have seen how well that has worked for Nova. So hopefully, this is what I'm hoping for, Max. I'm hoping a lot of teams look at what Nova was able to do. Look how they were able to surprise a lot of teams. We talked about it earlier. When they had to be defensive, they were not defensive. They were able to just throw off some of the other teams by being the aggressive team, and I'm hoping a lot of teams will be able to learn from this, as we're able to see there from Timber.
Yeah, I mean, Nova is just a team that literally throw anything their way, they'll be able to make something work and come from it every time. And that's why the adaptability is so strong in this tournament, because even if they're playing edge, even if they're playing center, and we typically thought, right, they were going to be playing full center. Here they're playing edge when the circle's not to their advantage, and they play it well when it's not even their main playstyle, which is so impressive. So if you can adapt every single time on these type of circles, you're going to be world champion eventually.
Yeah, world champion eventually. Obviously, you have more years to come. I'm curious, though, to see, I'm getting ahead of myself here, can Nova do it 3 times? I mean, they haven't done it twice just yet, but there is a world where they could
not going to be enough stars on their, like, space on their jersey to put multiple stars.
That's true. That's true. I don't think we have any money left to give them, because maybe they can provide they can provide all the money for next year's prize pool with how much they've won throughout the last 2 years. But we still have a lot of teams, contesting for these positions. We still have 2 matches left to come, but they are going to be happening on the other side of a break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. 2 matches left to go until we can crown our champion.
That's what you absolutely need to do here, and if you give up those positions, someone's going to take it. Down 1 coming up on GodLike's position. There is a fair few players behind them. Clutchgod already goes down, though.
Oh, they're trading 1-for-1. Judy spraying around on the swivel, and GodLike fall of the hurdle. Down 1 Gaming only have 1 knock as well. Excellent hold there, excellent position.
Very, I would imagine, typically what happens for Rivals, but maybe it'll change. Yet goes down, Frozen finds the high ground, and once again, this man clutches it when no one else can. We can feel a little bit more comfortable to start moving down this hillside soon.
Uh-oh, GodLike, they're still fighting. They find 1 Scry off the back of Action's buggy. And Action on the broadside of this hill. Not really sure what you were trying to get done there. It's such a difficult rotate, sure, but
Nova, though, is no easy task ahead of them.
3 players alive for Nova, and that's a great way to start, but that's given back twice as much as they got. An excellent nade from Kadua to see 2 down and leave Order all alone.
Oh my god, it's nades everywhere. 1 more as well, and Order steps up big for Nova. Just Kadua, the nade man himself, gets a taste of his own medicine, and it's Nova to snatch it back. Next, Ruya take a tumble, and Nova put themselves on top, the defending champion, Stantor.
King 1000% the thief here of this game. We see Order in the front line doing a little hop in, trying to get that intel, cooking that grenade. Rebo just chilling in the back seat. Order said goodbye with that grenade. Order, once again, back-to-back games, dominating.
Here we go. Last 2 games until we do have our champion. And right now, Nova, I pretty much want to say they're like one decent result game away from closing things out and locking down that $1.5 million out of $6 million in our prize pool. Jason Kaplan, Maxman, 7 Worlds Gaming. So we're going to be covering the last 2 games. Well, hopefully none of us get replaced here in the last few, because that'd be a little bit awkward.
Why you were looking at me when you said that?
I was looking at both of you, to be fair. Because I'm going to fight for you so you don't get replaced. But we do actually, speaking of replacing, if I'm not mistaken, Max, you did mention that GodLike are going to be subbing a player into this game.
Yeah, I think it's Stalwart they're going to be bringing in onto this game. So you know what? Why not get some experience right now? You know, it's going to be hard to move away from those bottom positions right now for your team. So there's no other way to replicate what's happening here. You could do scrims, you could do PMPLs, you could do whatever event or whatever's going to happen in the structure for India. You're not going to be able to replicate and have such experience versus international teams. So bring it in. You know, have a little bit of fun.
I want to see that Maxman curse. He comes out, he drops 10 eliminations, first match in PMGC, and then we're like, well, why did they use him the whole time? But we do have Miramar coming up next.
We do, and I'm going to be looking at 628. This is a team that has been very consistent when it comes to Miramar. They've been able to get a chicken dinner with 16 elims. They've been able to get a chicken dinner already today with 10 elims. And I feel like if they're going to try to make a push for that second place, they might be able to do it here in this match, because the difference right now between themselves and second place is about 15 points. And I feel like that's something that we need to start taking a closer look at. Between second place and 8th place, the difference is 17 points. That is just one chicken dinner, a couple kills. I'm looking at Nigma Galaxy. They really haven't been able to get the elims right. They really haven't been able to capitalize when they're supposed to capitalize. And these teams at the bottom that are within that edge, within those 17 points, might be able to capitalize when they're not able to.
It's so cool because actually SIXTWOEIGHT could very easily make it in our top 3. You know, they're just one decent game, not even just a decent game, just an average game. If the top teams are not able to perform, and we've been talking about it, right? 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, they're kind of throwing 7, I have the impression. Yeah. So there's a clear opportunity for teams that were on the bottom of that first page to jump up, get an extra 100,000 or such in terms of prize pool in these last few games. So these are super important, not for first place, but that top 3 could be completely different between now and after our next 2 games. Yep.
I mean, that pressure initially started for those teams at the beginning of the day was, can they catch Nova? Now it's become, can they just hold their position, right? Can they just hold off the other teams? And obviously, as we get into our teams to watch, we can maybe talk about that a little bit. For me, I mentioned before the break, Xavier, that's going to be my team to watch because, again, they've been super silent, but they've been deadly. And they've been slowly climbing up those leaderboards and eliminations, some decent placement points. And I was kind of critical, about them coming in from Vietnam just because we didn't really see them much in league stage. And then in the finals, they're able to get 2nd place overall. This team definitely surprised us, and it seems to be these smaller format tournaments, which is 3 days of play, is where they excel.
Yeah, exactly. Xavier, especially, I remember back in the World League, World Invitational, where they surprised us. And we did not expect them to perform that well. And they did at the very end, but it's just I want to see a little bit more continuity from tournament to tournament. I think they can do so, especially performing this well in the tournament. For my pick, personally, I'm going to go with Nova. We've been alluding to them, getting that really good game and just being impossible to take over. So I think it's going to happen.
Why eventually. Are they the team to watch for you?
Because I team to watch / potentially going to get a win. It's just because
I like how he says. Yes, I like how he says potentially a team that's going to win when we move away from who he predicts going to win, because he's been right a couple of times now in this event.
It's actually weird. I have the impression my curse is going lower. Probably because Zute is doing a viewer party, so he's probably just helping me out. I just don't look that bad.
Whoa. I mean, don't hit Zute like that, man. 7. What about you? I think you mentioned STE before?
Yes. Yeah, that's the one I'm going to go with. I got to go with 628 just because of the reason why I talked about. Consistency with Miramar. They're that team right now that can strike. And if they are able to take advantage of this last Miramar, they could move themselves to that 2nd place. At the moment, I don't see Nigma Galaxy showing me anything different than they have already shown me. Yes, they are able to get those placement points. Right now, they're just barely getting away with it. But if any of the other teams currently between that 2nd and 8th place, if any of those teams are able to have a pop-off match, it's going to be looking very bad for Nigma Galaxy. So that's why I'm going with 628.
I think for 628, they're trying to prove to everyone that they kind of deserve to be here, right? Yep. With them qualifying in the very last match of PEL, you had 4 Angry Men not make it in. They were here last year. They dominated league stage, and they get to the grand finals. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep up when it came to likes of Nova. So really trying to cement themselves in China as one of the best teams, and they've already done so, but they want to make sure everyone out there knows it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll let you know what's happening right now. We're going to be heading into our penultimate game of the entire year of play here at PMGC. Let's throw it on over to our commentators once again, John Allen and Blake.
We are once more, for the last time of the 2021 season for PUBG Mobile Esports, into Miramar. The desert inhospitable as ever as we take our plane on the south side.
Looking at what Seven said on the desk, yes, 628 have having an absolute rocker here on Miramar. 15 average points here, which is pretty unbelievable, to be quite honest with you. In Sanhok, it's more typical to see those ridiculous numbers because you're only having them 2 times before you see the final one in the PMGC Grand Finals. But here on Miramar, we're playing a lot more often, having 15 points average. Goodness me, that is good. Plays for Na'Vi, start picking up some points. You know, I do think right now, first place is out of the picture. Nova's taken that one home, and Na'Vi, this is all about taking that second place spot. Don't go home disappointed. They've held it for so long this tournament. Now's the time.
Trying to push up, get into that second place spot, but on the flip side, Nigma Galaxy, they've been holding on here on their second place spot. They are currently on 146 points, 9 points ahead of Na'Vi on 137. So Miramar hoping to pick up more points, but Na'Vi, the strongest of that top bunch on Miramar, 11.8 average.
Oh no, this is so depressing though. As we see the circle come on our screen, Na'Vi have just not had a good time of it so far in the PMGC when it comes to circles, knowing that these guys tend to drop up to La Cobreria. Having this plane path dropping down towards the south side of the map, they're going to be kicking themselves here, John, because there was a potential to drop out early, do something similar to what A7's doing right now and heading up towards El Pozo and round the side. It could not be more rough for this team, but they're good on Miramar. Hopefully, they're able to re-control this situation, re-establish themselves on the map.
And looking at Nigma Galaxy's position as well, in Valle de Mar, there's no one really to their north side that is going to be super strong holding them right now. Alpha 7 might stop off in El Pozo, but you can imagine they're going to send up all the way to the north. So that's where the main challenge for Nigma Galaxy is going to come. Na'Vi's behind everybody else in the queue, and Nova is on the north side of this peloton, this central reservation of players in Minas Generalis as well. So they can send up north towards even Cruz de Valle or towards Water Treatment Hills to try and get a foothold there. But the path ahead for Na'Vi will prove to be a test for them. But Blank, if they make it, I feel like it's got to be one of the strongest performances we've seen from this team and from any team in this tournament.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, obviously not accounting for Nova, who have all but secured their 1.5 mil. Honestly, yeah, Na'Vi's had a really good run of it. And I think that they've shored up a lot of problems that they've had before. Now, Stalwart were looking meek yesterday. Today, looking a little bit more like they've got a couple of fangs on them, which is good to see, considering that Stalwart, you know, really a pick from us that we thought, you know what, this could be a good team. Like, we've got a little bit of confidence coming into them from East League finals, and then they come over to the Grand Finals. It's just a little bit of a drop-off on day 2. And now, I said this a lot, in fact, in the East League, which is like, I'm not a fan of Stalwart right now. And then the next day I'd be like, I'm a fan of Stalwart right now. And I think that is the kind of the perpetual happenings coming through from Stalwart, is that one day, goodness me, it's like a different teams on the controllers. Next day, again, another different team. And it's very, very weird to watch it because, you know, knowing that a team can do so well and then performing a whole day on a different caliber to come into the next day and performing at a much better caliber, so strange to me, so strange. But it has placed them in 4th place, John.
You've got sort of sinusoidal feelings towards this team. They keep going up and down and never really converging to a point. There is no limit when it comes to their approach towards infinity. You are close by as well, 1 point underneath them, 135 right now, and only 2 points separate them between that and Na'Vi, not to mention next Ruya on 135. Oh my God, it's just so the top of this table, honestly. It's kind of wild. I'll tell you what I do want though, is a compilation of times you've said, I'm not fans of Stalwart, or I am fans of Stalwart, just lining up next to each other and see how many times that's happened. If anyone out there, an aspiring video editor perhaps, then I'd love to see that.
I'll just throw it up. I'm a fan of Stalwart today. I'll just throw it up. just for the gigs. Yeah, honestly,
I'll check next game as well.
Yeah, we'll check next game. Yeah, you're right though. The rankings are tighter than a yoga store right now because the points difference between these teams unbelievable. I'm a little bit astonished that we are having this on the final day. Goodness me, yes, 2G able to hit that shot.
I mean, they've taken down one spot on the tables, and now they're trying to take their lives as well on the northern side of this circle, trying to stop Down One Gaming from getting anywhere in these tables. And again, it's another knock over towards Forest. KAOS with the M249, 28 bullets left in the magazine, and looking to pop the heel as well. Fabian in the buildings. We know Down One have strong crossfires, but when there's only one player, that ain't no crossfire. In through the window, and it's dealt with handily. KAOS sees to it that Down One go down in 16th.
16th place, penultimate game, sat in 10th place. This team has been drifting ever so sadly down towards the bottom of the tables. Started out fairly strong, were looking good, able to keep some of that momentum from the East League finals, but they have hit mud. And it has just been the wheels are spinning, but not going anywhere here. Still, this Northern shift, still just as nasty as when I first saw it, honestly. A lot of these teams trying to make their way up on the eastern side. Your Furious Gaming, Fenerbahçe, as well as DXavier, typically in El Azahar. Stalwart really haven't had to move too much, though. They were in a really nice position at the beginning of this game. Let's check in with Na'Vi, all the way down in the south. They haven't moved an inch.
Not yet, but this might prove to be to their advantage, right? You'd let players, especially in Miramar, if you're getting that scouting information, you're getting those rotations out on the side, I feel like sweeping on Miramar is fairly effective, and you know that's reflected in those average points on Miramar for this map. Nova not even able to outperform Na'Vi on this map just yet. I think Na'Vi were, what, third best on this map currently, so we'll have to see if they're able to put that money where their mouth is.
Looking at Nigma Galaxy to that western side, still trudging up on the western cliffs past La Driera. You know, we'll see where they do come into this one, because obviously coming up towards El Pozo, yes, there is a little bit of it in the circle, but past that point, it's mountains, it's ridges, it's awful terrain to move past, and you're likely to get caught. But I think a lot of teams are far too concentrated right now with actually finding a central position with high ground that's elevated, right? You know, you're looking for a position to start taking a little bit of information, finding those other teams within the lobby, and then being able to, from there, actually position yourself up in the late game. So I think there is a lot of focus on the mid here, less focus on the edge.
That might play into their ballpark. Court, side, game. I'm not sure which metaphor we'll end up landing on, but
a lot of
Na'Vi,
balls.
Oh, certainly. And they are
from all these teams
difficult to control right now. Certainly a tough task ahead, and a nerve-wracking one as well. Such a central cluster right now in the middle of this next circle. And you've got about, what is this, 3 teams really that are disparate from one another. Nigma Galaxy all the way out to the west of El Pozo right now. They're out in the blue on the western side. Down towards the south, you've got 628 as well, just leaving from the north side of Los Leones. And Na'Vi skirting around the east side of Los Leones as well, looking to move east of La Bendita.
628 already picked up one of their gifties from Fenerbahçe. Usually getting like 1 to 4 from them. Feels like, you know, at the beginning of the game, it's like, well, how many will we get? Let's roll the dice here. It's a 4-sided dice, by the way. They're not re-rolling. But yeah, the Fenerbahçe usually just offers themselves up to 6-2 at the beginning of the game, which usually turns into a bit of a thunderstorm from there. But luckily, 6-2-8, they're far away from the circle, so we'll be able to start getting anything on just yet. But the lightning does start to strike as we will get this next circle, which is closer to 6-2-8, and they can start to play on that hilltop towards San Martin, which is actually really nice.
On that San Martin hilltop. Nova, with their compound out to the east of water treatment right now. Fairly close to S2G. They're going to have DXavier pushing in behind them. Team Secret, Fenerbahçe, as well as Furious Gaming, and potentially even Na'Vi going to be behind them. Can they break that wave is the question.
Looking towards the center here, John. 4 rivals right in the middle. You know, Maxman and I both know that that's probably going to be where they'll stay for the next 10 minutes or so. But we'll check back in. Infinity, on the other hand, having a pretty decent game there on Sanhok, and really, honestly, was played into their hands that they're a north side team, and it's been a while since we've had that such northern shift, and they're able to just kind of mosey on in, find a compound. But I do think the Infinity bringing it back just a little bit. 5th place right now, 135 points. Real opportunity. And we haven't really been able to talk too much about this team other than to say, you know, they're not really performing how we expected. But now they're coming back into it. Again, those points are so close. 135 to 146 to second place. You know, very doable for the Infinity to shoot themselves to second place despite their performance so far.
They're sort of they're doing what Nova's doing, but just not quite as well, right? And it's not paid off for them in the same way, but they are still very much, as you say, in that conversation. They like that central position. They like that play style, getting in, getting those spots, and they'll find any way to do it, but just not quite as effectively as Nova.
No, exactly. Now, just quickly, though, to get on that point of Nova, right? Everyone at home who is listening right now and might be thinking, why are we not talking too much about Nova? It's because, you know, it hasn't been the hardest of journeys for them. They've made it look so easy that it's kind of just drifted by. And I think that is one of the craziest things to me. So by all means, I think everyone here, including, you know, Jason, Seven, Max, Mustache Dave, Necro, here on the English panel, right? We all believe that Nova is an unbelievably, astonishingly skilled team, right? And that is just how it is. But right now, we got to focus on these second place and third places because, by God, Nova's won.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no real two ways about it. At the moment, sat with a 53-point difference between Nigma Galaxy and Nova. I mean, it is, as one of my favorite sayings, Blank, it's mathematically possible, but mathematically improbable that that's going to happen. It's just so unlikely that it's not even really worth paying attention to. So it is that battle for those money spots, right? Second place down, even all the way to 7th, 8th even. DXavier in with a chance of jumping on up. They're on 129 points right now, and Na'Vi are on 137. That's a gap of 8 points.
Absolutely. And it is crazy right now because it's so volatile in that midst of that second place downwards. So these last games are going to be incredibly intense. We're not really sure who's going to end up on top here. Anyone could. Everyone has the chops on them to make it happen. Furious Gaming will take down one of the players from Fenerbahçe. They also look over towards Na'Vi, and Tixie's having none of it.
Such an unfortunate rotation for Na'Vi. It's well principled. I mean, they swung out to the north on a southern plane path. They know everyone's moving north, but they're greeted with about 4 teams in their vicinity. Luckily for them, they're pretty bloody good, and they're going to be able to take care of those forward outposts and try and move in a little bit further towards the south, but they've got Team Secret and Xavier ahead of them.
I love this from the Infinity, right? These are very similar compounds that they usually play, and they know where 628 comes from, so they're ready to battle them away before they're even able to third-party any of the fights that do happen. DXavier coming up against Team Secret, but is GodLike off in the distance, taking some shots towards them. Down to 2 players in Clutch God, as well as Jonathan. So unfortunately, Samaraj was really not in the game for very long. Unfortunately, Max won't be getting too much of that experience. Experience at dying, I guess.
I mean, you get to watch and listen to the comms. I mean, it's
I feel like he's been doing that. He's been doing that a while. Then again, Samaraj, very well-known IGL, so could be playing that attack role, which is, you know, just sit in the back, give the information, be the puppet master that everybody needs. But we'll see how it goes down. GodLike's still down to 2, not the best thing in the world. 14th place. I'd love to see them set up towards 10th, 11th. I don't know how likely that's going to be. But again, those points, not super hard to get on board, but it does require some big points. And with only 2 on Miramar, not likely to happen here.
Na'Vi slowly picking apart Furious Gaming, dismantling the Pride on the northern side. And picking up more and more points in the process. Elimination starting to go their way. 2 players down on the outside. Just triggers in as Tixie chases it down. Looks for the spray with the UMP around the side, but DXavier, I think they've got shots on the back. Either that or Team Secret is peppering away. But Tixie's just got to leave this one. Doesn't want to have anything to do with it. DXavier moved through the hills in the meantime.
You know what I'll say about DXavier, hopefully they don't go down right now, is that Rabbiz is no longer a liability to the team. I think that it's a long while where Rabbiz felt like he would do something tragic and the rest of the team would suffer for it. But I think in the PMGC Grand Finals, Rabbiz has really stepped up and is becoming one of these players that feels like, you know, DXavier can now rely on him and lean on him a lot more. And to be able to do that from East League Finals into the Grand Finals itself over such a short amount of time, you know, well done. Hats off to that guy.
Na'Vi, look at a push up here. They know they need big points. And I mean, they don't really have too many options other than fighting through this northern side. The next shift just about to come through. And for once, it's a little bit kind to Na'Vi. It plays to their hillside that they're currently fighting for.
Yeah, this is phenomenal from Na'Vi. What a difficult rotation for them to make. You can see all the teams on your screen that they've had to slip past in stealth, you know, ninja style, and somehow they've managed to make it work and get to this north side. Circle pays off as well, moving up towards them. But it's DXavier rocking up on A7's position.
Alpha 7 with the fall off over the course of this tournament in the penultimate game, looking to take the fight with DXavier. And they don't really have too many choices about it. Rabbiz goes down, so does Frankie, but Carrillo's burning now with a nicely placed Molotov. Mafioso low, half, ducked down on the outside, just Lamborghini against 3 for Alpha 7, but he has the health advantage, looking for nades, looking for presence. Revo looks to try and shut him down, get that information. Nade over the top, not going to find it, but a nade in through the window. Burns down Rabbiz. There's the Molotov, suppressing the top of that staircase. Will burn Lamborghini a little bit as well. The heals started to come through, and Alpha 7 want to keep this one going. They're getting the res as well, and Lamborghini forced out by the nade, and it will not be good enough. DXavier take the tumble, and Alpha 7 not out of it yet.
Very well done to Alpha 7 there to rebuff that crash onto them. Really good use of Molotovs, and I think they're able to keep the majority of their players alive. If I'm not wrong, yeah, all 4 players still up. Nova, though, really not a care in the world, but Furious Gaming will take down 1 in Paraboy. Just a knock, though, nothing else just yet. It's just Tigers in on his own, though.
Jimmy on the outpost. They know what's up, but takes a couple of shots his way, and Tigers in doesn't take any damage in response. Team Secret will be able to hear this as well, so they're going to have eyes on downhill from their high ground position as well. Nova might struggle. Doesn't have any more first aids, though, does our Tigers in. Furious Gaming might have just given up the ghost. But he finds another on King. Goodness me, Paraboy finally slows him down. But Nova, they've been slowed down themselves, and looking for those reses, he's going to put a dampener on proceedings, and Team Secret can get ahead.
You know, I think we've talked a lot about Order as well as Paraboy many, many times. And I think that, you know, looking at this, it's so unfortunate that King goes down there again to the play zone. They can't get him back up again just because of 1 player. I think the Death touched on this as like, when will it be Jimmy's year? And I think this year is Jimmy's year. His approach to IGLing has been unbelievable. The positions they've been taking this entire time. You've got to imagine that a lot of this comes down to Jimmy making the final call. So I really do appreciate this 1 player on the team. Not to mention, he made some big plays in East League Finals as well to get here. He is in the bus right now. That thing is fairly armored, though, so he should be okay for the time being.
None of those UMP bullets landing there. Unfortunately, the rattle is not good, but Alpha 7 recovering from their fight earlier with DXavier in the compound are going to fend off Nova's push for now. Still 1 more to come in. Order makes the way with the UAS. The spray's good, and the vehicle goes up in flames. Order taken out of the mix.
Yeah, good stuff from him. Na'Vi have eyes onto this one, though, and if only they knew it was Nova here earlier on in the tournament, maybe they'd come and grab them. But right now, it's not really worth it. For them, it's all about picking up those points, solidifying that 2nd place. And realistically, you know, Nigma Galaxy also still a major problem. They have a good position within the circle so far, but with this next shift, it pushes them out slightly. They still have compound control, though.
This is very good news for Na'Vi, actually, because no teams that are close to challenging. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they're in a compound, but there's teams looking their way. No other teams challenging for those top spots are really in for the fight, but next Ruya, they are challenging out right now. Very, very close by to S2G. 1 player down already, and Frozen, we know how efficacious he can be. Kelsey looks to deal with it, looks for more as well. He's the butcher of next Ruya right now, but Nihat finally puts him back. And it will be 2 players surviving from next Ruya on the southeast side, behind Alpha 7, behind Nova for the circle.
I will say that actual fight there was fairly clumsy, to be quite frank with you. Coming out from next Ruya, they do put a stop to it at the end, but it's going to be a lot cleaner in those final moments. 4 rivals, once again, they are going down. This is the time for them to move, 20 minutes, so it's only likely that they get taken out. Unfortunately, 628 still pumping along, though. 3 players on that southern edge, still keeping it going. 628, they're happy, Stalwart, on the other hand, who had a very central position earlier on, they're still trying to push their way in. Final player from GodLike will go down. The Infinity picking that one up. Goodness me.
Unfortunate there, but Nova, again, find themselves in a central position. Nigma Galaxy gonna have to leave their stronghold, but I feel like if Na'Vi can control the hill in front of them, they might have a shout at isolating themselves towards that second place.
Yeah, I think with Na'Vi still having 4 players alive, it's an incredible boon to them going forward. Stalwart cannot find a place to find home, and 8-7 have been ruthless in the way that they are just picking apart these vehicles.
6 elims already on the game. Alpha 7, they're doing all right here on Miramar. They're doing all right, but is all right enough? As the Infinity are going to go down. Only 2 elims to their name right now. Currently in 5th, but very much in danger of losing that.
Absolutely. I don't want to drop over. I mean, 5th place is kind of where that money stays green. Going lower, it starts to fade away. So 5th place is something you want to hold on to. And the Infinity going out there really gives opportunities to other teams, even just Stalwart, if they can stay alive for a little bit longer. Paraboy drops one onto Nihat. As Yetka managed to find his way in. Doesn't matter. As Fenerbahçe spots him out.
But Na'Vi get the circle going their way as well on the northwestern shift. It's going to be under their purview, under their control right now. If they play it right, they have a golden opportunity, or rather a green opportunity, to jump up those spots for the money. 6 elims already on the game, and the northwestern shift brings Nigma Galaxy towards them.
Yeah, big point numbers here are required from Na'Vi. They have a few elimination points on the cards for this game, so it's fairly good for them. Nigma Galaxy, basically their biggest opposition here. If they can get rid of them here nice and early on, round 5th place, it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. Remember, they are catching up to them right now, and it looks like they have eyes on.
Nova trying to deal with the Alpha 7 threat behind them, but Nigma Galaxy will have vision. Team Secret pushing into the back now of Na'Vi and Meku. First to face. Fredo low already and is on the outside. Jumper with him on the backup. Alpha 7 make their crash in the meantime as they push up towards Paraboy and Jimmy. A duo that's been together since Berlin. And Paraboy will face first, find the first frag as well, and get a second on the spray down. An excellent swivel as Jimmy's there for the backup. It's not going to matter though, because Carrillo's handled it, and it's going to be Nova falling down to a push. The duo will not stand tall. And it is going to be Nova eliminated, but it's really not going to matter too much. I'm focused more blank on Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi.
Kind of crazy stuff there from Paraboy. Regardless, like you said, we are now locked in with this position over here. Seeing how this one does unfold. Team Secret going to push down towards this south side of the map, drop directly on the east. Na'Vi continues to hold these hilltops. Right now, they're being pressured just by 2 players, and that's worrying to me.
Currently 3 points separate Na'Vi and Nigma Galaxy, with these elimination points included. If one of these teams goes down here, that's 2 of those points in just placement jumps. And an elimination might be able to close that gap more for Na'Vi. Team Secret, they're going down to Alpha 7. All 4 of them still alive, by the way, Blank.
A7 will face Nigma Galaxy. This might be time for Na'Vi to try and move in here, pick up a little bit more damage, but Nigma Galaxy should get a huge amount of elimination points if they can clean out these final players from Alpha 7 here. The nades are good, though. There's one found from Hamodi.
And Na'Vi, in the meantime, though, they're moving a little bit further south, taking control of more of the circle. You see Kitsune moving up. Sure, you get eliminations, but the circle's closing, and it is go time. They even pick up one for themselves, and it's Matic to find the shots onto Freak as well, looking for the spray down on the flush. Ralph ducked back behind the land, and Lord on the forefront for Nigma Galaxy is the only real foothold they have. Look at these swung out wide positions for Kitsune, for Tixie as well on the forefront, looking to get that healing off. 3 players for Nigma Galaxy.
Kitsune, like you said, on the off angle. He's great at this. He's great at getting in position. Hamodi looks up. Molotov to prevent the push from coming through a little bit too quickly. The heat to bring the freeze on the fight.
Ralph knocked in the sidelines as well as Tixi operates from behind the shack. Meku with the high ground and Matic as well now providing another off angle. Meku spotted, will be dispatched in the meantime, but Na'Vi again providing an excellent coverage of this next circle, and Kitsune's on his two legs again, going out wide. Matic, Tixi on the forefront, dealing with Lord and Hamodi, but look at Kitsune, look at the side swipe. It's Lord in the crosshairs, but Hamodi goes down first, and now it's just Lord. Na'Vi looking to stand up, take that second place. It's a battle that's worth $300,000, and blank Na'Vi just took the lead.
That is big right now. $600,000, like you said, claimed by Na'Vi until the end of the tournament when it will all be decided. And Nigma Galaxy has to have a great game now on Erangel to potentially even bring it back. But Kitsune, the Fox himself, was hunting in those final moments. And Na'Vi finally get thrown a bone.
Goodness me, the shifts go their way for once, and with a great elimination total, they are taking it home as well. They are looking good now. They are in a strong spot with one game left to play. I'm pretty sure they just leapfrogged Nigma Galaxy on those performances. Sure, they got an extra flush and came in that second place, and it will be close, but they have made it a two-horse race.
Scary. Very, very scary indeed. There is potential for maybe a crazy jump up in this last game, so you got to stick around for that one, because honestly, that last game, despite Nova being so far ahead of anyone else, that last game, so many things could change, so many interchangeable components in those final moments.
And Nova got pretty far as well in that game, so just keeping on adding to those tallies, adding to that buffer that already exists. An excellent run from them. But it's Na'Vi with a shout towards the end. One more innings left. Can they hold on to that second place?
Well, that is going to be the $900,000 question, or $600,000 question. It's going to be a lot of questions happening here into this final match, but one question I can answer is how well Na'Vi and Nigma Galaxy played there, getting top two in that respective for both teams. The question is, why didn't they do this earlier? Why weren't they able to maintain themselves in this kind of position before? Because they could have already solidified things. And they also maybe been able to catch up to Nova.
Yeah, if they started like that, especially, I mean, Nigma Galaxy started the tournament really well with 2 second places, and Chicken Dinner fell off at the end of that first day. But Na'Vi in particular, if they played like they've been doing in these last 2 days on day one, they would be like on a way closer call to that first position versus Nova. But it unfortunately took a little bit too long for them to try and get started. But their rotation early game, especially going for the wide rotate up north to get that entry point, because not many teams dropped there. That was an instant play early on to try and go for that Chicken Dinner, and they just played it super well at the end.
I think one of the positives, especially with Na'Vi, that they have showcases throughout this whole tournament is that they have been able to carry momentum after they get a Chicken Dinner, especially during the second day. They were able to carry a lot of that momentum. So this is going to be a big plus, being able to get this Chicken Dinner, not just any Chicken Dinner, as well with 11 Ilims. We heard Blank saying maybe Nigma Galaxy is going to be able to get some Ilims. Well, guess what? We got a little bit of an improvement here. They were able to get 6. I think that might be tied up there with some of their most Ilims as well. And a big surprise for me here, Max, is going to be Alpha 7. We finally saw the aggression from Alpha 7 that I've been expecting. It's definitely a little bit too late for me, but for them to be able to get 11 Ilims there, 21 points total, it's great to see.
I actually want to refer to something you said, Seven, at the start of the show today. You said for the teams on the second page, this is right now a race for that 10th position. You want to be in the top 10 if it's something about honor or something like that. And that's exactly what is happening in this game for Alpha 7 and also Team Secret. That's not been having too many of these good games, these top 5 results. They were able to get one right here. If they can try and find some good close on that final game, that will be huge. But looking over to the stats here, you talked about, I believe it was Lord at the start of the show. Modi every once in a while gets some really good stats. It's very impressive. And he in particular really helped Nigma Galaxy solidify that position on the cliffside.
Yeah, I mean, with Lord, he was just the most consistent player for the first 2 days. It is good to see how many there, as we do see. 207. Let's go, Nova. I'm really liking that 7 there.
207? That's 207 points.
Between first and second.
Can I get back to you in like 2-3 business days?
I like to use a lifeline here. I like to call a friend. Jason? Oh, sorry, we're not friends. 43 points to Nova, Enigma Galaxy. So do you see here, Na'Vi actually not taking second place at the moment. They have passed next Ruya, but we see a 1 point difference between second and third. And then there is a slight drop-off of about 22 points between third and fourth place. So a lot of teams here still in reach, technically. There's also still a lot of movement to be had here between fourth through 8th. Actually, 4th through 10th, there's a lot of movement that can happen off one match alone.
Yeah. And nobody's safe, right? We've seen it with Nigma
Nova's
Galaxy. Yeah, Nova's definitely safe. I mean,
I think they're fine, yeah.
There's no doubt
you
between them.
You can't lose points unless you're me and my math exams. I think they're fine.
Yeah. But going back to what I was trying to say, with Nigma Galaxy, we've seen that they just have kind of died down in certain games. So that is a big question mark, right? And the difference between 2nd and 8th place, which I'm going to just put that out there, Alpha 7 being there in 8th place, they might be able to somehow push at least towards the top 3. And that is a huge difference. 2nd place is going to get $630,000. And when you go to 8th place, $67,000. So if you're able to, for some reason, make that big jump up, that's going to be a difference of $563,000. And boy, I would definitely want that difference.
I think Alpha 7 might be a little bit too far. Yeah. Unless they get like a huge how many points would they even require right there? I think they'll need to get a chicken dinner, of course. He
puts himself on the spot.
I thought he was going to try to do the math.
They'd have to get a chicken dinner was what I would say 15 eliminations potentially minimum.
The thing is, they are capable of, and that's kind of why I was hinting at with Nigma Galaxy. They could get kicked out super early. They could end up with just 0 points, which could make it. But then you have to worry about Na'Vi. Then you have to worry about some of the other teams, and especially going back to with Na'Vi. They just got the chicken dinner. They might be able to carry that momentum.
I would hope so. I feel like, though, I'm a little bit worried because I feel like we've seen so many times where teams will get a chicken dinner, go into the next match, 0 points, right? And there is only like a 1 point difference between them and second place, and that's tough, right? They realize we cannot really afford to go out. I mean, technically they can afford to go out, but the fact is they win so much more money just staying alive. And speaking of just staying alive, I feel like we have seen a change actually in the mentality of how some of these teams have been playing in 2nd through 4th place. I feel like we've been playing a lot more passive here because they realize, okay, well, it's not a battle for first anymore. We can't obtain that. But it is a battle for second place, so we need to be very careful about how we do anything here.
I think the perfect way to describe what was happening exactly in teams getting a little bit more passive is that Na'Vi rotation I mentioned, right? They just don't typically go for these wide rotates to find entry points. They're straight to the point when it comes to their rotation for Na'Vi. But here, wide rotate all onto the eastern side, avoiding teams, knowing where teams tend to drop because they just don't want to go out early. They know going out early, you're losing out on potentially 10 extra placement points, right? And also eventuality of them losing some extra placement points if they can get in those strong positions. So I think that is all you're going to go super aggressive now, try and get those extra elimination points, or you're going to play super passive and play for placement. And from what we've seen in these last few games, placement points tend to be a little bit more important on these last games.
Yeah, and with Na'Vi, I feel like it's going to come down to the playing path, especially as we go into Erangel, right? We have seen the shift that they made when we go to George. They end up now landing towards South George. But I have noticed that when they actually decide to land military, that works out wonders for them. So I'm wondering if they're going to just go back to that strategy of landing in military, playing it a little bit more safe, playing for those placement points, and then trying to third-party some of the teams that might be getting into engagements.
I mean, the thing is, if they do go military, I know there's one team out there that actually will eventually be my team to watch when we get to it. The Infinity. I mean, I kind of put them on a pedestal for me when it came to league stage. I pretty much predicted them to win almost every single time, though I did change things once in a while. They've been slowly and silently moving up the leaderboards as well, and they're still technically in striking distance from catching quite a few of these teams. So realistically, any team in what, like we were saying, like 2nd through 8th place, or I guess technically like 3rd through 8th place, could jump up the leaderboard so far and put so much money, extra money in their pocket. I mean, as you said before, 500,000 difference. That's over 100,000 extra in your pocket.
Yeah, literally, if you're on that first page, if you're not Nova, of course, if you get one chicken dinner, I think that will be you in second place. Of course, if you get a lot of elimination. So one chicken dinner for one of these top teams is going to be super important. So when you get to the late game, things is going to get really, really stressed out for a lot of these teams.
And I mean, some of this team is currently on the first page. You mentioned it just now. They do have to worry, as we are going to be looking at the recap here, but I kind of want to focus a little bit more on what you were talking about earlier. Thank you, thank you. Hey, do you like the shirt?
You've been working out. Rowing machine, right?
Yes. Let's not talk about that. Anyways, going to the teams on the second page, you mentioned some of those teams that might be just fighting to get a little bit closer to that 10th spot. And guess what? What we tend to see, especially in the last game, we tend to see teams being a little bit more riskier. We tend to see teams maybe willing to hot drop or not hot drop, but at least try to just hunt down some of the other teams and make them look bad and make themselves look good. After all, these players do have some kind of ego, do have some kind of pride, and they don't want to be in that 16th place. So some of the other teams need to watch out. I'm looking at Nigma Galaxy. I'm looking at Next Ruya as well. We haven't heard from Next Ruya in such a long time, so those teams need to watch out for the teams that are currently the second page that are looking to not be last in the leaderboard.
Yeah, at least if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, right, at least you've got an advantage compared to teams at the top. At the top, if you take a risk, that might be the reason why you lose out on, I don't know, $450,000. Whereas if you're at the bottom, you might not even lose anything because you've got some prize pools that are the same on those bottom positions. So if you want to try things out for the last game, have some fun, do it for the memes and see if things tend to work out. But here we go. Seeing the rotation.
For the memes, yeah, for the biggest tournament of the year with the biggest prize pool we've ever had.
They can't beat meme culture, okay? But there you go. That was the big wide rotation, get access to the high ground position. Saw Nigma Galaxy, you also saw and got the information onto Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 and Nigma Galaxy trying to take each other out. And the moment that Na'Vi, as they tend to do, I have the impression they do this every game. I sound like a broken record, but it's a strat that's been working time and time and time again for them. The moment they see that player count is low and they have a man advantage, or it's a 4v4, and they have the turn advantage, they are going to go hyper aggressive, taking that terrain control under their wings, and just the execution is clean from start to finish every single time. Like, you can't escape these type of splits coming out from Na'Vi, and just Nigma Galaxy, what have to do is wait and die.
Yeah, and we're seeing what Na'Vi is able to do when they put themselves in a position where they can actually frag out, right? We've seen it over and over again. Now, I kind of want to go back to the point that you just mentioned with some of the teams at the bottom not really having to worry about the big discrepancy in regards to prize pool. I mean, if you're 16th place, you're going to end up getting with $51,000. And then if you make it, I believe, up to 11th place, the difference is about $9,000. It's a lot, don't get me wrong, but it's not as crazy as some of the other teams that are currently fighting for a difference of a possible $500,000. So I'm pretty sure those teams currently in first place, in the first page, are going to be just being a little bit more worried, going to be playing a little bit more patient.
I love how carefree at first you were talking about a $9,000 difference. I mean, if you can afford to, lose $9,000 in the back of your car, could you help me out? Can you give me a small loan of $9,000?
Yeah, I'll send you some NFTs.
Well, the fact is, like, the pressure at the top for Nova, I don't think they have any pressure.
There's no pressure.
Right? There's no pressure at all. I don't think any team can catch you unless we have our biggest victory in PUBG Mobile history of like 20 plus eliminations plus the chicken dinner, and then Nova has to still get 0 points. Technically, it is possible. Realistically, it's not very possible, but we'll find out if reality...
There's a chance?
There's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. Yes, I am. But you have to stick around for the final match here, PMGC 2021, coming up right after this break.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Here we go. The culmination of an entire year of competitive play in PUBG Mobile from around the world. It all comes down to this final match here for all of these teams participating in this season. Though, don't worry, they still have another season to play with even more money happening and, of course, more ways for you guys at home if you want to try to qualify as well. I'm Jason Kaplan, still your host here, and luckily for me, I have not been kicked off the show just yet, but I can't quite say that for some people. Oh, no, wait, actually, they're still here. I thought it was someone else. Seven slowly slips into oblivion. We got MaxBed and Seven Worlds Gaming here to continue to break things down. And we're looking at Nova, pretty set in stone. Is possible they technically could be passed. Realistically, probably not. But our eyes are mostly focused on all these other teams. There's a lot of money, if you guys missed out on the last little segment there before we went to break, a lot of money to be gained by teams. I think it was over 500,000 you mentioned if you go from 10th to 2nd.
Yeah, if you go from 2nd to 8th, there is about a $563,000 difference, which, I mean, all these teams are currently looking at Nova and they're like, it must be nice.
I wish I could be you, my boy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I want to be like you, my boy.
Like Terrorboy?
Yes. I mean, whew, boy.
My
bank account would love it.
Well, you can see we're going to be ending things off as we started heading over to Erangel. And, you know, honestly, even at the end of the day, when we do finish off this entire event, no team should come out of this with their head down. They should come out with their head held high because they are still one of the best teams in the world. They still got to participate against the best teams in the world and obviously make a name for themselves. And look forward to the next year. More money to be made, a lot more opportunities, and more importantly, a lot more competition coming for you, right? You can't rest of, okay, you know, we got 5th place. Boy, you got so many people in your own region trying to chase you to take that title away from you and take your position next year at PMGC.
Yeah, I think this is a big message to all those regions, especially the regions that didn't even make it here, that might have dominated in, I'm thinking of NA, I'm thinking of Knights, yes. There's no stopping. Even if you are doing amazing right now in North America, this team, you currently see in Parable, you're currently seeing Order, this players and this team is improving year over year over year. It doesn't matter if they continue to win the championships. Sometimes we see a loss of drive between certain players, between certain teams. And that's something that I actually love about Nova. We haven't seen any loss of drive. We actually see them wanting to continue to improve themselves. And I would be shocked if we don't see Nova again in the next year. And for some other teams, keep on grinding. Like, it doesn't stop now. Work twice as hard, and more than likely you might be able to be here next year.
And one thing that I think is very interesting to bring up, actually, is that now we know that PL is going to go in that third-person mode, right? It's going to be switching from first-person to third-person mode. And normally when they would go from these PL setting to a international setting such as PMGC, they would have that time to adapt from FPP to TVP or such and such, depending on which way they're going. Yeah. And now they're not going to have that issue anymore. And I'm thinking like other teams too, like potentially SIXTWOEIGHT, also you have yourself on Jiaobao, they're not going to have to adapt that much anymore coming into these international events. So the Chinese team's going to get even better coming into next year, and that's a very scary prospect.
So scary.
Yeah. I mean, you say they don't need to adapt coming to the event. It didn't even look like they needed to adapt. I mean, it's not like Nova was bad in any name of the word, and Foreign Green Men last year as well were phenomenal just from the get-go. And the thing is, I think we're all going to agree, harder to play first person than third person. With third person, you obviously have that little bit of a change of mindset of, okay, I can gather so much more information by playing a little bit more passive and using those camera angles to my advantage. But here, I mean, as you're saying, we're going to see the teams get even better. And that kind of worries me for every region out there. If we can't contest Nova year 2, can we even contest them year 3? Who knows? But for me, team to watch as we get into this year for the final match of the event, my team to watch is my analysis desk. No, I'm just kidding. I can't really make it to be a team, but that'd be adorable.
I was about to say, you don't want to win.
It's actually Infinity for me. I think they've been quietly moving up the leaderboards, and I think that they have the opportunity here to show that consistency in league stage and potentially take quite a few placings and a lot of money away from teams.
I think for we're going back to East League. When you were all taking Infinity, I would go for Stalwart because I'm going to go for Stalwart this time. They're only 24 points away right now from that second place. That, of course, means that Nigma Galaxy, that is currently second, need to get 0 points, which they tend to get a lot of placement points every once in a while. They can't get this elimination point, so that could be a very big positive for Stalwart, but I'd like to see them make it in second because they've been a little bit up and down this tournament. I want to see redemption in this last game.
And for me, it's gonna be Navi. Give me the camera real quick because I want to send a full-on message to Navi. This has been the biggest question for Navi, right? Their consistency. We have seen it up and down here so far this tournament. This is gonna be able to prove it. This is gonna be a big time to prove it if they are able to follow up that win and continue to be consistent. Because if they got off super early, that's going to be a lot of money that they're going to lose.
Seven, don't challenge that camera. We know how quick it can zoom, how far it can zoom in. And let's zoom in here to our final match of PMGC 2021 with none other than John Allen and Blake.
We are here. We have found ourselves once more at the culmination of the year's worth of games, a year's worth of competition. And it is all but decided for this top spot, Blank. Nova sat so far ahead. They seem uncatchable, but the second place position, so closely fought.
So closely fought for here. And honestly, looking at the average points of an Erangel, Stalwart might have been a good choice here for Max to watch. Honestly, a great team that today I'm a fan of. And I think that realistically, there is actually a chance and a world where Stalwart ends up in second place. It would require some crazy things to happen. It would require Nigma guys to go out early. It would require Na'Vi to go out early. But there is a chance here. There is a chance for them to move up. Next Ruya as well as them. But coming into this game, John, it's all about Na'Vi. It's all about Nigma Galaxy. Who's going to take that 600,000? That is the question.
It's a 300,000 difference between second place and third place. So it is no small amount. And that's got to be weighing on your mind. You've got to make sure that you're focused entirely on this game. A western plane path kind to the Georgia Pole teams, but there's going to be a lot of teams on that western side, and the circle might prove to be tricky for them, depending on where it lands. It's an eastern side circle, so early rotations potentially necessary for those Georgia Pole teams.
Absolutely. Moving up towards box compound, possibly up towards that northern side, over the top of Severny and back down again. Could be potentially the play here, but for Stalwart, very happy indeed. Moving up towards Nova up Naya. You know, honestly, getting up that eastern bridge, easily done. Easily done. Nova, on the other hand, going for that split with Big Milo in for Furious Gaming. Poor Tigers in sent out after his phenomenal performance, in my opinion, on Miramar, able to keep them for a little while and fighting off against Nova. But perhaps that was too much of a terror for Tigers in. He was have to sub out whilst he was dealing from the mental carnage that comes after that. Klitschko, as well as Samaraj, back in the vehicles. Hopefully Samaraj can actually be on for a little bit longer this game. That's the hope, honestly. 628 though, down towards Quarry and Stalwart here. Needing over up Neuer.
Next Ruya in contention. I mean, this is a team that we heard a lot about in the first day's games, but then sort of since then they've been just chugging along Nova style, right? And just keeping up and not really having those stand-up performances that we were so impressed by in that first day in the earlier parts of this 18-game set. And at the moment, it's all about Na'Vi's performances, I think. I think that my focus is really on that one team, on the Na'Vi squad, because it's the only team from the West that's really stood up towards the end of this tournament.
I think so, yeah. And to be honest with you, right, looking at the West, they have been beaten down throughout these international tournaments for a very, very long time. And I don't think we've truly had that champion towards the top for West for a long, long time now. And Na'Vi really is, you know, saddling up with the armor on the horse. They are our champion in the West. And I think that supporting them is something that we should do because, yes, Nova's probably going to win another tournament back-to-back, and it is phenomenal. But seeing someone else up there towards the top of the tables and it not being East SEA dominated is a really cool change of pace. I think the SEA team's extremely strong. I think this year there was a slight change in meta a little bit, but I think Na'Vi's been slowly picking up pace as we've gone on. And I do think they deserve to be in that second place spot, but equally, Nigma Galaxy. It really tears my heart apart because I think seeing an Arabic team here in second place is such a wonderful change as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you've got, and this is the thing, right? It's no longer SEA dominated towards those East League teams. You've got Nova obviously coming from China, and then, as you say, Nigma Galaxy coming from, well, predominantly Iraq and an Arabic team coming on through, and then Na'Vi playing primarily from Russia. And then you've got next Ruya playing from Turkey, a massive region for PUBG Mobile. And then you follow that up with Stalwart coming from Mongolia, and you aren't seeing SEA towards the top here almost at all.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it's crazy as well, because we thought, you know, Mongolia would end with Zeus not getting into this, but there's another Mongolian team here. So we're really getting a bunch of talent out of these very, very different regions coming into PMGC Grand Finals. Wonderful to see, honestly, really makes my heart sing, not tear apart in this situation. So happy days all around for the PMGC Grand Finals, after dark days ahead, or at least a dark day here for some of these teams really pushing for those big numbers when everything is on the line right now, where everything is still available. And it's like running into the supermarket to try and pick up whatever you can from the reduced section. There's also about another 50 people there with you, scrambling, looking for something.
You know who likes deals in supermarkets?
Who?
Saitama.
That's true. That's true.
And he knocks anyone out who stands in his way. That's just how it is. Carnage Travel Shops nearly made him miss the sale. Didn't happen.
Didn't happen, mate. But unfortunately, Nova is kind of our Saitama here. They have hit the one punch into this tournament and knocked out the water. Now we're just looking for some minor villains, or heroes in this case. Let's say heroes in Na'Vi and Nigma Galaxy, duking it out for that S rank towards the top. Try and pick up that second place.
Hopefully going to pass all the tests that come their way and jump on up. But it's just tension breathed in the air right now for all of these teams laid over the fields of Erangel. Such a closely fought section of the tables. From 4th down to 10th is a gap of just 11 points blank. And those 11 points span a massive, massive difference in prize pool of $120,000. That's more than $10,000 a point.
Checking out these Alim proportions, though, very interesting, because I think Na'Vi is quite equalized across the board, right? No, everyone's putting in the work there. Then the rest of the teams, you got Lord clearing ahead, Order. I mean, you can't even see him. That's how far ahead he is. And Frozen similarly in that kind of position on the horizon. So there's some very clear individual winners from each of those. But Na'Vi, much more of that team-centric type of unit. And I like that from them. But still, it's great to see some star players being formed. You know, Frozen from Turkey. God, I've not really seen too much of this guy before. But he's left a mark in my mind, and one that will be remembered into the future. And if anyone deserves the name of Frozen, cold as ice, definitely him.
Won't be letting this spot towards the top of the tables go with any luck. 4th place in the lead right now for that charge. The Infinity, the number of times they've crossed this bridge, they should have it down pat. And it's back to basics blank. This is what we saw at the start of the East League. It's SIXTWOEIGHT guarding out the bridge. Mela doesn't make it through. He doesn't manage to sneak his way under the stanchions. But now she gives up the high ground position, allows Nuzi to come back, and with Mela on the guard, potential for the Infinity to guard it out, but no, doesn't quite make it.
This is so funny to me because SIXTWOEIGHT are really squeezing everything they can out this final game. And they've done this before. In fact, Damwon's done this before where, you know, they try something that no one expects in those final moments. Specifically in the East League finals, they play central. They played it well. And here SIXTWOEIGHT were guarding out the Infinity for the longest time. Don't do it at all in the PMGC Grand Finals. But the final game, you know what? We could do with some extra points here at Erangel.
I mean, absolutely right. You absolutely could. Infinity now, though, slowed down and split. Godtani very separate from the remaining duo on Sosnovka. So they back on up, and Stall actually still holding that bridge for the Eastern Crossing. They're waiting for the Infinity to eventually come out their way. They might just be able to pick up a couple of points for it. Nuzi and Logan, they don't know what waits for them.
Yeah, real sad times here for the Infinity. You know, blocked on both entrances. Circle heads down towards Milta, Shelter, and Prison. I mean, if we're going to be going down to Milta Power, kind of that place that you go when you have nowhere left to stay. Most teams, you know, try and place themselves around shelter. You know, shelter's kind of that elevated position, but also doesn't give you much cover either. So not a place you want to end up unless you're underneath in the shelter itself, of course. It's in the name.
It is. It is in the name. That's so right. Wow. But Fenerbahçe. Oh dear. What a central crunch. I'm going to go back to the game on this one. What a central crunch for all of these teams. This is everybody trying to play Nova's strategy right now. Get in the middle and take space, right? Fenerbahçe in the middle. I can't even see the names of these teams, quite frankly. They are all overlaid on one another on my map. And it's just really going to be so difficult to find these positions. And that might play to Na'Vi's advantage.
Absolutely. Playing edge play the entire tournament, not switching up here for the final game. They're sticking true to their roots, John. I respect it. Order already finds a shot over towards next Ruya on Kadir. Let's go down. Playing down towards this cheeky compound on the actual bend of the road. Na'Vi's heading down that way as well. They've got to be careful. Got to be real cautious here. Can't let it all slip away. That's Nigma Galaxy taking a fair few knocks over their side. This is dangerous. This is not how they want it to end.
Oh, they go right through everybody. The fire burns hot in the middle, and Lord goes down as well. Nigma Galaxy really at risk right now. They're going through heavily battle-scarred right through the clump. And they're a team as well that likes to play center, but with everybody moving in, there is just no opening. Freak down in the open, and only 2 players remain for Nigma Galaxy standing.
Team Secret also picked up 1 player in the process there. So unfortunate for Nigma Galaxy. Freak also now flushed. Now just down to 2, and realistically, Nigma Galaxy plays best on Erangel when they have 4 and they have that central position. It's that crunch that you mentioned earlier, John, which has changed everything for them. And as 2 players, Max put it best on the desk, saying that they really don't have that team fighting capability at the moment. The majority of their points come from placements. 2 players is not enough here on Erangel.
With 2 players, they know nothing of the crunch. It's just not going to go their way. I mean, they've got 1 point between them and Na'Vi. Their only hope now is survive as long as you can and hope Na'Vi goes down. But Na'Vi are not going to go down without a fight.
Na'Vi were born in the crunch, you know. They live in the crunch. We'll see how far they can go, but they've had some drastic games behind them, honestly. We will continue saying that they've had a rough tournament, specifically just from circles, and sometimes that's how it is, and it takes a real team to be able to overcome those rough roads, rough waters, and come out in 3rd place here at the end of the day. So I really respect it, and I think that last game was a long time coming on Miramar, where they had the circle come to them for once, but instead, I mean, a circle center right up in the middle here, John, so teams still vying for that position. Fenerbahçe around Nigma Galaxy's spot. They can't really move too far down towards the south side either, because 628, the Infinity, Stalwart, they're all on their way. Somehow the Infinity's made it through with 3 players. I believe that was because they took a botation from the Sosnovka, to Milterpower. I'm going to keep calling it the Sosnovka.
The Sozzy.
The Soz?
The Sozzy on the South Sozzy. Exactly. Sozzy on the South Bank. Nice stuff. But next, Ruya, and their run might be drawn short. Looking for the sprays across the way for rivals. Managed to find 1 and 2 as well. And Na'Vi's opponents dropping around them. It's all on whether they can perform from the Northwest sweep.
Absolutely. 628 still on the hunt here. We talked about it before. These guys have the hunting caps firmly placed on their heads. Nihat goes down to a beautiful nade coming through from Down 1 Gaming. Yekta, last remaining for next Ruya. And hopes and dreams may just die right here for Turkey.
In danger as well from players beneath them on the tables. They are only 1 point clear of Stalwart. And with that, their tournament is over. Their season is over as well. Next Ruya are first eliminated in this final game.
In the meantime, sorry to cut you off there, John. Na'Vi actually picked up 1 knock over towards Nova, finding Order out in the midst, alone, away from his team. They're searching for the players right now. Jimmy's trying to provide support. It's just a little bit too far away, and Na'Vi setting themselves up nicely, but again, Nova are terrifyingly accurate over long range.
Oh, Jimmy not thinking he's going to be able to live up to that, though. Doesn't quite get those shots down. Tixi picks up the flush. Nova isolated to the compound. There's nowhere really for them to go right now without contestation. DXavier are ahead of them. You've got GodLike as well across the way to the north, and Na'Vi have an excellent spread out the back.
One thing that we have to remember right now, though, is that one elimination gained right at the beginning of the game for 628. They're on the hunt right now, the prowl for the Infinity, and I want to see how far 628 can go here, and just how much that 1 point does mean as we finish out this game, because it could be the difference between leapfrogging someone and not.
Looks like they are going to still be pretty closely fought with the Infinity, who are, again, taking shots from Team Secret towards the prison position. The top of those hills going to be occupied. And Nuzi behind some flimsy metal. How long will that hold and provide sanctuary?
That's a real question there. Just got a message from Jason, actually, saying that Damwon Gaming are the dream killers. First it was Nigma Galaxy, then it was next Ruya, and he couldn't be more right here. Honestly, Dream Eaters here in the lobby from Korea. Honestly, being in 11th place, 114 points, it's not where they wanted to end up. But, you know, winning the East League Finals is an accolade of its own. Such a difficult region to play in with many, many experienced players. Stalwart taking huge amounts of damage as well. Nuzi in the vehicle, but they're directly running into S2G.
Oh
4 rivals breaching down 1.
Chaos everywhere. 4 rivals as well. 3 players alive. Take down the Dream Eaters themselves. They wake up from the nightmare, and they will survive. But Stalwart come a cropper. They rampage straight into S2G, and they will rage into the night as we say goodbye to them for their season.
Now it's time for 628, Na'Vi and Nigma Galaxy. It's all out war right now for that $600,000 and pride to come out on top in the podium for this. And honestly, if we did see 628 getting the podium finish and 2 Chinese teams come out on top, I will be so impressed.
How many Hatsu would you eat if that happens? But here goes Hamori. Up to bat against the push from Team Secret. Goes down early. Nobody to fall, and it's just Ralph. The epitome of survival left for Nigma Galaxy. He does it on Sanhok, and nobody knows how. But now it's so important for him to do the same on Erangel. But with 13 teams remaining, how much further can he go, and how long can they keep Na'Vi at bay?
Literal Bear Grylls Ralph. Gonna have to drink his own bullets here to survive. See if he can make it happen. 628 taking huge amounts of damage there from A7, and they're out. Nigma Galaxy and Na'Vi, it's down to these 2 teams. The Infinity, 138 points, but only 1 player surviving.
The bottom of the table's really starting to step up, and look at that. You just saw on the right-hand side of your screen with another elimination coming through for Na'Vi. They've leapfrogged over Nigma Galaxy now. They are 1 point in the lead, and they lose the tiebreaker, Blank.
They will not have to go much further, honestly, for Na'Vi to solidify this position. Remember, they do not know the current situation that Nigma Galaxy is in. So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to make it to the end of the game and get that 2nd place. But Ralph really needs to get those big points. But Na'Vi, once they get rolling, it's a fair few limbs coming their way. And I'm not sure the survival specialist can make it out with just 12 points, but he's taking fire into the smoke.
Oh, so dangerous for Ralph right now. See how long he can last. And maybe even pick up a couple more points. If Na'Vi go down now, there's a chance. If they do badly in their fight on the Southwest with Furious Gaming, who they're very close by right now. Nova still going on the northern side as well.
The Xavier down in 10th place. I think they deserve more, honestly. I think the improvement between East League Finals and now has been dramatic. No longer something that was gifted to them, but something that they deserve. See them go a little bit further. Furious Gaming, though, come under fire from Na'Vi, and this has been quite some time. I think you can be furious indeed, but you'll never be as furious as Na'Vi right now, looking to take back that 2nd spot.
And there's the shift coming through. It goes up to the north, towards Nova, towards DXavier and GodLike as well. And actually to the last player from the Infinity. Alpha 7 moving through Team Secret ground right now as Carrillo does a wild sweep, gathers info. Fredo not able to get the shot onto him, but Texa not so lucky. Mafioso similarly fated. And Jumper on the off angle looking for the spray down. Gets a little bit of damage, but has to duck back behind the tree. The limbs providing cover for now.
Fredo moving up. Hugely clutch player from Team Secret. Revo has to hit the deck for a little bit longer. Carrillo trying to provide support for Texa.
Jumper still behind the tree. Has to be worried as the res can come through over towards Texa. And they'll have to leave. To their north, they've got the 4 rivals to worry about. It's such a difficult rotation, but Jumper into the UAZ. Fredo into the buggy as well. And Alpha 7 mounts up. They're looking for the res. Over onto Mafioso, and Carrillo gets ahead of the game. Fredo trying to suppress the backlines, try to stop that crunch back up, and Carrillo goes down. A Molotov to burn him out as Jumper falls, and Fredo similarly. Eye shots now in the smoke for Team Secret. Towards the bottom of the tables, every point can ladder them up, but Damwon Gaming stretched out a little bit further ahead of them. Eye shots has more to do.
Honestly, they're both so low here. Just a couple of stray bullets from Eye shots could spell the end for A7. Honestly, with 5 limbs this game, there's a real potential for A7 to ladder up quite a bit during this game. But a beautiful nade from Ralph, in particular, will at least take down 1.
And that's absolutely crucial, getting themselves a couple more points, keeping themselves closer to Na'Vi blank. But Ralph has been spotted. Eye shots last for Team Secret as the blue takes over Nigma Galaxy, the last remaining player, and he falls. It's S2G to put the nail in the coffin, and Na'Vi claim that second place. No real way for the Infinity to get back into this one, and it is looking good for them to take home this second place title.
I believe that right now will be the 600,000 made right now for Na'Vi. Nigma Galaxy sadly will have to go home with this 3rd place. S2G, they're really on the long haul right now though. With 6 limbs so far, this team definitely can ladder up quite a fair bit here, John.
The mark that they're looking at right now is next Ruya. 141 points with no elims on this game. If they go down here, it's not going to be great, but if they can keep on pushing, they need a total blank of 11 points on this game. They've got 7 of them already. I think they might have actually jumped up quite a bit just on placement. Blank, I think they might be there. It's DXavier who's trying to keep up right now.
138 tied now with the Infinity and Alpha 7. A little bit further, perhaps even get a 6th place after they pass that 140-point mark. Na'Vi is on a tear though right now in the vehicles versus DXavier.
They're pushing into the bunker as well, but Matic goes down early. Meku's still healthy, but Lamborghini's there. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Na'Vi down. DXavier, hold on. And they are still going, but look at that, S2G in the meantime, they've been doing work. Picking up a couple of those kills puts them up to double-digit elims. 4 teams remain.
10 limbs here is unbelievable from S2G. This team came out hot in the West, looked good for it. In these final moments, they're clawing it back, and I don't know how they're making this happen, but 10 limbs is good. 7 moves out.
And not only that, Blank, remember they still have placement points yet to be added to the total. They will have jumped up over next Ruya. Blank, they're in 4th place currently.
This is beautiful stuff. They have pushed it to the limit right now. S2G just down to Calci, sadly. But GodLike still in this one with 4 players alive. And you know what? It would be a beautiful ending to see India grab this chicken dinner right at the end of the tournament.
They still have all 4 of them going. What a way to send it off, you're right. Paraboy. 3 players alive for Nova. And they're holding out on the southwest side, but GodLike do have a commanding presence here.
GodLike, Samaraj will find 1 from S2G, just Timber last. Great player with the clutch ability, but Paraboy wants nothing of it from DXavier. They're sending them home right now.
This is the metal that champions are made of. You cannot step up without feeling the brunt of it. King does go down, sure, but Xavier getting cut out of this final bargain. And 3 teams remain. S2G on 1 player.
Final left alive. GodLike is the new threat for Nova. Just 2 alive right now in terms of teams. GodLike looking to have at least a significant ending for themselves in this global tournament. But the shots coming through from Samaraj.
Getting a little bit closer. They have got the zone all to themselves. There is no opening for Nova to go for unless they get an off angle. King is down, but Clutch God falls, and it's Paraboy and Jimmy once again, the final duo from Nova. Can they stop this rotation? Paraboy swings the buggy out, repositions, but goes down, and GodLike want to do India proud with this final game. They are looking to take down Jimmy, the last they need, and it is the final push. Jonathan, an excellent representative for the Indian region, looking to clamber their way up those tables as well, with a great elimination count, with excellent placement points as well. They are looking good to climb up pretty far here, a lot more than maybe you would have expected at the start of today, and it is just Jimmy left. Paraboy Reservoir.
Actually able to get underneath into shelter, and like you said, he's Reservoir here. Samaraj kind of has a whiff of what's going on, moves up to try and finish them off, move back into shelter, trying to get the healing off here and move round. This is interesting play coming out from Nova and could be good for it.
And they're playing with their food at this point. Or rather, playing with the sharks that they are about to feed. It feels like GodLike have this one on lock, but do not count Paraboy and Jimmy out. They are running out into the blue, and they're going for it, but GodLike have the run out. They know exactly what's going on, and out in the blue, it's Nova going down, and GodLike with the final chicken dinner of the tournament, of the year, of the season, finally taking down Nova.
And I get to see that beautiful smile from Jonathan once again, and that makes me happy. Samaraj, though, seems to be a real game changer in those last couple of matches, though. You like to see it, and GodLike with the chicken dinner. What a fantastic ending. So many shifts and turns, but down one, the Dream Killers, next Ruya, as well as Nigma Galaxy. Next Ruya been able to survive a little bit longer. Perhaps S2G wouldn't have been able to leapfrog them because they would have been able to hold on to that position for just a while more. So unfortunate, but S2G in those final moments, killer.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff coming through. Getting as many points onto the table as possible, laddering all the way up towards the top of those tables. And Na'Vi similarly able to bump Nigma Galaxy off. It felt like they were being tested today, and blank, it is passed with flying colors to take that second place spot for Na'Vi.
Absolutely, John. I think Na'Vi really played their hearts out in those final games, especially today overall, even with the shifts and turns which were so difficult to work around with, they still made it happen. Let's take a quick look at the match rankings here. GodLike, look at them right on top. It's S2G with a total of 20 points there. Well done to them. Nova with 15 in third. Come on, you just really can't count this team out ever. But Na'Vi with the 12 points, and Nigma Galaxy with a sad 2.
Just not enough. Right at the end, Na'Vi were able to dig their heels in and dig deep to push up to that second place. This is a team that has been going for so long, and rightly so. The performance that they put on today and towards the latter half of this tournament, they've done a tour de force of the entire tables, blank. They were right down towards the bottom at the start of this, and they pushed all the way up. But speaking of pushing up, it's GodLike. I mean, Jonathan, MVP of this final game. What a way to close it out. This guy has been a name on the lips of any Indian PUBG Mobile fan for years now. And what a way to finish it, getting that final MVP title in this final match.
Absolutely. And for India, you know, this is a result, in my opinion, because they've not had chance to play against any of the other teams. Getting invited here and putting on a performance like that, despite everything, is wonderful.
Beautiful. Excellent coming through for GodLike to close it down as the way they go. But blank, there can be only one winner, and you know what? I wonder who it could be.
Well, there can only be one, and that is why the slogan is "Be the One" here. And it's taken a year of play They've come from China. They played against the best teams in the world. Your PMGC Global Championships 2021 winners are Nova Esports.
Just
It's sunk in indeed, honestly, Seven. Not only have they done it here in 2021, they did it in 2020, really proving not only is China the most dominant region when it comes to PUBG Mobile, Nova is the most dominant region. Yes, they're their own region in themselves, able to take home 2 trophies back-to-back, winning $1.5 million. This team is undoubtedly the best in the world.
I think one of the biggest prize pools ever won in mobile gaming history from this team, and they make it happen back-to-back right now. It's just insane to see that come into fruition. Every single team we see things that can be improved upon. One team where I just can't see things be improved upon that much, it just has to be Nova. Every single situation you throw their way, they find a way out of it. They find a way to get those chicken dinners. And man, now my question is going to be that race to MVP. Who is it going to be? I do not know.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, and I think that's the main thing, the main focus here, right? Nova gets it back-to-back, but they do it in an impressive way, and it's not just Paraboy that they're relying on. Now they got Order. We saw what Jimmy was able to do there. I mean, we finally got our answer there at the end. They're being able to, they are their biggest enemy in a way, right? But overall, I mean, Nova, the improvements that we have seen from some players, the consistency that we have seen Eric Paraboy, nobody could touch Nova in this tournament.
Thing is, this year we've been talking every single step of the way. Every region has stepped up. We've seen so many new names come into the PUBG Mobile scene at the highest level and surprise us, pull off upsets. Where are the old guard? Where's your Bigatron? Where's your footballs? Where is your, well, I guess ghosts we'll call them right now. I don't know what you want to call them. Where are these teams we saw be so dominant in the last years? That is just a statement of how many good players and how many good teams have come into the light. And yet the light always shines brightest for Nova. They still maintain their dominance, but also do it in quite a fashion. The amount of points they were ahead of everyone, that is an amazing sign for them as a team.
Yeah, I think in particular that second day is going to go down in history as one of the biggest days for any team in PMGC history, right? What was that? 3 second places, a chicken dinner. Also, they got himself a 7th place with 10 eliminations. You just can't beat that. That is definitely the day that set them apart from the rest. Started creating that huge lead. And it's just not possible to catch up in that 3rd day. So, I mean, yeah, as I said, they're going to start going out of place on that jersey to get those stars because they're just getting championship after championship, winning tournament after tournament, and they just don't seem like they want to stop, and understandably so. Like, if you can get the prize pool like that every time, like, keep going.
You mentioned amazing performances. We have to point out the amazing performance that Order have, right? Especially on day 2. He was able to just differentiate himself from anybody. The first day we were talking about Frozen, what he was going to be able to do in the second day, and then Order just came out of nowhere. He was challenging there, but we just didn't expect the likes of that performance for him to be able to jump up. I think he had somewhere along the lines of 13 elims on the first day, and then on the end of the second day, he had 35 elims. That is just outstanding performance.
The thing is, right, we can obviously say everyone on Nova's side, they never would have done it without them. But you look at day 2, as we've been talking about, if Order didn't have that kind of performance, I don't know if Nova would have been able to take the title, at least as easily as they've shown us.
Yeah, and I think this is a clear message to everybody currently watching at home, especially anybody, any team that wants to be in this position. You have to have somebody that backs you up. Yeah. You cannot just rely on one person. I'm looking at next Ruya. They were relying on Frozen too much. Well, guess what? When Paraboy didn't really have the best performance on that day too, would they have Order being able to show up and make sure they got there on that first place?
Max, let me remind you. We look at Nova and the way they won this tournament, but cast your mind back about a month ago. They finished 16th place in the Super Weekends. They almost didn't even make it into PMGC. They didn't, or sorry, into the finals of PMGC, let alone the grand finals. If we talk about individual performances back then, if Paraboy didn't have a performance like that, they never would have made it here today. And yeah, they might show a couple of weaknesses here or there with lower places when it comes to league stages, but they always show up in the finals.
I would even take us even further back. You know, they missed out also on the Super Weekend in last PMGC. Yeah. It just goes to show that they're just trying strategies which can hurt them on the long run. You know, in those PMGC league stages where they try and qualify for the Super Weekend. But the thing is, that is a time where you can adapt, try things out, and then they arrive in this PMGC Grand Finals super prepared, just miles ahead of the rest, and that preparation is what allows them to be championship caliber team and now a world champion caliber team once again back to back because they're willing to try things out in the league stage.
I got your back here. Now even the Avengers could take on Nova Esports. Avenger level threat, that's not even a thing anymore. I mean, Nova is the threat for everyone else out there, and I don't know what team can dethrone them in the future.
I mean, at this point, I would say Navi has finally shown me something that we've been wondering, and it's can they continue to perform tournament after tournament? They were able to showcase, especially on a small, on 3 days of a finals, right? During West League, they were able to get that second place. Here, they're able to get that second place as well. So I'm going to say, Navi, I'm going to be looking at you. You guys have been performing really well. I would love to see what they're going to be able to do in the future. But with Nova, I love what you mentioned there. They didn't make it to a super weekend this time around. They didn't make it to a super weekend last year, but it did not matter at the end of the day. And that's how confident these players are on their skills. They don't mind messing around a little bit, trying different things, maybe sandbagging in a way. But Nova's just out of this world.
Out of this world indeed, and luckily for us, we do obviously have the chance to chat with them a little bit as well, as we do have an interview here with our PUBG Mobile Global Champions in 2021. It's Nova Esports, and let's find out who it's going to be with.
Hello everyone, this is post-game interview. I'm Karina. It's very glad to see you again. And now the competition of PMGC Grand Final was all over. A champion has emerged, and now let's connect to them. Hello, 大家好。
Hello， 大家好。Hello。
Hello everyone, this is NV。好，那接下来其实呢，我们也想简单的来采访一下大家。第一个问题呢，想问一下我们的 FMVP 这次夺冠的感受如何呢 ？And the first question, we want to ask the FMVP order. How does it feel to be the champion once again?
就是感觉不到什么压力吧，就是打得比较轻松，就是没别的吧。
He said this is easily and there are no pressure. It's very easily. Okay, thank you. 好，那接下来第二个问题也想问一下我们所有的队员们，之后回去之后大家会一起怎样庆祝呢 ？What are you going to do to celebrate it?
先吃个好的，先吃个大餐。
Let's have a showdown together. All right. 好，那第三个问题呢，就是想问一下大家，各位明年的计划是什么？你觉得可不可以在明年继续拿到我们的3连冠呢 ？What's your goal for the next year? And do you think can got the championship title 3 times in a row?
明年的事，明年再说。OK。
Okay, next year since next year talk. 好的，再次感谢。那接下来和我们镜头前的各位观众朋友们说一下拜拜，好不好？
好，拜拜。拜拜。
Thank you for your support and thank you for our audience. Thank you. Bye bye.
Man, asked about next year. They're like, all right, guys, come on. We were at the top for 2 years in a row. We just finished. Let's take a break. Let us focus on how we're gonna party now. We're not gonna think about next year until we get to it. But I mean, this team is well deserving of a great vacation. Maybe they'll go to the Fairmont, Singapore. Who knows? Maybe they'll buy themselves a nice 1+9. Who knows what they're going to do with it? But the fact is, they are champions. They are the best team in the world, and they've shown really no weakness. But let's start to talk about a couple of other teams here, gentlemen. Not only did Nova take home the victory at 222 points, but let's count out, or not even count out, let's talk about Navi, Nigma Galaxy, S2G, Xavier. There's so many teams to touch on, Max. Or 7. You guys decide. Who do you want to talk about first?
I think the first one that I'm actually gonna send this one to you as well, Max.
Okay.
Look at Nigma Galaxy, and I want you to look specifically at the placement points. The placement points between Nigma Galaxy and the placement points between Nova, they're only separated by 3. So I feel like if Nigma Galaxy this year can actually work out on their fragging, can work out on those eliminations, this could be a team that could be in contention for this kind of championships.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at GodLike, you have Team India. Now we have Team Arabia here with Nigma Galaxy, right, being the hope and dreams of this entire region that's been able to improve so much now throughout the past year. It's been great to see, but we're going to be able to see our MVP up here, and it's going to be, of course, Order, as we expected after that absolutely insane second day of play, getting all of those frags under his belt. Paraboy, he tried to close that gap, but unfortunately not able to do so at the end.
The thing is, I think for Order and for King and for Jimmy, the fact is when you have a player that transcends the game like Paraboy, who becomes the model of the year or whatever the title was over in China.
He gets everything, yeah.
It is not easy to do, to pass that shadow, to get around that. But the fact is, Order, if he wasn't playing here in these 3 days, they would have never have won the entire title. And he has really made a name for himself here and shown that the depth of Nova goes beyond Paraboy.
Yeah, it definitely does. And that leads to another question, right? We talked about it, we hinted at it. Who is going to be that next player now from Nova that's going to become that scary superstar? We have Paraboy, we have Order, And I can guarantee you there's going to be another player from Nova that's going to step up next year that is going to just fully surprise us.
I think King also had a really good PMGC this time around. I think he took a little bit of a slow start when it came to the league stage for East, but in this tournament, he has some really good stats. I'll have to check out the numbers exactly. He was doing great. And when we go back to the League East, QC also, the sub came in and actually saved them a lot of time to actually make sure they could secure that 16th position. It was a little bit too close for comfort. So if you're looking at the background of all of this year, every single player played their role to almost perfection to bring themselves to this position and now be crowned once again the world champions.
Yeah, I like how you pointed that out, Max, because I think King redeemed himself from the league stage, right? I believe he was the one subbed out for QC, but we also can't forget about my boy Jim. How would Nova play like this without his in-game leading, without his brains behind those glasses? This man has been able to help take them to another level, make the right calls, make the right plays, and he's helped take Nova yet again back to the top of our pedestal.
I think I've been putting back learning Chinese, but I want to learn Chinese to know exactly what's happening in their voice comms. I know what Jimmy's telling the team because I feel like I could learn, and hopefully you two at home learn so much about what is happening inside the head of the players of Nova, because they just, once again, everything you throw their way, they know how to deal with it to perfection. So really, you do not know how things are working out in communication, but Jimmy, despite not being the one to frag out, get those eliminations, getting those big damage games, he's the one that's leading the team forward in those positions in the first place to set up Paraboy, set up Order to get those big fragging games.
It's that selfishness, right? Yeah. That's pretty much what it comes down to, being able to be selfishness. And then with Jimmy, something I also want to kind of put out there, if you want to become an IGL, or if you are an IGL, take maybe the next month, take maybe the next 2 weeks, look back at how they were playing. If you're able to, try to keep an eye on how they were rotating and take notes, because Jimmy, it's not really well known for fragging or anything like that, but he's able to put his team, as you were saying, in places where they just can excel at. And at the end of the day, if you're an IGL, that's what it comes down to.
Let's just be fair, Max. He's saying, take notes when I learn how to play. I don't think the amount of notes we could possibly take to ever be as good as him. But before we do end off the show, I mean, that does complete PMGC 2021. Seven, real quick, I want to give you a chance to say any final thoughts here before we do end off the show.
I'm really impressed. I'm super impressed at some of the regions that were able to step up. I'm actually really impressed at how India was able to finish it off with GodLike. This is a team that we've been saying they have had everything against them. I was honestly expecting them to be 16, so they surprised me on how they were able to finish off this tournament. I love how they were able to just progress every day in and out. Hopefully, during this year, we'll see it. Not sure what the form is going to look like, but hopefully they'll get a little bit more of international play as well. And in the future, man, I really want to see Indonesia here. I miss seeing Bigatron, Luxy, Suxy. I hope they're back.
Yeah, on the note of GodLike, if they got 0 points, I still would have been happy just to have India back here in the global competition. Yeah. Max, what about you?
I'm happy to have this tournament go down the way it did. Of course, there's still the Chinese domination. There's still there. It's going to take another year to try and contest it. But I was so happy at the start of the day. We mentioned it, right, Seven, how we had teams from CIS, Turkey, Arabia contesting for that first spot at the end of the day. So the regions that were maybe seen as weaker maybe a year or two ago have improved significantly. So next PMGC, we might have a completely different leaderboard at the end of the day, because these regions that were not looked at too heavily are now becoming a big contender for that top spot.
And Nova's sitting there listening to this, Max, going, Well, I mean, my final words really aren't about me or really the tournament in general. I just want to give a big shout out to obviously you two here for joining me on the desk here for the grand finals. Of course, John, Allen, Blank, Necro, Mustache Dave, every talent across the world who's been involved with PUBG Mobile in general, within esports here. A big shout out to all of you for making this what it is, for making stars out of our players, for being there for every single frag, every single moment. And obviously a big shout out to OnePlus, to Singtel, to Fairmont Singapore as well for helping support this event. And last but not least, VSPN and Starladder, because without these two putting on this production for us, well, we wouldn't be here. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for watching PMGC 2021. Congratulations to Nova Esports, and we'll see you guys next time for some more PUBG Mobile.